stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. All it takes is one good game to make that leap. Are we going to see any? That's the real question. Welcome to the BGIS 2024. I'm going to be a host in Castro Necro. John alongside with me is going to be Fixes. And Fixes, are we going to see any bounce back today?
Ideally, according to the script, hell yes. But for what we've been witnessing so far, I don't know, man. It looks quite sketchy.
But on the opposite side of the spectrum, the teams that are doing really good, Galaxy Esports out of the fray once again, man, doing really good. Just pumping out the numbers on the board like that.
Nobody saw this coming, especially with the way the new underdogs are really playing out there. Galaxy Esports, Inferno Squad, Rivalry, you talk about them all. But when it comes down to Galaxy Esports, certainly one of those teams was quite impressive. It started off in the map of Sanhok, barely missed out on a chicken dinner. In fact, they got 2 matches where they secured the second position, so definitely they will be eyeing out for their first chicken today.
I mean, Sanhok was definitely one of the most impactful maps for this entire team Galaxy, where Evil was able to pop off on levels. And moving on forward towards Entity Gaming as well, this is another good conversation to have. Troy back inside of the lineup. Now Entity's doing super fine.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Team Entity, they've done a lot of the changes in order of how they also approach the game. You could see, right? They have increased the number of finishes they get during the mid-games. That has sort of propelled them. When you look at Team Entity, the way they approach those matches, every single game, they had around 6 to 7 finishes, something that they could not accrue earlier. So making that one little change has caused some massive changes in how they are right now, right at the top.
I mean, even Team Insane was able to kickstart things on quite a great note, right? The same script repeating itself. Then later on, we saw that performance dip. But still, they're doing at least decent in the overall standings, right? Somewhere in the top 5 doing quite good for themselves. Definitely all it takes is that consistency. We also saw CG making that bounce back, right? CG is also doing decent in the final 2 games. So you can't say even CG now is on the verge of qualification, or at least being that top 8. We've got the points distribution. All it takes is for you to accumulate these points. You need to be somewhere in the top 8 to have any sort of placement points, because on the latter half of the board, from 9th till 16th, you get none.
Yeah, this is exactly how the Entity has been proceeding. They have been capitalizing on that fact that for every finish you get that 1 point. And even for Carnival Gaming, when you resonate with how they've been playing yesterday, in fact, in the final 2 games, that is where they sprang back to life. And I really loved how they approached the final 2 matches. But moving on ahead, as we take a look at Group A, Mogo Esports definitely need to stage a comeback. Limra was quite stellar yesterday. Like you said, Insane, according to the script, they have been on a little bit of a dip there. LOC, yeah, they've been struggling a little bit. Same goes with Lifecraft, but Inferno Squad, man, did they pop off yesterday.
Infernos are supposed to melt over time, and that's what is exactly going on. As the time passes by, this team just keeps on getting stronger and stronger. And right now in the V2, Inferno Squad definitely looking like the formidable foes. Moving in towards the Group B, you've got Godlike, a team that's not doing too good considering they're on the bottom half of the board. You've also got THW, who's not able to find any sort of momentum. CG's there too, Rivalry doing really good for themselves. Voltec, Seven Shores, Inspiration, and IY in general, the teams that are at the bottom right there, we're expecting a comeback from them.
Yeah, really. And I believe that Vortex Gaming might stage that comeback today. But as you move on ahead, Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, a chicken dinner here and there. A little bit more consistency is needed. Same goes with Reckoning. The final 2 games, they started to realize that fighting is the way to go for them. But for Kemin Venom, I don't know. I really feel quite murky about this team right now. 8-bit, yeah, in the thick and thins, not really far away. Still there. Got a chicken dinner yesterday. Magnet also ending the day on a good note. But Prime Esports, they apparently are the hunters inside the lobby, and apparently they've been trying to slay down Team Godlike.
Well, I mean, for Prime Esports, still it's looking way too dicey if you look at the overall things, right? We've got today's matches, and this time we're going to kickstart things with Group B and C.
Yeah, Group B and C, and there's also a change in the map order. So the first 3 maps will be Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok, but then as you move on ahead, it is going to be an Erangel, Vikendi and Erangel, just to ensure that every team gets to play those equal amount of maps in different in the off maps also. Like you get to play Vikendis, you get to play Sanhok, and everybody gets to play it equally. So we got Group B and C playing Vikendi. So like said by Necro, we're going to start off with Erangel. This time, Group A, they'll be taking a little bit of a breather there. They will be joining us in the next game against Group C in Miramar. Miramar, and so on ahead. But, before we have the day started, I think it's fair enough we take a look at the overall standings just to know how the matches of yesterday really went. And Entity right on top, 46 points. Galaxy, Inferno Squad, Rivalry, Limra, Insane. Nobody had seen this top 8.
I mean, looking at the top 8, definitely looking quite beautiful, but then still, there's some of the formidable foes even on the latter half of the board. You've got teams like Magnet Esports who's managed to get that chicken dinner, but still missing out on that slot in the top 8. Moving in towards CG, they made that massive comeback in the final few moments, but now moving on forward towards day 2, we're just going to hope that the wind is still going to be in their sails. You've also got Cheminix Venom on the fray. You've also got Voltix, you've got Reckoning Esports too, Lifecraft for them. Things are looking way too dicey, but definitely a bounce back is expected.
Talk about a bounce back. You certainly need all these teams to make a bounce back today. You cannot keep it down to the final 2 days. I think they really need to close in that gap, and it is still very much out in the open. Imagine even teams like Prime or NIY, Godlike, get a chicken dinner, start the day off. They instantly propel themselves at least to that first page, and another consistent game, or maybe 4 good games. You never know. You might end up in the top 8, and that is all that it matters, right? Because in order to qualify inside of the grand finals, you need to be at the top 8. There is no bonus points if you're ending up first. There's no advantage of that. So the goal has to be clear for all these teams. They need to take those early fights, get a couple of finishes. I think have that entity way of approach, and things might go in your favor.
Well, I mean, speaking of Godlike, right, in general, to make that bounce back, it might just be a little bit too much we're asking for, because so far that team is way too much in that pressure, and we're seeing the players crack under it. Admino is the only stellar performer so far in that squad who's been able to keep up with the heat of the entire lobby. The rest of the players, they're just cracking under that pressure.
Yeah, they certainly have. And for Godlike, I really think that today has to be the day where they stage a comeback if they want to fulfill their dreams of making it inside of the grand finals, the coveted LAN, in which you guys can be a part of. We have our premium tickets up for grabs already on Paytm Insider. And we also have the links also pinned down to our YouTube chat section. So might as well check that one out. And I've heard that there are a lot of perks if you get those premium tickets.
Exactly. Free meals and snacks. It's something I love. Of course, also meet and greet with the famous content creators if you guys would like to do that. Then you've also got some of the official BGIS merch that will be handed out to the Elite Pass people. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to be the one to move on forward and buy that Elite Pass, there's so many perks that will be given to you. Moving on forward with the conversation now, Fixes, considering the first game, Group B and C is going to be the one to kick things off. For Group C, they're going to play the first 3 games, so you can say there's a high chance for the players inside of Group C to have that momentum.
I think for all the teams that come into play today, they kind of have gauged the lobby, how teams are approaching, what are the drops we can expect that can change today. Today it has all got to be about starting off with the bang, starting off with getting a couple of finishes, and like I said, go the entity route, you'll find success.
Entity route has been definitely quite good. Currently just topping the tables in the overall standing at the first spot. And in general, there's so much more to talk about Entity, right? Before now, let's move on towards the short promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार। टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I've moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
I've been loving my play inside of the game, and if you haven't downloaded the game just yet, what are you doing, man? Move in towards your App Store or the Play Store and download BGMI right now. Now, speaking of Team Entity a little bit more, you've been speaking about the approach quite a lot. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, of course. Now, what you've been noticing from Entity's side in the past is they used to stay around the edges. This time, they're somewhat in the middle of it, not really on the edges.
In the off-centric?
Yeah, a little bit off around the center spots where they kind of are engaging in those fights. You've seen them engage in a lot of those third parties. They've been stealing a lot of those finishes. You've seen those vicious spreads also from the players, where they've realized that even if one player gets around 2 to 3 finishes and the tally increases up around 6 to 7 points, I think they're good to go.
I mean,
and that is exactly how they were started off yesterday's game. Still the point they had a really big E1.
I mean, the fact that Troy's not able to get a lot of those numbers on the board, but still the team's doing really fine when Troy made that comeback in the playing four has been phenomenal, right? It just feels like Troy has some different role as well to perform in this entire squad. And the fact that Entity is now also able to get those elimination points on the board, they're also able to have those flawless rotations. Overall, it just feels like Entity, whatever they're planning, the execution is looking way too flawless.
Yeah, I think Entity are acting much more like a cohesive unit right now. The way they've been playing, and Troy's addition, and in fact his comeback into the roster is something that I really wanted, considering such an instrumental player he is to the entire roster. He's got that firepower, he's young, he's dynamic, and he's quite flexible with his roles as well. But when you talk about the matchup, and we'll talk a little bit more about Entity later, because now we've got some other teams to discuss about, because Carnival Gaming, I really feel like this game could be theirs, considering how they were on a momentum in the final 2 matches. I think this could be definitely one of those games where they go big. They're starting to get those eliminations, engage in those fights, and same goes for Reckoning as well.
I mean, for CG, it's really tough to say anything, though, to be honest, because looking at the past performance, CG, they've been super inconsistent. Yeah, they did hit back quite nice yesterday, but you never know what's going to be holding them off today, because these teams definitely are changing a lot of their playstyle. And for CG to play defensive, they need a lot of that analytical data. Once again, the conversation goes back to the basic, right? For CG, hopefully they've done their research. If they have done their research enough, then they can counter the lobby.
No, that is exactly what they did, right, to fix their stitches over there, because right now, if you could even look at the map of Miramar, you could witness they were pushing as a whole unit. It was just Goblin trying to provide cover fire. They've realized that no matter how much they rack their brains in, things aren't working out towards the end in those final circles. So eventually, that intent is something that I've been constantly harping about from CG is finally visible, where they want to engage in those fights. Another beautiful example would be Carnival Gaming taking that fight against Team Godlike yesterday in the Erangel map.
Oh, absolutely.
Where Akshat just decided to bait himself out, and it is exactly the kind of trust you need to have on your teammates, right? That Goblin is going to get those 2 players down there. So, and even Carnival Gaming went on the aggressive even after that. Somehow did make it inside of the circle also. So that's something really beautiful that Carnival Gaming have been doing. They've realized, they've understood, yeah, the old ways are definitely not working out. If it is not working out, let's just stick as a unit. Let's just go taking down squads, and let's just keep racking up points.
Adaptability is something that we've always been speaking of, and if you are a professional player, you really need to be good at adapting the overall circumstance that you're going to be put in. And for CG right now, they're definitely doing a fantastic job in adapting to the heat waves of the lobby, and that's why you see them resisting quite better. Moving in towards the conversation, teams like RTGX and D, in the past stages, the performance was immaculate, but moving in forward towards the week 2 of the semifinals, it just keeps on getting worse and worse.
I really feel like there's some sort of a discord that has happened between the players, because they've never been like this. To be honest, in the previous stages, they looked much more as a unit, and now, you know, they're not even winning their individual battles, something that they really weren't shying away from. Even in the past, you know, we've seen all those moments, Lobster coming out, he gets those clutches, we have had Radion, Ralphie, everybody had their moments, their entire journey, and ever since they made it to round number 4, we've seen that little bit of a dip off. Yes, there was a little bit of that comeback during the wildcard stages. In the first week of semifinals, they were pretty much absent, always in a drop clash, if against Team X Park or sometimes against Prime. This time also a similar case, dropping down with Godlike, still avoiding those fights though. But Team RTGIND hasn't really been feeling the same like they were in the previous rounds.
And
is it the pressure though?
Maybe, man. But the same thing can be said for Reckoning Esports too as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, yesterday, of course, they got really good points in the last game, but still it's not going to be concluding anything considering they were taking fights against teams like Inspiration and NIY. And we had to talk about this, right? Just like the school bullies, they were taking down the weaker bunch. And right now, these teams are being treated like the free points in the lobby as well. So for these teams as well to try and get that pace back up, they need to do something before a team like Reckoning Esports, they need to rely on that firepower a little bit more. Think of a proper playing stance, because we saw NIY countering Reckoning Esports once with that stance.
Yeah, for Reckoning, it was all about understanding that going frag heavy is the way to go for them. They tried to be a little bit defensive. That did not work out. They've been trying to play circle to circle. They fell flat on their faces. And they were like, you know what, chuck it. We're going to play the way we've been playing throughout the entire BGIS. And hey, that really worked out. In the previous last game, in fact, we saw them stay outside of the blue circle and still take those fights, and were pretty much the late rotators inside of the zone. And well, they almost had clutched it against RTGI, and if the final player of Galaxy, in fact one of the players of Galaxy, had not thrown in that grenade, the entire squad could have survived. So those were the things, and something that I think Reckoning needs to be living up with, because when you're going so frag heavy, these sort of shortcomings do happen and you can't do anything about it.
I mean, it feels like the only thing the players of Reckoning are really lacking is the experience. They've got the firepower, but the main problem is that they haven't been put in these type of scenarios in the past too often, and that's why they do end up choking up in these type of scenarios. And knowing the fact that the teams are adapting quite well, they're changing their strategies on the fly, that's why a lot of these known names are as well getting caught off guard, right?
Yeah.
And CG was a prime example of that in the week 1 itself, and that's why you're seeing them over here inside of the week 2. Now, they've definitely started to adapt. Even Godlike, even they're falling prey to that. But moving on forward, here we go. The game one's now going to be booting up on the screens as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. And the plane flight path will be in front of us, starting all the way from Primorsk towards Lipovka.
All the viewers out there with bated breaths, hoping that their favorite team makes a comeback. We do not know who's going to make it, but somebody definitely will. Now, taking a look at the flight path trajectory, all those teams going up north, that is going to be a tough stretch for them, and might expect a couple of those vehicular collisions. But barring that, so many big names inside of the lobby. THW, definitely one of those teams who's been kind of silent yesterday. I really want them to bounce back also.
The only team we haven't seen making any sort of changes in the playstyle is 8-Bit. They have been playing the same way for years and years now, and they're still sticking to that same playstyle. They just like to hunker down one single compound. They will sit there and just hope for the zone to follow up on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like you've got something against 8-Bit.
No, I mean, it's
you
not
haven't been
against.
over the fact. I agree with you, but still, the idea is pretty much same, because you've got Juicy as their IGL. Nothing has changed, right? Unless and until he goes on to switch any different dog, you're going to see 8-Bit playing like that. And let's be honest, I mean, they still managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday, still inside of the top 8. As long as it still, keeps rocking the boat, nothing really to worry about, at least for 8-Bit. As of now, because we've got bigger sharks who are in really deep waters. I mean, with bigger sharks, we're talking about Carnival, we're talking about Godlike, we're talking about the likes of Reckoning, THW, even Hyderabad Hydras. I really feel like they could do much better.
I think so. We're going to see the same zone once again, right on top of 8-Bit. That's what's going to happen. Because looking at the planned fly path, it's giving me those weird vibes. There's definitely a high chance. Seven Shores moving down south towards the Sanhok military base, so even they're going to have a great start. No one's there to contest them. Still looking out for the players of Voltex all the way towards the right. NIY is going to be right next to him, but this time the circle moves away. So now 8-Bit, they cannot just hunker down. They would need to try and challenge some fights. And now look at this. 8-Bit, they usually end up choking up the fights when they try to rotate.
All right. I mean, you know what? Let's play the good boy, bad boy. The good cop, bad cop. You say they won't make it. I would still.
No, I'm not saying they won't make it.
Inside of the circle in this game, right? I would still believe that they somehow would squeeze their way inside. And let's decide whoever wins. Nothing to really wager, though. It's your word against mine. But for now, Kemenex, Venom, Phantom going right, passing by through the players of Galaxy Esports. Now, this is where it gets really exciting, because Nova is caught in the middle of nowhere and he's been alienated by his players.
Oh my god. The teammate abandons him, and now Nova's all by himself, left to duke it out, and he will be capitalized with these. Galaxy Esports losing out on 2 players, such a bad start. And they can't even do anything to fight back. It's done for. Even Evil is knocked out. That's the main playmaker for that team. Kemenex went him off to a fantastic start. This is a wrecking ball right here.
Yeah, now this is what Kemenex Venom are known for.
Oh my god.
And they're still on the hunt, but this time DP steps out of his vehicle.
He did not
with
reload.
That arm. Oh my god. That is a disaster and a half. But still, nothing still lost for Galaxy Esports. Yeah, barring the fact that they're already down to 2 men, Saurav and DP, 2 players alive, and Kemenex Venom really want to press on this. They know that they're hurt, they are bleeding, and this is the right time to hit the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, for VG, these are free points right here.
Yeah.
You might as well try and capitalize, right? They're being the Bloodhounds inside of the lobby, not losing track of that trail. Just following that constantly. And eventually, they do let go of the players, knowing the fact that it's a little bit too much of a waste of time if you try and keep on chasing them down. But you do see Phantom Oh, the only reason why he's done so is because he wants the players of Galaxy to feel a little bit more stable and stop somewhere.
Look at how far they've extended. They're supposed to be heading back towards Yasnaya Polyana. I think now that is out of the cards, right? Because the moment they head there, RTG might be well prepared.
Oh, still on that chase. Fixes. They haven't let go.
Yeah, that is what I'm telling, right? They've been extending too much. That is not where they're supposed to be heading at, and that absolutely deters their looting time. And they also need to get back inside the circle. And that is even more concerning because now they do not know where RTG would be positioned at.
I mean, still for 4 free points, I would take that. Considering you've got all the 4 players up and live, you haven't taken any sort of casualty. And if you're getting those 4 points, I would still say that's a really good head start. And knowing the fact that there's no one inside of Georgia Pool Apartments, even that's going to be up for grabs.
That is exactly where Galaxy Esports head to. And we understand that that position is open, it's up for grabs. But still, you might win the battle, but eventually end up losing the war because Yasnaya and rotation around Yasnaya is exactly why teams prefer dropping over there. So many teams inside of the BGIS. The only reason is the accessibility to a lot of those places. You can rotate from the eastern edges. So much doors open up and suddenly feels like Cheminx Venom. I do not know. I just do not like it personally. Too much overextension.
Yeah, just backing away from that
Exactly.
spot. Eventually. And I guess trying to capitalize on that Severny now. Knowing the fact that the opponents are now going to be having much better weaponry to try and defend themselves. But it's fine though. Still, I feel like for those 2 points, Cheminx Venom, a decent start. It's not going to be that big of a capitalization. Yes, a little bit of a late rotation will be seen. But it's okay, in my opinion. You can still try and figure out a good rotation pathway from the front, considering you've got so many more struggling teams that like to drop around Yasna Polyana.
The only leeway that I really can grant the players of Cheminx Venom is the fact that they're an aggressive bunch. Even if they're late into the circle, I think they can still fight it out.
Yeah.
But the performance in the recent past haven't really said that particular way. It has been quite otherwise. So Cheminx Venom, I think they've come with that exact intent I want them to come out with. Take those fights, they've engaged, that's good. Get the loot, get inside the circle because RTG, look at this. Now this is again a small change that they've made. But suddenly now are about to lock horns against Team Reckoning. Shikari, well aware of Flops's position and a DBS, a smack at his face, and he's done and dusted.
There we go. Reckoning Esports once again taking fights against the teams that are struggling. And they do realize these are some of the points that you can easily try and leash upon. And that's what they're doing. Straight up taking those fights, not even being scared of them. Disrespecting the opponents a little bit, yeah, on the way, but it's fine, man. Still, you're getting those 2 points, and that's a great way to kickstart things. For Reckoning Esports, they need any scrappy things that they can. And speaking of Cheminx Venom, they've still got 26 points, so I would say they're doing really good inside of the game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yesterday we could see them. Few games really good. They've recovered, especially after that huge setback in that first semi-finals. Really did not feel like Cheminx Venom. Felt like a different team was playing altogether. But RTG, this has to feel quite gutting, right? Especially when you try to execute something different, when you try for the first time ever to try and play around the center of the circle. Suddenly, out of every other team inside the lobby, they had to meet Reckoning.
Reckoning
right?
Esports. I mean, bunch of rookies with a lot of potential. The only thing they lack is the experience. Once they do gain that as well, they will definitely be able to keep up with the heat waves of the lobby. And right now, the intensity is a little bit too much. That's why Reckoning Esports, they do tend to melt. But it's fine. You can still try and gather yourself up and do things a little bit more better, your style. And Reckoning Esports, they like to go on the aggressive side of things. They haven't been put in these type of scenarios a lot of the times in the past, so you can't say still it's the first time for them. But the players, they are still the professional ones. So they know exactly how to overcome this, but sometimes it takes a little bit more time to try and understand what exactly is going on around you.
Yeah, and especially when you're in such deeper stages inside of this tournament, this is the point where you might have to, already know that you've cracked the code. Out of tens and thousands of teams, you are finally the top 32 teams in the country, and yes, you've had to take a little bit of that fall. Still amongst the 24, you need to make it inside of the top 8, and these teams have something special in them. It's all about how they savor that moment, what decisions do they make in those fights that really make that huge difference. Now, this one team, of course, Necro, I really want to touch upon, has to be Seven Shore, right? Yesterday, yes, there were those moments. Yes, there were those stellar clutches. But where are they in terms of the overall standings? They've got 12 finish points, but bear in mind, just a single position point out of the 4 matches they played.
You got a point. One single point accumulated when it comes to the placement. Seven Shores definitely struggling, man. They're somewhere in the bottom 6, and that's something Seven Shores cannot afford to be. Knowing the fact that Seven Shores, they do pack a lot of that punch, but for some reason, the recovery hasn't been too good. And inside of the week 2, day 1 mattered a lot. You needed to have a good head start. But still, day 2 is supposed to be that day of comebacks, right? And at the start, I mentioned this. All it takes is one good game to make that leap. And if Seven Shores, they do accumulate that, it's all going to be good in the hood. Especially Tiger, man. That 1v4 yesterday that he pulled off against Godlike, it was impressive.
Oh yeah, it was something out of ordinary. Nobody really saw that coming, and we were all on the edge of our seats screaming and yelling. I mean, Tiger, this young lad must have been waiting for years for a moment like that. And to get it at one of the biggest stages of it all, that makes it even more special. But for now, Carnival Gaming, I like it. Again, being quite aggressive, trying to lure out the players of Rivalry. And especially with Rivalry having such a good run yesterday, this has to be very important for them to also withstand the wrath of Carnival.
Carnival Gaming, especially in the final 2 games, they were playing like a gang.
Oh, yes.
We had to talk about this, right? They were like the Carnival gang, not gaming. They were just hunting down players left, right, and center, still somehow coming out on top with all the odds stacked against them. That just made things even better to witness. All the 4 players in the front, CG looking comfy for now in that spot. But for how long, that's the question. That dip is not too friendly. We had to talk about this similar type of placement yesterday as well from CG, especially in that first game, right? CG taking that questionable dip. Once again, the same thing's happening over here too. Considering there are going to be a lot of those teams closing in as time keeps them passing by. And CG, there we go, visually from the top, is going to rain down some more hellfire.
But this is one of those dips I really like. You know, you've got a little bit of cover to play around with, and it's not like it's open from one particular area.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I'm not a big fan of dips is because all it takes is one nade, and it's directly going to funnel in the center.
Yeah, but then you've got a little bit of a spread to work around with, right? It's not a really small dip. You can scatter yourselves. You can still play around. You've got your vehicles. This is a much better position than the dip they were really holding on yesterday. And today, it's a different Carnival Gaming. It is a Carnival Gaming that is now eyeing out for an opportunity. All they want to do is just thread the needle there, get that one knock, and then you can see them initiate that push.
Look at 8-Bit. Still, they haven't breached inside of the zone, just waiting outside. They're tanking a lot of that damage from the blue.
Or is it they're setting up camp for Seven Shore?
Nope. It's not going to work out, in my
They
opinion.
haven't moved.
They haven't. And even
It can
Seven
work out,
Shores,
actually.
they're taking their own sweet little time. Seven Shores, they're aware of 8-Bit's positioning.
But they do not know that, you know, when you look at 8-Bit, this is one of those teams that really likes to rotate early. And if they would not have anticipated it, then maybe, you know, anything could go wrong.
It could.
Because I feel like Seven Shore still are in 2 minds about this. They haven't really crossed from the Western Bridge, so they have that little seed of doubt implanted in their heads.
Yeah, it's the patience game. And the players slowly and steadily starting to move out now. The trap can definitely spring back to life. But if 8-Bit, they whiff all the shots, then it will be really dicey. There we go. Players ready to try and execute this trap. The first man's found. Seven Shores. Devil knocked out and confirmed. It's really questionable. The fact that Seven Shores knew exactly what 8-Bit was doing. That's why one of the players was still in the back lines. They sent that man as a bait just to see if there is someone in the front. And Seven Shores, I mean, losing out on that player. Now you see Toxic backing away as well. I'm not sure what the game plan is for them. Quite a questionable move.
But you know what, Necro, in all honesty, I really felt like 8-Bit could have waited a little bit longer. They let loose on the triggers quite fast. Because had they let one of the players really cross and then the second player could have made an entry, and they could have easily trap both of them. At least 2 eliminations would have been confirmed, and now, at the cost of what? They rotated quite late inside the circle. In fact, haven't really started the rotation. They sacrificed that.
Yeah,
And
just for that 1 point.
Yeah, all for that 1 point. That is where even Juicy might be feeling a little bit gutted with himself. Could have really dug in for a little bit more. They're back.
Cheminix Venom on the prowl. They found the blood trail once again. They do hear the footsteps too. Venom. Man's looking quite venomous.
And this time they're aware that this is not a full squad. It's just a duo that's alive.
You never know, though. They're still not pouncing atop the prey, so they've got no clue, but this time it's definitely going to get caught. And wow, within a matter of seconds, the entire team just vanishes into thin air. And look at the players of VG, already accumulating 4 points. What a Kickstarter.
I don't know, man. For RTG IND, what has happened?
Lost.
And at such a stage, the most important stage of their career, and they seem to have run out of ideas. Initially, they lose out on 2 players, then decide to head back to their own hiding, just to be caught up by the players of Cheminix Venom. Inspiration, another team that I'm really eyeing out for. Even Galaxy Esports with just 2 players standing. And look at that circle shift towards the eastern side. This could massively benefit teams like Reckoning, Rivalry. It all depends on where the next shift is at.
The real concern begins for 8-Bit, 7 Shores, Cheminix Venom, and Galaxy. The late breachers inside of the zone. Considering all the good spots are taken away by all the other teams that are making a massive wave in the zone. It is a wave of vehicles moving in towards Lipovka. Every single house is now going to be occupied by some team. And 8-Bit still playing on the edges. Godlike, the lock horns against Prime and Reckoning. Prime's been their kryptonite so far. Do not want to mess around with that team, especially if you are Godlike. Because their firepower hasn't been looking too good recently. Godlike, they do make that maneuver inside of the city, but for how long they can take all that damage upon them. For how long the defense is going to be kept up.
I like this move by Godlike. They're just holding on to the edges of that little city there, because still they can disengage if needed. And for Prime Esports, yeah, they have been one of those kryptonites for Team Godlike, but they haven't really done any actual damage to them. I haven't really seen Prime Esports taking out Godlike. It's all about their presence, and that has been hurting. And Carnival Gaming this time against the players of THW. Kyolama already down on his knees. Ninze also goes falling down as Sam and Destiny, 2 players alive, and Sam, his position is quite compromised. He's just barely breathing, at least for now, because Carnival Gaming, they really want to initiate this fight into their conclusion. And Destiny needs to provide some cover fire.
Sam's way too low. He backs up at the top. The nade's now going to be tossed in over there too. And Sam somehow is still alive. A couple of more utilities to back it up. And CG, they haven't even fired a single shot. They're just tossing in those utils, finding those eliminations, and CG is doing really good. THW looking lost as well. That late game rotation, as I mentioned, they were looking screwed, and that's what exactly happened. THW just getting screwed up by the entirety of CG. And now they've got a couple of more teams to try and deal up with in the name of NIY. Not looking too fluid. THW, the man's found himself that little bit of a shack. For Rivalry Esports, losing out on Lucifer, who was a little bit too far away from the pack. Can they close on up and get the backup? That's going to be a no. Considering HYDERABAD Hydras, they've already closed on up to try and get the confirmation rolled up.
HYDERABAD Hydras just playing around the shorelines, knowing the fact that they might feel quite exposed. Destiny all by his lonesome still, trying to maybe steal a couple of finishes here and there. He's managed to land that knock. And NIY, that one fallen player is way far from his pack. Ravan seems like he's got those 10 heads, because one of them did get popped off, and he's down on his knees, and there you have it, the commitment coming in, and Blade out in the open, with their vehicle being driven by. Too much commitment for NIY.
It's fine though, they're good. The man's going to be back up on his feet. Revival there. Blade
This.
is able to stick that revive. There we go. Ravan is right there. Back up. For NIY, it's decent positioning. Considering they're still playing on that southern edge, there's a high chance the circle's going to be moving away from them. Looking at 7 Shores, they're right behind the players of NIY. This can be the opportunity the players of 7 Shores are looking out for, because NIY, they have been treated as the free points in the game. At 7 Shores, they need this exact confidence booster. What are NIY doing? Rotating out in the open like that. It is definitely quite a questionable move. They should have just stayed pinned down in that same spot.
And even to make matters worse, one of the tires was also flattened out. Hence, you could see that speed really being absent over there. Moving too slow, and Destiny, this was his golden opportunity. Could have gone for 2 players right there, right now. But for now, we've got Kemin Venom pushing in on the players of Magnet Esports. Chandan is trying to provide that resistance. But sometimes Kemin Venom, they're well prepared as Sour again goes down. Gets the trade though, but BGIS and Chandan, 2 players alive. What can they do?
How can you even hate what's going on right now? Kemin Venom, so aggressive inside of the game, just on the prowl for the foes in the front. Magnet Esports so far, the defense is actually keeping up to all that heat that Kemin Venom is bringing up. There's a lot of Venom being injected in the side of Magnet, that's for sure, but now it's a 1-on-2. Can he make that happen? That's the real question. Take it a 1-on-1 now. Kemin Venom, they do get eliminated from this entire lobby, but Magnet, they're taken down. It's just a 2-man squad.
Yeah, even for Magnet, really cannot smile about this fact, right? You've got Reckoning right above you, and there you go. Those nades sailing in. Chandan, he knows something's definitely up as 8-bit right on their sidelines. They could also pounce in on this moment, but a little bit of a breather. Could recuperate though. Has gotten IGL back to life. But for Magnet Esports, this was definitely a close escape.
It was. Magnet Esports, I mean, getting those 3 points accumulated, fine. But for Kemin Venom, they've already secured 6. So you can't say a decent outing from this entire game. Not good enough, but still it's something that's going to keep the consistent hope alive. 7 Shores, even they start to chime inside of that fight as they take some chip damage against the players of NIY. A knockout was found. The conversion, I'm not sure. Still, that one last man of THW was right there, but even he gets eliminated by the likes of NIY. So I like that move from NIY.
I'm loving what 8-bit are also doing. You know, right around the edges, they've got their backlines clear. They got a couple of finishes here and there. But this is it, Reckoning. Finding the better of the players of Galaxy Esports. Down to just what the last man. And they're kind of unaware of where the final player could be positioned at. Haven't really checked on the sidelines. Sort of, the moment somebody from Reckoning really takes a peek, I think he needs to retaliate back because his buggy is going to be visible out in the open.
First game from Galaxy, a complete letdown. Sorov is the only man left alive from that entire squad. He can definitely make the survival count. For how long? That's the question. Carnival Gaming on that move as well, considering they've taken a lot of damage themselves. It's looking a little bit too tough. 7 Shores, even they start to move in slowly and steadily. And Hyderabad Hydras, they will need to try and keep the hands up. The defense, it needs to be uncrackable. But they do make the rotation out of this spot, knowing the fact that they're quite exposed from the back lines as well. Hyderabad Hydras now aiming for that bigger picture.
Yeah, they really need to take a fight. At least need to clear their back. At least put their opposition in a very uncomfortable spot. Because otherwise, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to have to pay a hefty amount of price there. As Godlike, this time they're engaging against the players of Rivalry. Admino gets down 2 players. Courtesy to just that one grenade. And for 7 Shaw, this time going after Aryan. He's already down on his knees. It's just a matter of moments before he gets wiped out. But for now, Godlike, they're literally everywhere.
Godlike looking good for now, but Simpy knocks out Jonathan, his own teammate. Godlike once again choking up these fights as Jelly, even he's doing a lot of that damage against the foes. Jelly knocks out another man from the side of Inspiration. What is going on in the game? At this point, you do not even know. Admino is able to do so much damage against the teams in the front, but then Simp chokes up massively. And now Simp pulls out the shotgun. He gets shut down as well. At least the backup fire is going to be there from Admino. Once again, Admino to the rescue.
Oh my god. This could not get worse than this, but for now, Jelly's still in a whole world of trouble. has to deal with the players of Inspiration all by his lonesome. Gets down the one player. Aryan still alive though from the backlines. You've got a lot of those players looking at Aryan. It's just a matter of seconds before he also needs to take his final breath. As now Jelly tossing up that grenade, not really going where it intended to.
He should have get the confirmation when the time was right. And now this nade's going to sail right next to him. It does a lot of that damage, but look at Aryan. He's got the MP45. He's not going to keep up with that. Gets shut down in return. Godlike, at least they survived this onslaught, but still, looking at the entire choke that we saw, things could have been much more better.
Yeah, who do you blame? It is the situation. It is the time they're living in. But look at this. Jelly, oblivious of Arthur's position, or is he?
He is
All right.
oblivious.
Yeah, does not know. Just dropped the smoke. And Arthur, he hasn't moved a muscle there. And he could cause some massive amount of damage if he went unchecked.
He is still unchecked. And Jelly's inside of that same smoke. If Jelly gets knocked out and dusted right here, right now, things going to be way too bad. Artel position still uncompromised. Rivalry. They were the one who took some heavy amount of damage upon themselves from Godlike. It was Admino to dish out that damage. And now Artel, he can't have the chance for that redemption. He can't get his revenge. 8-Bit, Voltic's right next to him. You've got Aditya, Mighty in the front lines. And for 8-Bit, they're taking some heavy fire upon themselves. They're quite exposed.
Definitely are. Already have lost out on one of the players. Mac down on his knees. They do not have enough time to get that res back up. But for Voltex Gaming, 8-Bit, they're wounded and this is the perfect time for them to strike. Vortex, they also can get quite aggressive, quite mischievous, because right now, for what we can witness, it is Reckoning who are deciding to own this entire map. The way they're spreading out, the way they're engaging in all those fights, 4 finishes accumulated, and the position they're playing from, I think they can go a little bit more deeper.
Reckoning Esports with all the 4 players definitely looking like a wrecking ball. Kevin X1 could have been the one, but unfortunately they got wiped out a while ago. Reckoning Esports with these 4 finish points acquired, looking quite confident in the approach. 8-Bit, they can be on the receiving lines, but 8-Bit, they need to move out in the open inside of the circle. Look at Reckoning. Shikari, he's taking a lot of damage from the backlines from that one last man remaining from Magnet Esports. And Chandu's position is now compromised. Moving in towards 7 Shores, just having that one single shack. All the players inside of that shack, one single nade can gift you a package.
Yeah, the only silver lining over here is that they've got that smoke to at least cover that skylight over there. Nothing really creeping in, but for 8-Bit, this is where pushes really come to shove. Players are falling down one after the other. Mighty on his knees, but Juicy and Aditya still breathing. But these grenades flying over. Juicy barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And 8-Bit, this is quite bold if they're really going in for those revives. And a grenade comes, pushes the vehicle, and in turn, Team 8-Bit is back biting the dust.
As I mentioned, 8-Bit, this is what exactly happens with them usually. When the circle is not on top of them, they do not make it. Hyderabad Hydras, though, definitely looking like a well-knit unit. Look at Jelly's position. If this vehicle gets blown up, Jelly's done for. Jelly's still taking that massive gamble. The last man surviving from Godlike. And the fact that his position is not known is also quite impressive. All it takes is to be able to squeeze up to that late game scenario. So at least be in that top 3. That can give you a lot of those points that are needed if you're Godlike to make that leap. One decent game, it can definitely bring you in the top 16. But looking at towards Hyderabad Hydras, they've already gotten 8 eliminations. They're looking so good. All the 4 players in the game, the spread's looking quite wide. Everything's looking aligned.
But for now, for Hyderabad Hydras, this is their trial by fire. They have to get inside the circle. Given the fact they have to deal with Jelly, they have to deal with the players of Reckoning, who've also got all their players alive, and this is the nice starting opener. You get that knock on one of the players of Reckoning, Viper is down, but the trades really not making it easy for Hyderabad Hydras.
They do get the knockout onto one of the players on the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Shots are now taken. Hunters is low. Reckoning Esports, still unknown of that fact, and look at Jelly. Oh my god, he still hasn't striked. The man's got the trigger discipline. He knows exactly where each and every single player of Hyderabad Hydras is. He can't go for a squad wipe too. He's got all the 4 players in front of him. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. This is way too insane. Hyderabad Hydras still not sniffing out Jelly. All it takes is that one single glimmer for Hyderabad Hydras too, but they're not able to see it, and somehow Jelly's still alive. A couple of more utilities being tossed in the front, and now the wall of death starts to move in. Jelly needs to reveal himself, and as soon as he moves out, he gets eliminated. All of that for this?
Oh my god, quite unacceptable. Should have at least gotten a single finish, but still got like a decent position comparing to how they played yesterday. But for Hyderabad Hydras, they're starting to lose out on numbers, but still are firing on all cylinders. Baltics Gaming could be their next victim, as Vishu was quite low, but then that nade sailing in from Viper's side. Hyderabad Hydras again crippled, and for now, let's see Reckoning. What can they conjure as those bodies keep on falling? Hunters going in for the push. The last player surviving has to be Insidious. Still fights back with a sliver of HP on him. Reckoning, they lose out on Hunters, but still take down, decapitate Hyderabad Hydras.
Reckoning the Alphas. It's all down to Viper. But Voltex, they've got a massive spread, and Reckoning they can't hide at this point in time. It's done. Viper just gives up. He straight up just peeks out, and he knows it's done for, so he does not even try to fight back. But yeah, Voltex, they're going to be the one to kickstart things on a fantastic note, as they do get the first chicken dinner of the day.
Wow, what a game it was. When we all thought it could be somebody from Hyderabad Hydras or maybe Reckoning, Voltex Gaming come out of nowhere and seize this chicken dinner for themselves. And it all came down to, you know, these two giants going up against each other, and the spoils of war were pretty much taken by Voltex. I mean, had they not lost out on Hunters, things could have been completely different though. But then again, kudos to Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning, they're back to their old ways. But even, you know, barring the fact, yeah, Jelly had his moments there, Godlike still had a decent outing, especially considering by just this one game, they got more points than what they got yesterday by playing 4.
Exactly. I mean, that definitely is a great start for Godlike, but then it's all about being able to keep up with that pace, right? Yeah. Now they need to move on with that momentum, get some of these points once again, and that's how they can bring themselves back in that top 8. As we mentioned, all it takes is a couple of good games to make that leap, or maybe one chicken dinner to make that leap directly in the top 8. And for Godlike, they're definitely a little bit more closer now. It is not impossible. Moving in towards Reckoning Esports, what a performance that was on the aggressive footing once again, Reckoning just being the cleanup crew.
And definitely after this game, they might propel inside of the top 8 if I'm not wrong, because yesterday they also really bounced back in those final games. And they've understood, right? Fighting is the way to go. And this time, let's be honest, the stars aligned also for them.
Yeah.
The circle was really favoring them. They had a beautiful spread, went after multiple teams, and did not really look back. And this is where, you know, their strength really comes in together. You know, players being confident, pushing in for those fights. And this is exactly what I also wanted to see from Godlike. Look at them. They initiated that 4v4 fight. In fact, they were all over the place in Lipovka. They took down 6 players over there. Yeah, there were those few mishaps, you know. One of their players, I think Sim, knocked out Johnny, and Johnny got finished by the players of Inspiration, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, that happened. That is quite unfortunate. Yes, Jelly could have gotten a few more points, but then coulda, shouldas, we're not going to make those assumptions anymore.
Yeah.
It is what it is, right? But still, work done in the right direction for a lot of these teams.
I mean, still double digits on the board, right? For Godlike, they're doing a fantastic start, but now it's all about being able to keep up, as I mentioned. The wind is in their sails. The momentum's still not yet, in my opinion, because that one single double-digit game, yes, it does give you that assurity that you're now much more closer enough, but it's not going to make you be inside of that top 8. And the only time when you can get the assurity is if you're in the top 8 itself. That's the only time you can get that confidence, that sigh of relief. Before Godlike, there's still a lot of that task left over. We've got the winning moment in front of us, and Voltex, this is how they pretty much shut down the entirety of Reckoning Esports, and a couple of more leftover players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
Now, would it be correct if we say that nobody was paying attention to Voltex Gaming? I mean, that was such a massive stretch. All their players were quite apart from each other, and they were still getting a lot of job done. I think 8 finishes is something that they accrued for themselves, and you could see in those final moments, one player was on a different angle, the other on a different angle, and it was all about Voltex Gaming waiting for that right opportunity, just that fight of Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning to come into a conclusion, and that is where they struck. And yeah, they did strike goal, because the last player surviving really had not a lot of room to work around with, and that was a little bit of a mishap. But apparently, apart from all these teams, I think Cheminx Venom, this is one of those teams that had a really good start into the game, but they fizzled out very fast.
Exactly what I was about to mention, right? They straight up move on towards Magnet Esports, and now this is where the question really lies. Was that a good fight or a bad fight? In my opinion, that was a bad fight. But once again, Cheminx Esports is just really changing the tempo in the lobby. Yesterday, they were playing a a little bit more aggressive compared to the week one, and now they're playing a little bit more aggressive compared to the day one itself. And I'm not sure how I like it, because off the rip, they did get a couple of more points when it comes to the elimination, but then they missed out on the placements completely. So I guess they need to find a perfect balance between those things.
Ideally, yes, but
Yeah.
when you're speaking from the shoes of a player, I think that was still a good approach because Magnet Esports, one of those teams. Just before that, you've managed to almost decapitate one from Galaxy Esports. I think they got 2 players, the
Yep.
final 2 of RTGIND. They were on a roll. They felt like they could conquer the entire world. And for them to go on ramming on the doors, they initially did manage to get that one knock. Yes, I understand your argument over there that they were kind of unaware of the positions of Magnet Esports, but still, I think for Kevin
Not
X
just
Venom,
that. Not
yeah,
just
go
that.
on.
There was also Reckoning Esports at the top. And the only reason why Cheminix Venom got eliminated in that fight is because of Reckoning Esports. They were doing a lot of that damage. They were chipping out some serious numbers on them, and that's the only reason why Cheminix Venom got eliminated. Now, the only way this slam and dunk could have actually come through is if they would have utilized the smokes a little bit more better, and those preemptive smokes could have saved the day.
I really feel like they were aware that Reckoning was there.
They were. That's
they-
what I'm saying, right? Still slamming it towards that compound from that direction was not a good move.
They just made a deal with the devil there. I was hoping that it all works out. Because for Magnet Esports to be there, they know that Magnet Esports is quite a lot of defensive team. If you talk about their DNA, their style of play, they really wanted to, just keep on pushing them, maybe wipe them out, and eventually taken over that spot. Because at that point, that was around the center of the circle, and it is quite known. Even if you are Cheminix Venom, they carry a lot of experience. They knew that what they were really signing up for, and it's still a one-off, but still getting around 6 to 7
Decent
points
game.
out of those, out of that one single game is quite decent.
Yeah, it's quite decent, right? We mentioned they had 24 points when they started the day, and now move on forward, add those 7 points as well. That's just going to be the icing on top of cake, right?
Yeah.
Moving on forward towards CG, a team that we expected to perform. They did win that fight against THW. They did claim those 3 points, but then after that, CG was just evaporated in thin air.
Yeah, we did not really see what happened to Carnival.
Yeah.
Gaming. I think the last we saw out of them was they were in a fight with THW. They were winning that. They had around 3 finishes, but I think the way the circle shifted, that is what was like the Achilles heels for them. But if you talk about the MVP in CGS from Hyderabad Hydras, and this is also a team that has been quite consistent.
Oh, yeah.
If you talk about the performance in day number 1, they ended up quite well, had a chicken dinner to themselves. This time, even getting a 3rd position finish with decent amount of finishes, I think is quite stellar if you're Hyderabad Hydras.
I mean, Hyderabad Hydras moving in from checkpoint to checkpoint with the way they were clearing out the angles as well. They were also holding off NIY all by themselves. They were holding off Prime as well. 7 Shores too. They were taking so many fights, and still in the end, they had all the 4 players alive. The only team that was a big kryptonite was Reckoning Esports, and they've got 3 players on the board over here in the top 5 performers. Look at the conversion, right? 4 finishes from Viper, and the damage was 873.
He was literally all over the place, and we've been talking a lot about this young lad. He's been breaking records. His positioning is quite impressive. The way he engages in those fights, his raw confidence is out there. And even when you've got a partner like Hunters along with you, that just makes it even better, like an icing on the top of the cake. Even Shikari Jod, you put him in any situation, he feels more like a complete player. I've seen him excel in those close quarters. I've seen him provide some beautiful cover fire. He is definitely a new star in the making. But when you look at the point standings, 18 points for Voltex Gaming, Reckoning really not far behind. Same goes for Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, 16 points each, right? Then you've got Godlike Esports. As I mentioned, they have managed to crack in with those double digits, but they still haven't cracked in the top 8. But if you speak of Reckoning Esports, they have definitely moved in. Maybe even Voltex there have moved in, right? Inside of the top 8.
But I'm really impressed with 7 Shore and Galaxy Esports, considering how the start of the game was with 7 Shore. Their idea was to cross over the bridge. Yes, they were camped by the players of 8-bit, still managed to finish above them. Same goes for Galaxy Esports. Right from minute 1, they lost out on 2 of their players. Barring that, managing to get 4 points, I think I would still take this as a win for them.
Yeah, I mean, still, even if they do miss out on one single game, they do have that cushioning, right? They started things off with the 2nd spot in the overall standings, and that spot's not going to be taken away from them that easily. Cheminix Venom having those 6 points, definitely a decent game. Godlike, a good start for them. You can't say inside of the journey of this week too, but you never know how the future performance is going to look like. Now you talk about the mishaps. CG, just getting those 4 points, not able to keep up a lot more in that lobby. You also had 8-bit choking up that fight.
I think for Carnival Gaming, it had to do something with circle shifting away from them and them trying to enter inside of it and things not really working out. But even for the likes of 8-Bit, I think we saw them survive for quite some long time. But I guess Reckoning was just too much to deal with. You also had the players of Voltex from the backlines. They were instilling a lot of that hurt. THW Esports and even Rivalry, as a matter of fact, how good they were yesterday. This is not the kind of a start that they wanted.
Hey, but you know what? Let's move on towards the overall standings. And now this is going to be the major icebreaker we're waiting for. Reckoning Esports, they have cracked in towards the top 8. You've also got Rivalry Esports on that 6th. And then look at Voltex Gaming. They have directly propelled themselves in that top 4 on the 4th spot with 38 points. Galaxy Esports, as I mentioned, they do have that cushioning to work with. That's why their position is not going to be faded away with that ease.
And for Hyderabad, Hydras to finally take that top spot, I think a little bit of relief for them. But you talk about the others also squeezing in through. Magnet has gone away. Insane. They will be playing the game later on. Kevin X Venom, a little bit of a climb for them also. And now in real close proximity. One more good game and they might also make it inside of the top 8.
Still waiting for teams like Team Insane 8-Bit to try and make that comeback, right? Still waiting for these teams to be in that top 8. Considering Insane now, they've been kicked out of that top 8. It is definitely going to be that statement the players are now looking out for. Moving in towards the last page, Godlike with 17 points. They're still over there on the 17th spot. But as I mentioned, they're getting a little bit more closer towards that top 8. That snail pace approach can work out considering you've got a lot of the games to play.
That's a beautiful average to work around with if you're getting around 10 to 11 points per game and one good game in between. If they get a chicken dinner, I think they're good to go. They could instantly stage a comeback and their fans are going to be elated. Because this is what the fans are asking for. They do not care if they are taking an early exit, but they want them to take those fights. And now, Godlike really initiating those fights, acting upon it. Yes, there will be those mishaps, but again, that is something that we even talked about. I think Team X-Park, they were under such scrutiny. They were all over the place, but look at them. They are looking so beautiful. Even could be one of the favorites to win this entire tournament.
I mean, for Team X-Park, they've just been the dominant bunch, right? Nothing taken away from that. But you know what? Every single team over here, they're fighting for that slot in the LAN finale. That's going to be happening in Hyderabad. And there's also some elite passes that are out for sale on Paytm Insider. And if you do buy those elite pass, you will be getting some perks with that as well. That's going to be free meals, free snacks, moving in towards some exclusive jerseys, some exclusive merchandise of BGIS 2024, and you will also be having a chance to have that meet and greet with your favorite stars. So what are you waiting for? Go in towards Paytm Insider, and just trust me when I say this, a lot of these seats have already been booked.
And you know, all the proceeds from the premium tickets, they head on to a charity and for a good cause. So you're going to be helping out somebody needy whilst you're enjoying the show. Because, you know, imagine sitting next to your favorite content creator, you know, you get to have a little bit of that chatter also. You've got those meet and greet sessions also there. You've got free snacks. What else do you need? You've got the best viewing seats of this epic grand finale.
I mean, you just got to make sure you book all those tickets before they're being sold out. So what are you waiting for? Move in towards Paytm Insider now. You're going to be getting so many of those perks, man. I mean, I wish I had my chance on that. But yeah, moving forward with the conversation right now, the upcoming game is going to be even more interesting. Moving in towards Miramar, things can be unpredictable once again. But for now, let's move on towards the short promo.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स. है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
Miramar in the waitings and fixes we know. So many teams still looking forward to make that bounce back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Insane has to say a word about it or two.
Oh, of
course.
course.
Because now they will be in the picture, they will be in the fray. And yesterday, first game of Miramar was decent for them. Especially when they came off from a victory. They could still, you could see Insane was starting to take those fights. And yeah, they could not get the chicken dinner, but had a lot of finishes to bank along. Had around 8 to 10 points in that game. And considering now they're out of the top 8, they really want to take that spot in. And also the same goes for Team Entity.
I mean, especially for Reckoning Esports, now they need to keep up with the heat level of another group that's going to be chiming in. For Reckoning Esports, they were looking pretty good when they faced off in that Group B, but now the face-off is going to be against Group A, where you've got teams like Mogo Esports, Entity, Limra, and Insane.
Of course. Group A joins in the fray, and Necro, he takes a little bit of a breather because now my man I Super Johnny will be on the desk with me. As yeah, the first game was absolutely electric, the way Reckoning played, even the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but now they're a little warmed up. You've got Mogo Esports also coming into the fray, Johnny, and do you think that today could be the day where Destro and the boys could really stage that comeback?
Yes, I do. I mean, I still believe in them. And of course, I mean, day number 1 did not really go that well, to be honest. But as Necro also said, day number 2, he always expects a lot of teams to bounce back and recovery from all of these big names. And I think both of us are on the same page about Mogo Esports. And not just them. I mean, even in their previous match, team got like a soft recovery, but it was still a recovery. Reckoning Esports as well, an amazing performance. And of course, Voltex, that leap into the top 4. Now, that is what we are talking about.
And nobody saw this coming, right? Voltex Gaming, we were not even talking about them whilst the game was going on.
Yes.
We were not even sure if they're alive, and suddenly they're out there getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But I really liked it, the way Godlike played. This is something that I was discussing with Necro. Finally, that fighting intent is coming into play. And yeah, those little mishaps do happen. I mean, Simp, he did not intend to do that to Jonathan. It was, for somebody else, and Jonathan just ran into it, and things went awry. But still, barring that, Godlike was pretty decent.
I mean, turns out there are a lot of things that are happening that weren't intended, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from a lot of different teams. We saw one of a similar plays being brought into use from Destro yesterday, if you remember that game of Miramar.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, it's a new day, it's a new start for everyone. And I think, again, the targets are kind of set in their heads that, all right, maybe by the end of today, we should be able to cross 60 points if you're on the second page or the third page of the ranking. If you're on the first page, we're going to try and breach that 80-point barrier just to make sure that we're in the safest spot once we head towards the last 2 days of the semifinals week 2. So it is going to be quite exciting, but let's see how the story continues as we jump into, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of today. It is the map of Miramar that we are about to witness, and of course, Mogo Esports Entity will be coming back as well. Entity, of course, their eyes are set on that first position, which has just been taken away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be hurting, especially if you're Somraj, because this time for him and the boys, it's about making that statement.
Yeah.
And a statement that has to be heard to everybody, because, those huge collapses during the semifinals when they were on the verge of making it through into the top 8 and they failed in doing so, I think that has left a scar and a mark. And seems like, the scars are kind of prolonging for Somraj. He's been waiting for his moment, and this is as closer as he can get.
Yeah, I mean, a few scars never heal, right?
Yeah.
And for Somraj, I think that first position is what has scarred him, that being taken away. And of course, one thing you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras, you said they're slightly warmed up. I think that was a perfect warm-up game for them. They can build upon this momentum because now they have 2 games back-to-back. And that means they can just build their flow up until the next game, the next map of Sanhok. But let's see how things are going to turn out in this particular game. And of course, talking about the flight path as well, leaning extremely towards the northern half of the map. Any place towards the southeastern quadrant, it is going to be a little bit difficult to reach, especially that position of Porto Palacio. But that is hardly utilized in this game. I mean, usually teams do like to tend to split Los Leones and take control of Impala instead, or maybe just go to the hills that are south of Los Leones. But every time, early game, we are looking out for drop clashes. Are you seeing any fixes?
Not yet. I think the teams have been conditioned. They know that there's no point in taking those early engagements. No worry. I mean, hold on to your horses, Johnny, because I really feel that Reckoning, they will be on the prowl pretty soon. They would be on the hunt. However, we do have a little bit of that cluster building up. You've got Inferno Squad, and there you have it. Of a drop clash happening right at the heart over here at Hacienda del Patron. Fragger getting the better out of Omega and Inferno Squad. Now, this is, again, not the kind of a start that you would want.
Yeah.
Especially after having such a great day in the office yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, the exact opposite for LOC, though. I mean, they are looking to recover today. Yesterday wasn't that great for them, especially considering by the end of the day, they were sitting on that last page of that leaderboard. This first fight can build their momentum in this game of Miramar. 4 early frags. That means you do not have to commit towards any confrontation during the mid-game. And LOC, I think this can just work out perfectly for them, but Inferno Squad, this is a very big threat to go up against. Yesterday's performance, consistency put on display from this side was just phenomenal.
And you gotta feel bad for both of these teams. Both of them wondering, Godlike not in the lobby. I think Hacienda del Patron should be up for grabs. And both of them decide to jump in together.
Yeah.
And At least, you've got Fragger. He was all by his own lonesome there. Still managed to get one, and now the cavalry has arrived. And now LOC Esports, they've got the numbers to work around with. And it's all about finding that another opening, one more knock, and you could see the floodgates opening for them. They might go in for the push next.
Well, I think close quarters exchange of utility. Extremely risky move coming in from LOC, but to be fair, they are quite desperate for these early points as well. Desperate to gain early control of the entire Hacienda del Patron compound. On the other side, the Inferno squad, they've just gone silent. Players just standing in corner waiting for an opportunity to strike, and that was quite a wide peak coming in from Fizzy. Timing of the execution a little bit off from Inferno squad, but they're getting more and more eager to take this fight.
At this point, it's just a matter of moments before somebody opens it up, and there you have it. Fuzzy getting that beautiful knock, but Fragger also doubling down. Gets one more, and suddenly Inferno squad down to their final player, Owen, who goes down fighting. Still did not manage to secure even a single knock. And LOC, that has to be a clinical squad vibe. Getting 4 points right off the bat, I think certainly should make them quite happy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot more than 4 points over there. It's a small compound where the loot was split between 8 players. Now at least they get to recover something, because Inferno squad, to be honest, did not put much of a fight. Not a single player from the side of LOC was knocked out in that situation. And Fragger, well, look at that. Walks away with the 3K at the very start of this game. But I think things are about to get intense, or at least they can fix this, because we do see the players from the side of Kemin Venom just circling that position of Hacienda. Well, they got quite close. Now they are backing off, regrouping on the northwestern edge of the circle. Let's see how that develops.
Yeah, I mean, for Kemin Venom, of course. Now, this is one of those teams we've seen in even the previous game. They were always on the hunt.
Yeah.
And knowing the boys, especially how hot their hands are, they definitely want to have a couple of finishes to their name also. But for this fight, it was all about, Inferno squad and the panic really creeping them out. Eventually ended up making those mistakes, and LOC, they were just split apart. And this is where even LOC as a team, they've realized that today has to be one of those days where they have to, give it all. And this was them showing that yes, we are out here, we would do anything that's required, because at these points, the underdogs seem to kind of hesitate in taking those fights. But still, looking at them, they were caught in a very bad position, because if you look at the fight initially, it was just Fragger against the entire horde of Inferno squad. He still managed to get a knock and a finish, did buy enough time, and now they've won the fight.
Yeah, that first opening frag, as you mentioned, Fragger isolated in that corner room, could have actually changed everything, and from the perspective of LOC, it did. That one pick was the main reason they could dominate that fight. Along with that, as you mentioned, I mean, later down the line, it was Zin who was pinned out. There was no cover being provided to him indoors from Inferno squad players, too focused on the backline players of LOC, and that little bit of distraction, Zin getting knocked out, just made sure it was a 2v4, and LOC knew exactly how to isolate those players. But again, what has happened has already happened. Inferno squad, they're going to have to wait for the next game to strike back. In the meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, we were speaking about them at the start of the match. And here they are, hoping for another chicken. Do you think they can grab 2 in a row, Fixes?
Well, for Hyderabad Hydras, they had a good start in Erangel.
Yeah.
But, it was Voltex getting that. And they were really close. And they could have actually gotten one. The last Miramar chicken from Hyderabad Hydras was pretty much in the last week, if I'm not wrong. And that is where they kind of ended their chicken dinner drought. Because if you talk about their official statistics, this is not one of those teams known for getting a lot of those chicken dinners. This is one of those teams that is known for being quite consistent.
Yeah.
And when it matters, they deliver. And for Hyderabad Hydras, they're starting to again start delivering something that is expected by the fans, by their owners. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely indeed quite good, considering it is a new team, new faces. Not exactly new team. I mean, we did see them under a different banner last time around. And this time playing for Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like the synergy wasn't off. It's just that the players were evolving. And that process of evolution took a little bit of time. But finally they are here. And of course, did quite well in the previous game. Voltex walking away with that chicken on Erangel. I think this time around they might just want to seize the glory for themselves, but problem is we have Team Insane in this game as well, and Insane, my goodness, as you pointed out, they just got kicked out of the top 8 after that last match.
But still, the difference is quite on the microscopic level. You know, just a couple of
true.
points here and they're back into the top 8. And let's be honest, you know, they were one game short also. So for Insane, I really feel like they can do it this time at least. But, you know, for Hyderabad Hydras, I'm not really going to blame you because this is one of those teams that was literally all over the place in Erangel. Majorly, we saw them, they had the most screen time, and they were literally all over the place.
And as you mentioned, no one saw Voltex coming their way.
Yeah.
Absolutely no one. And Voltex definitely did utilize that opportunity perfectly, but then again, I mean, they are going to have to wait to strike again. Lifecraft, let's talk about them for a minute, because yesterday, I would say, I mean, we expected a lot from them.
Yeah, I mean, things have been pretty rough for them. Even in the last week, they got in Clowny for a couple of games. That was quite kind of not understandable. They, I think, replaced Pasha, if I'm not wrong, or maybe Trigger. And that did not work out. And Lifecraft haven't really been putting up those fights.
Yeah.
You know, that one replication of that Erangel game they had, 19 finishes, that is something missing. And for Lifecraft, they can still do it. But they really need to get back to the basics. But, you know, there's one team that I really need to touch upon. And have gone ignored for now has to be Team Limra.
Oh, yeah.
They were the winners of Miramar Chicken yesterday and still are in a fighting position. And quite uncanny to how they really approach the tournament. Because usually being the late bloomers, yesterday was such a good start for them.
I mean, yesterday was a good start, and today they're going to keep the ball rolling, or at least that's what they hope for. But look at this. We have the circle shifting ever so slightly, this time centered around Minas Generalis. And of course, kind of an interesting development where the circle now, or in fact the teams inside of the zone, are divided into two sections. You have that cluster forming and formulating towards the northwestern edge, and then there's a cluster already inside the circle in that Los Leones Impala split. You see all of those teams towards the southern half of the circle. Team Limra, I think that is the part that they're going to enter with, along with Magnet Esports, because they are moving along that highway towards the western periphery of the map. But it's going to be a difficult rotation if Limra end up staying back. So, again, we'll have to wait and see what are the decisions being made by these teams. But, I mean, that is going to be an exciting fight. Limra, they are hoping to regain the momentum lost earlier on in the day. And, of course, Magnet Esports, they are just hoping to break into the top 8 at this point.
Yeah, for Magnet Esports, they kind of always find that one-off game, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday also, that final chicken in Erangel, we did not see them coming, and we haven't seen that dominating performance come in by the players of Magnet Esports. They somehow still managed to stay there, stay in the race, but taking a look at the circle, ideally should favor the likes of 8-Bit, should favor other players of Mogo Esports, but we've even seen in the past, Mogo tends to kind of bottle down these opportunities. And like you said, a lot of that cluster happening around that northern side. And finally, Reckoning, they've been making their moves. While you were speaking, Johnny, I did see Hunter. He was far from his pack. And was he collecting meds, or what could be the case there? That is something that I'm pondering.
It's an interesting move from Reckoning Esports, but
He's joined his teammates now, though.
Yeah,
Not
it's
far behind.
although it's still quite tricky to survive over there. As we were talking about the northern cluster, the reason it's difficult to be a part of that northern summit of teams is because almost all of them were outside of the zone. They were moving in the same direction. Mid-rotation fights, very difficult to execute. Anything can go wrong at any time. You can be third-partied while you are in the midst of just hiding behind your vehicle as well. Again, there were like 4 or 5 different teams. Luckily, at this point, all of them have made it through. This is the only team breaching the circle from that western edge. Galaxy Esports, always alone.
But imagine, you're a player of Reckoning right now.
Yeah.
And you look at, I mean, let's assume that you've got superpowers. You know that there are players around you. And Prime Esports is around you. You would go hunting after them. And even if it's LOC, and even if I'm Reckoning, I would also go after LOC. Yeah, against Entity, I would maybe have to think twice or maybe thrice. Yeah. And, you know, that is why we love Reckoning, right? They love to take those fights, always out there. And I think that is what they're hunting for right now, for bodies.
That is true, and I think this game plan of theirs can actually work out quite nicely for them. Because Reckoning, I think, this is what even Necro said yesterday. It feels like the team lost confidence. For some reason, when they dropped the ball, they just lost all of their confidence in a blink. And then they were struggling to recover. But now, I think today, if they just force fights one way or the other, they have enough mechanical prowess in their players, enough gun power inside of the team that they definitely will be able to secure a lot of elimination points. But in the meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like they have chosen to strike against the players of Galaxy Esports while they were midst of their rotation. It's just that 1 point that Hyderabad Hydras have been able to secure. They're looking for that second. Saurav, although does manage to evade this threat on his head. And Galaxy Esports somehow do manage to survive with 3 players still in the game.
For Galaxy Esports, still again, quite a rough start. The previous game, they somehow managed to remedy that hemorrhage. But this time, again losing out on Nova, such an important player for this roster. And this is what is the case with the Undergods, right? You've got one very good day in the office, and suddenly you make us believe. And then the next day, they kind of tend to bottle down. So, this is something that, all these newer teams should understand. This is where I feel like the experience punch have that extra edge over them. It's about knowing how to maintain that top spot, because Galaxy Esports, now don't get me wrong, the first game they still managed to get those 4 points. But if you look at the others, look at the counterparts, now they're getting more than them. And there will be that 1 point where they will be toppled over. And if they do not find some spells of success, you never know, the next moment you might see them out of the top 8 already.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to recover if that happens. And I do agree with you on that. I mean, sometimes you have to switch things up just to be able to hold on to that top position or just to be able to survive. Think about the worst possible scenario that can build up in front of you over the next 2 days and then play accordingly. But in the meanwhile, Insane, it seems like they're already in a bit of a pickle. Afu, his position was spotted out by 2 different teams. One of them being a few players from the side of Mogo Esports. And then we did see in the backlines 8-bit with that high ground advantage. Look at that, the sandwich perfectly made. Although the shift of the circle, La Benedita Minas Generales. Reckoning Esports, that 4-man split now really works out. So much map control gained by the team. But it only works out if Gravity George survives and they take control of a nice little high ground where it seems like they might clash against the players of Prime. So a lot lying on the back of that one player who's been leading the charge for Reckoning.
Yeah, and quite uncanny. Reckoning again trying to go in for that center. It's all about taking that compound, but look at this. 8-bit from the backlines, they seem to have spotted out somebody. Could be the players of Hyderabad Hydras. From their backlines, you've also got the players of Magnet rotating, and Lifecraft finally coming alive as Prime Esports have been the punching bag. They've been taking shots from every possible direction. Insane also into the mix. One of their players down and out though, but still, I think he's going to get that res back up.
It should not be too difficult. Afu dropped extremely low, needs to recover now. Look at this, Prime Esports. I think their journey is coming to an end. Few players picked off by Lifecraft, and then Team Insane, they finished the job. Prime Esports eliminated on the 14th position. Not really having a great time in these semifinals, Prime Esports. Insane on the other side, this can actually help them realize, like, alright, maybe there are going to be a few more teams headed our way, and if we keep our heads down, we can force them into this trap, get a few extra points.
It feels like Prime Esports have really lost their golden touch. The way they used to play during the grind, even in round number 4, you felt like this team was quite special.
Yeah.
And suddenly you look at them, and they not just sound, they look lost. And what could they do at this point to recover? I'm starting to ponder. They've made those switches and nothing has really been working out. Anybody spots Prime, the call out is there. It is Prime. Just go at them. Get those finishes. That is what teams have been capitalizing on. And for Lifecraft, I think it's really good that they managed to get 3 out of that situation. But what's really interesting is that after a long while, finally Destro has a circle to himself. He's almost at the smack center of it, just slightly to the eastern side, but still has a lot of good cover to play with. And for Mogo Esports, if they want to stage a comeback, This has to be done today.
Yeah, this has to happen now. Not just today, in this game. They
Yeah.
need to go big in this matchup. And luckily for them, as you mentioned, along with them being close to the center, all of the threat in the front lines is already being taken care of. You have Hyderabad Hydra striking a blow against the players of Team Insane. One man has been picked off already. Insane is the closest to the players of Mogo Esports, so that one man being picked off will make sure that if in the future fight is supposed to break out, or if it actually breaks out between Mogo and Team Insane, then Team Insane will have a clear advantage in that fight. Although LOC, after those 4 early frags just completely disappeared from the entire game, now we see them still struggling in that blue.
I've really been liking Hyderabad Hydras in this game. They've been quite proactive, Johnny.
Yeah, true.
They've been on all fronts, and they're constantly on the prowl. They've been searching down opponents, and if they get a moment to strike, they do. Initially started off taking the players of Galaxy Esports down, still have a lot of points to work around with. And Hyderabad Hydras, I think, considering that early game where they really popped off, they're really carrying on with the momentum, and that is where I really have to come back to my old statement. This is where experience comes into play.
Yeah. The adaptation that needed to be made, they knew exactly where to put the pressure on.
Wow.
And recovery is looking quite decent as of now, but look at that. Hyderabad Hydras ever so slightly keep moving forward against the players of Entity Gaming, who are yet to begin their chase in this game. And we see Entity as well towards that western edge of the circle. And of course, fixtures now, the zone moves away from the players of Mogo Esports as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Destress, this is more like it. This is what I'm acclimatized to be playing under. But for Mogo Esports, they need to realize that Team Limra is breeding right underneath their noses. They have to be very wary of that fight. Destro finally opens it up, gets that knock on towards Dragon, and he gets that finish as well. And knowing Mogo and how they really approach, they will commit in for the push. You can already see Destro, Justin, everybody starting to inch in. And one more knock, maybe Hesperos, the legendary man being taken down, could do the deed. And there you have it. Again, Destro finding success.
Yeah, another frag secured by the players of Mogo Esports. And Team Limra, I mean, we were expecting a lot, I guess, from them in this game fixtures, because, yeah, this is not looking good now. 2 players lost early, but Magnet Esports, what is this? A chaotic fight against the players of 8-bit. Aditya, he's extremely low, but looks to fall back towards Mighty. Looking to recover that HP. Magnet Esports, though, it'll be too difficult to survive this fight down to their last man, IGL. And he's still trying to see if he can find either Mighty or Aditya. A few shots on Juicy, and the IGL falls from the side of 8-bit. He can still cause some damage, has 3 nades. If he gets close enough, he can pick off 2 more players, I guess.
Yeah, I think right now for 8-bit, the bigger objective is to, of course, get their players back up and get inside the circle. And even while they will be attempting in order to do so, you've got Mogo Esports who could block them off their tracks. And you can see Shogun and Delta, they haven't moved from that compound. They can let whoever wins this fight, let them come closing in. And 8-bit Mighty has got a beautiful angle to work around with. A couple more sprays, maybe a few more connection, and Magnet Esports could have been in trouble once again. And this is what I was talking about.
Yeah, the line of fire available to Mogo Esports. And of course, that buggy did lose a tire, so Magnet Esports, their momentum is definitely going to be slowed down. Shogun, what will he be up to? You see on the radar as well, 8-bit, they just swing wide towards the eastern side, and that is where they'll enter the circle from. But Mac in trouble as the tire goes out. It's the rare right this time. He's just forced to prone down on the floor. Teammate shows up for cover. What a beautiful recovery from Team 8-bit. Now that is a perfect rescue mission.
Wow. That came out of the movies. I mean, literally, Mac was on the verge of getting knocked out, but still, 8-bit aren't really out of the woods yet, as Mogo Esports still unleash hell upon them. Fire coming in from every possible direction. Mogo Esports, they also need to understand that the circle has shifted away, but they're quite fixated. They want these knocks, and for 8-bit, there you have it. 2 of their players still trying to squeeze in that escape, and now the final surviving member, or in fact one of that, from Magnet Esports. B-Joy, he's down on his knees. And Destro is really in the mood tonight.
Yeah, Destro does not care who he sees. Takes down one more. That's 3 for Mr. IGL himself. Destro doing a brilliant job for the side of Mogo Esports this time. And this is what was needed as well. He finds one more, takes down one man from the side of Hyderabad Hydras now. And he's not looking to slow down. In the meanwhile, Lifecraft against the players of Entity. One opening knock has been secured. Viper put down on his knees. But it's Entity. They back off. They are like, alright, circle is our priority. Let's find an entry point. Let's find a breaching point. They start moving up north relative to their position. From the circle, they're going to try and enter from the eastern edge, I assume.
Look at this.
Wait, are they falling back for a fight? Look, are they looking to re-engage now?
Yeah, I think they feel like they've got the players of Lifecraft dead to rights. And this had to be quite a difficult decision made by Somraj to really back off, because Team Entity, we have seen them engage in a lot of those fights. And right now, prioritizing the circle, I think, is the bigger task, because the circle is starting to squeeze in. It's getting smaller with every passing minute. So for Entity, I think they're eyeing out for that chicken dinner, because they also are aware of the fact that Hyderabad Hydras, they're on a roll. And if they let them get another one, or maybe a bigger one, I think for Entity it would be difficult to hold on to the lead. But Viper, as we speak of, strikes back, and suddenly Troy is down and out.
Yeah, they wanted to try and bait Lifecraft into thinking the entire team left, and it was just one player that stayed behind. A trap laid out in these broken buildings, but it backfires upon the players of Entity. As you mentioned, Troy picked off. Not really a position that they thought they were going to be in, but Pukar! What was that? A 3K being brought on by the man. Drops down 2 players. Somra chimes in as well, and Lifecraft, they have to pay a very heavy price for that one frag they were able to secure from the side of Entity.
Yeah, still did manage to salvage something, didn't they? But now, look at this. Insane just coming in with open arms, trying to gift away all those finishes there. As look at this, Spy also getting taken down, but still responds in kind. A Shadow, the final man, alive. And eventually just to fall down to Team Limra out of nowhere. What is happening? We cannot process. But Team Limra, against all odds, Johnny, they have made it inside of the circle.
Yeah, I forgot they were there in this game. Fixes for a while. We haven't seen them in so long, but even with just 2 players doing a brilliant job. And of course, why am I surprised? It was Hesperos who found that frag, just hiding in that bush. There he is. He's still parked an entire buggy inside that grass. Absolutely brilliant. Because now he has an escape option in case things go south. So let's see how things turn out. Limra, I mean, there's still a possibility of them doing quite well in this game, because look at that. The southern edge is pretty much cleared up. There's no threats up front. They have this ridge to work with, which does protect their rear quite nicely. And Poco, as of now, he's trying to take a fight against the surviving members of Mogo Esports. Has found a knock, brought it down to a 1v1. And he's quite lucky as well. There's Hyderabad Hydras Magnet Esports waiting in the back line. So there is more threat for Mogo Esports to deal with than just that one player from the side of Limra.
Really good outing from Mogo Esports so far. The IGL already having done his job. Gets 4 and an overall tally of 6 finish points already. Mogo Esports do remind you of Godlike right now in the previous game. They also were in a similar situation like this. But for Team Limra, this is miraculous how they survived the onslaught of Mogo, still managed to get inside the circle, and now for them to be in the driver's seat, that has to be a retribution for them. But for Galaxy Esports, now this is a team that is quite resilient, never really giving up. Early on, they had to suffer such massive casualties, and now could instill so much hurt for the players of Venom Gaming. As Altu, quite oblivious of DP's position, finally the nade comes sailing in. As DP, his attempt to make it inside the circle. Does he make it safely though? That's a big question.
It's going to be too difficult for him to push forward here. The tension, all of that tension of Kemenex Venom on his head, and DP falls. Galaxy Esports, this could be the end for them, and yes it is. Down to 5 teams, 9 players still alive in this game, and Kemenex Venom doing quite well. They've kept their numbers intact. 3 players still alive. Reckoning Esports, similar situation for them. And Mogo Esports, as you mentioned, Fixes, this is that game that kicks it all off. 7 finishes secured, a top 4 finish possible for Mogo Esports now in this game.
And Delta has 4 firsted to work around with. And knowing Delta, he's gonna wait it a while. The big fight is going to be between two of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby. Reckoning taking on Venom Gaming. Whilst Venom, they've got that high ground. Reckoning do have that little bit of that circle to work around with. It's gonna be all about somebody getting that first knock. Or maybe, Johnny, it also could be Delta sabotaging the endeavors of Venom. Because one good knock and Reckoning, they won't shy away from pushing.
And I think it can go either ways. I just really hope that before he goes out, Delta does get involved
Yes.
for one of these teams. I mean, either he picks off a player from Kemenex Venom or Reckoning Esports. Or maybe one from each, just evening things out. But let's see Reckoning Esports. They have been spotted out, all thanks to that moving vehicle behind the ridge. And now Kemenex Venom, they know exactly where they need to focus fire. Utility being lobbed as well, dishes out a little bit of extra damage. But the distraction from Delta PG, it's still keeping them a bit paranoid about their backlines.
And Delta at this point, he's just waiting. Still has those two first hits to work around with. And that is where push comes to shove. And knowing Delta, he's one fierce assaulter. At least he's going to take one down along with him. Give Reckoning those sighs of relief. As there you go, him in all his might and glory goes pushing in with that S12K. Does miss out on those shots. Eventually does find down one. Would want to go in for the finish, but that is all that Reckoning wanted. But in the process of it all, Phantom, he's already been dealt with. And now seems like it is all down to Venom and Altu.
But what a brilliant move from Kemenex Venom as well. They realized they wouldn't be able to defend against a man just charging with them, or towards them in fact, with only one thought in his head to find that one extra pick for his team. And instead, while they fought Delta as well, Altu, his attention was all focused on the players of Reckoning Esports. He found that trade. Now this final fight between the two titans, Kemenex Venom and Reckoning Esports, a 2v2. We have Altu and Venom versus Gravity and Shikari, and Altu falls, and I think this pretty much does it all. Reckoning Esports, their win of Miramar, secured finally in their hands. The winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, the sand might have slipped through their fingers in the first game, but in the second, they ensured that they get that final glory, getting that delicious chicken dinner for Reckoning Esports. It is a bounce back and a half, especially how they fell apart yesterday, how they slowly recovered. Today is the sign, and today is the day where we can finally say that Reckoning Esports, they're back.
Yeah, they're definitely back, and this was a wonderful performance from their side as well. Throughout the early stages of the game, we really did not see them be a part of that much action, but that one play where we saw all four players, I think it was the shift of the third zone. They gained so much map control, and luckily for them, earlier on in the game, I was expecting a fight between Reckoning and Prime to break out, but guess who came to the rescue? It was Lifecraft, who forced Prime out of position. Reckoning took control of a very nice compound in that play, and that just allowed them so much safety in that mid-game phase, and because of that, I think they just kept their numbers intact till the end game.
You know, for Reckoning, they were pretty much playing from the northern side, right?
Yeah.
And they were trying to inject in, and like we even discussed during the cast, that this was one of those days where Reckoning is really playing for the centers. And I think it was Reckoning and Entity that were just side by side, while Entity decided to head a little down south, wanted to be a part of that Lifecraft entire fiasco. Eventually had to lose out on a couple of those players. But barring, you know, Entity, it was not a good day in the office. Hyderabad Hydras were looking quite aggressive. Really felt like they could have pushed in for more. They had those early finishes, but somehow they could not end up with getting good points.
Yeah, I mean, for Hyderabad Hydras, I think now it will come down to getting those finishes consistently in every single game. The momentum was built up a little bit in that previous game of Erangel, but now after Miramar, it has started to slip. Hopefully, there's a swift recovery on the next most chaotic map inside of this game, which is going to be Sanhok, of course. But still, I think the opportunity is still there. They have 2 more matches left for the day itself. But along with them, I think, as you said, for Hyderabad Hydras, Mogo Esports now, we saw them bring the aggression back into their playstyle. And luckily for them, they were able to trap a few teams and pick off a few players as well. But it seemed like most of the heavy lifting was being done by Destro. I mean, at one point we saw him just lying prone on that ridge along the cliffside, and he was the one who got like 2 players, one from the side of 8-bit and one from the side of Magnet Esports, and pulling up so much weight now. When you know that your team is, well, it's struggling for points, I think this is what an IGL should do, lead from the front lines. And Destro, I just hope he can keep this going for the rest of the matches they have left. So at least today we can see Mogo Esports bounce back.
I think the way Mogo Esports started, yes, for Destro getting those 2 early knocks, that was fine and all good.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that he's putting his body on the line. I think that is what I can say.
Yeah.
He's playing quite sacrificial for his team. He's been the one doing all the dirty job. His job is to ensure that his 2 other players, the star assaulters, Justin and Delta, somehow make it inside the final circle. And whatever needs to be done, I think, kind of reminds you of one of the players from a different game, Apex, right? If you remember Vitality. So kind of has that personality going on, always out there, putting his body there for his teammates. He gets the job done, certainly riles them up. But Delta, he's one of those players you can really put your faith in.
Yeah.
Because I knew the moment he was going in, he is going to do something, and does manage to take down one. And that was all that was required to rattle the players of Venom Gaming.
Of course, and I can imagine with how he ran out in that final moment, there was that speech given out by Destro to him. You know, that Lionheart speech, they may take away our pride, but they may never take our points. That is what I assume Destro said, because he just took out that S12K and just pressed the trigger, charging forward. Whoever came was definitely taking a hefty amount of damage. It did help him secure that knock, and I think the finish point did go in their hands as well. But then again, that was that one play that caused Reckoning to gain an upper hand, or at least it could have given them the upper hand. I don't know why towards the end Kemenex Venom decided to have one player inside of the blue go for a heal battle maybe, and then the next man was trying to fight in a 1v2, or maybe they just did not have enough information to make a decision like, all right, how many players are we assuming? So a lot of speculations, I think, towards the final 2v2 situation by Kemenex Venom and Reckoning. The one reason they've won this game is because they kept things simple. They're like, all right, both of us, we go together, either we fight and win, or we are still getting that second place, right?
No, so what really went wrong for Kemin X Venom was the fact that the circle shifted away from them, and they had the high ground compound. And once you have the high ground and the circle is far away from you, you are pretty much in a fish in a barrel situation. Because at that point you could see, right, they were trying to squeeze in from the sidelines, maybe try to build some covers with the vehicles they had. Because Reckoning, they were on the lower grounds, but they still had some covers to work around with. They had their vehicle, they had those rocks, and that time even Venom did manage to get one of their players down from Reckoning. But towards the end, they had no other option, because the one player coming out in the open from up top, that had to be a freebie for Reckoning. And Kemenex Venom understand at this point it is better to give your life down to the circle rather than give your opposition another point. So I think Reckoning really understanding that they did not have any circle and them capitalizing. Reckoning, they're on the right track. Venom, yes, they've also recovered.
Well, they also have recovered, as you mentioned, both these teams on the right track, including Mogo Esports as well. 3 of them. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to follow our track and have a look at the MVP. And of course, it is Destro from Mogo Esports. 4 eliminations, 451 damage dished out. It's only 17 healing done because, well, he's the IGL. He has to look at a lot more information inside of the game. 1 assist, 2 headshots. Overall, now this is the Destro we all wanted to see. This is the man that we were missing.
Of course. I mean, this was what was just missing out of Destro, that little bit of that aggressive punch. Finally starting to deliver. He's also understood that times have changed. Even as an IGL, you need to adapt. You need to also take down players, and he's doing that. And yeah, the initial few knocks kind of trying to get a denture in the works of Team Limra, because them losing out on 2 of their players while rotating was still quite gutting. But Team Limra still somehow recovered. But when you take a look at the top 5 performers, Destro is out there. You've also got Justin with those 2 finishes. Not a lot of those players having those high finishes. I feel like it was distributed quite equally inside the lobby.
I think so too. I think the game got extremely chaotic, and majority of the teams were losing players mid-rotation. I mean, you talk about Prime, you brought Limra to our attention as well, and a lot of similar things happened to Hyderabad Hydras, in fact, in this game. They lost players mid-rotation. But LOC Fragger on that list, we saw that early fight.
What happened to them?
I think we saw them in the blue zone for a long time after that early fight, early victory in Hacienda del Patron. I think it was stage 3. We saw them still in the blue. So they're trying to rotate slow and, of course, avoiding Entity towards that northeastern edge. It's never going to be easy, but it wasn't just Entity, right? There were a lot of different teams. Lifecraft was also taking control of that high ground towards the eastern edge of the map, western edge of the map, but match summary on our screens, and 53 finishes secured, 31 rescues in this game, along with 49 knocks, 2 airdrops looted. We did not see them in action that much. Healing down 9,710.
Johnny.
Wow. Yeah.
375 meters, longest finish. That is quite huge, considering nobody's using bolt actions, or not a lot of DMRs are on display.
Well, I mean,
I do not know if it renders also.
that is what I was concerned about, because now I want to see how that finish happened.
Yes.
So, I mean, there was this thing where sometimes if you knock a player, you walk away, it does record where you are and where you finish off the player as the distance.
Yeah, one of the latest features. And I'm pretty sure the one who would have taken that finish might have it recorded. Would love to see him upload it. But for now, the point standings in front of us. Reckoning Esports, not the kind of a Reckoning chicken dinner we would have expected, but it's fine. As long as it's a chicken, they're putting a ring on it, it's all the way okay. 5 finishes. That is somewhere, you know, it's just Viper getting those 5 every other day, or maybe even Hunter. But for Keminex Venom getting those 13 points, Mogo Esports getting 13. Team 8-bit. This time, it was a little bit of a recovery. LOC, not even a single position point, Johnny.
Yeah, LOC, I mean, whatever they wanted to do, they did quite early in the game. We saw those 4 early frags, and then I assume they got 2 during the mid-game stages. So they went outside of the top 8 of this matchup. But then Team Insane, now this is definitely going to sting. From being in the top 2 in the overall leaderboard, at this point, I think they might just struggle to stay inside the top 10 if this continues. So Team Insane, they need to recover. Lifecraft needs to recover. Galaxy Esports, they're headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but you know, one good thing about Galaxy Esports is that despite suffering heavy casualties in the early stages, they somehow are managing to squeeze in a couple of points. You know, 2 points, 3 points. Previous game they had 4. This game they had 3. Now, just to make it all up, they need 1 chicken dinner. 1 chicken dinner, and I think all their sins are just washed off. That is what I feel. But you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things, right now I'm still anticipating Hyderabad Hydras to be having that lead. Entity will still be on that 2nd spot, but Reckoning, how far up have they bounced? That is what I'm excited to know.
That is actually going to be very interesting to see, because now Reckoning, I think even they might be competing for the top 5, the top 6 maybe, but let's have a look, right? We are not that good at maths, so we can't really calculate that quickly. Let's just move forward, have a look at the overall rankings and see where does Reckoning end up after this performance of theirs. What is the difference between Hyderabad Hydras and Entity right now? Reckoning, there they are. Hey man, I said top 5. Being on the 2nd is inside the top 5.
Yeah, it has to feel good, right?
Yeah.
And now for Entity, this is where still 1 game short. They're going to be playing the next game. It's all A-okay. Galaxy Esports, this is what I was talking about. Still in the mix. 47 points. It's not a huge disaster. But look at this. Venom Gaming, they were nowhere near the top 8. Finally have squeezed in inside of the top 5, and they're eyeing out for more.
Yeah, I mean, even Keminex Venom, as you mentioned, Team Limra is going to be there as well. But this is where things get extremely intense, because as you were talking about Galaxy Esports, right? So, okay, let's do this. Anyone over 50 points, we consider them safe. Anyone with less than 50 points, that is still going to be under threat, because you look at Galaxy on the 4th with 47 points to their name, and then you have Magnet all the way on the 12th position with 36 points, just 11 points shy. That is a very easy leap for them to execute. Even Mogo Esports, if they build up on this momentum, I think they can definitely try and break into the top 8 after the next game.
Oh, for sure they can. And this is something I think you and Necro both love to talk about. The vacuum being created.
Yeah.
No team has successfully done it so far. We've seen a lot of games, and it's still so tight. Anything could really happen till the final day, final game. But when you move on ahead, now this is where we were really hoping some recoveries coming in from THW. Yes, they just played 1 game. Things didn't turn out well for them. But for Godlike, yeah, they've changed their fortune, but still have a lot of job to be done.
I mean, that is a big journey for the side of Team Godlike, and of course, we will have to wait to see them in action again. But it is going to be interesting to see how they adapt after that first match. It was not great, but it wasn't bad either. It was a decent performance on that game of Erangel, and now they have to sit out for 2 matches, then come back with a plan of action of what they have to do in the next 3 games. So it will be interesting to see how they put this plan of action into execution. But again, I mean, a lot can go wrong, right? Because once you know a big threat for the grand finals itself is under pressure, you're going to try and build more pressure on their head.
Exactly. Everybody want to see Godlike in action during the grand finals. And hey, if you're talking about grand finals, a gentle reminder, the premium tickets are up for grabs on Paytm Insider. Might want to check it out because it comes with exclusive perks when you get that elite pass for yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, meet and greet with your favorite creators, getting those free snack and meals, and those exclusive merch of the BGIS is what really gets me excited. And having the best seating for the entire action to be in front of you, I think what could get better than this?
Exactly. So do go ahead. I mean, there's a link in the pinned in the chat as well. You can easily go and check out the tickets for yourself. And of course, the premium pass, as Fix mentioned, comes with a lot of perks, ladies and gentlemen, that you guys can enjoy. So we do hope to see you guys in the grand finals because, as we say, drop by and say hi, of course. But bring our discussion back to the teams, the action that we can expect. As we were talking about Team Godlike, a lot can go wrong. There can be a lot of different teams that can try to pick them off, especially considering, I mean, if a team is having an underwhelming performance compared to their own standards, you would assume that, all right, maybe we can also exploit this for our own benefit, secure a few extra points, and then just move somewhere else and take another fight.
Yeah, I think right now, for Godlike, we're going to take a little bit of a pause because, this is a team is yet to play because now, considering the next game is going to be Sanhok and it gets really hot and intense, a lot can happen. But before we head into the rainforest, folks, here's a short little promo. We'll see you after this.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तो मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। अरे मिल गया। Let's get spinning.
Well, and it is going to be exciting to see how things turn out after this next game, because I think with what has happened in the first 2 matches, the switches on that overall leaderboard, man, it has become extremely unpredictable. And as you pointed out, that vacuum of points that we have seen in almost every single stage of BGIS is not really happening. The competition is extremely close in the semifinals.
Oh, yes. And it will be coming down to the final game, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because right now, we can't really say that this team has for certain qualified. There's no global esports playing. There's no X-Park playing because they'd really pretty much done the deed by the end of day number 2.
Yeah.
We knew for a fact that they're going to be heading in. But when you look at all these teams in front of us, still that doubt keeps on arising. Anybody could make a comeback. The difference is so less.
Exactly. There is a very small difference between where the teams are placed right now in that overall leaderboard. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that can also change after this next game. The map is going to be the map of Sanhok. We have the teams on our screens. And of course, Mogo Esports, after that previous game, they're going to look to continue and build upon that momentum. Entity as well, still looking to climb up on top of that leaderboard. Inferno Squad looking to recover. Team Insane looking to recover along with Limra as well. Reckoning Esports, they've taken a jump into the top 2 of the rankings, but can they get the first position away from Hyderabad Hydras? Necro, what do you have to say?
I mean, I think so with these, maybe, considering the fact that they've got 3 consecutive games. Definitely, it really helps them keep up that momentum, too. And as I mentioned, just having those 3 consecutive games, man, it's really helping teams like Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports to ball up even more. Even the side of Cheminix Venom now just looking a little bit more comfortable. Even 8-Bit, they have cracked inside of that top 8, and even 8-Bit now is looking a little bit more settled.
Yeah, but 8-Bit, they need to have that one big game that sort of stabilizes them inside of that top 8, because I think they are the ones who are the furthest away from that pack that is moving inside of the mid-40s. You have the top 3 team in the 50s, then you have the pack of the mid-40s, and then everyone else in their 30s and that late 20s still looking to fight for that top 8 position. And 8-Bit, they're the ones leading that charge for the pack in the mid-30s. So they have to get separated from that list and join the pack in the top 5. I think if they can do that in this game of Sanhok, that does give them a little bit of stability for the rest of the day.
I mean, speaking about that entire pack too, man, the fact that now Cheminix Venom has also broken in, it really puts teams feels like Team Insane in a big world of trouble, considering now they're on that 9th spot in the overall standings. And for Team Insane, they're starting to choke up those games once again. Back to court zero once again.
I 100% agree with you on that, because when this game of Miramar began, the previous match, both me and Fixes, we expected Team Insane to break into the top 8 again after that performance, but did not really happen at all. It wasn't even close.
I mean, the same script is repeating for Team Insane, where in the game 1, they performed phenomenally well. Then later on, you see that ball being completely dropped out from that court. And then you're back towards that ground zero. Team Insane, they need to recover from that mental, man. It just feels like whenever the pressure is surmounting on top of this team, they just do not really perform.
Yeah, I mean, you did give us a history lesson that Team Insane always does well on day 1, but you never know what's going to happen day 2, 3, and 4, or no matter how long the tournament goes. And over here, day number 2, not really looking good so far, but maybe this game can help them put them back into the action. It's the map of Sanhok, and anything can happen on Sanhok. But we are going to find out what the end result is going to be once the game is live. But before that, if I was to ask you, who do you predict is going to win this game?
Listen, for the winner, let's take a little bit more time, because teams like Inferno Squad, man, look at them, getting eliminated off the rip like that. Being the underdogs on the day when they perform so well, it feels like they're following the footsteps of Team Insane, which is not a good footsteps to follow. Before now, let's move on towards this game of Sanhok, as the plane flat path is going to be starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Camp Bravo. This plane flat path is tilted heavily towards that northern side, so we might see some drop collisions.
Yeah, I mean, we can expect a lot of drop collisions, and I assume Camp Alpha is again going to be quite heavily contested this time around as well. We do see Inferno Squad, Team Limra, both of them taking exit. It seems like Inferno Squad heading towards Hatin. Limra, they are going to drop towards Camp Alpha, try and take control of that hill as well. And of course, two of the biggest names that dominate that position not really present in this entire week as well, gives anyone on Sanhok a lot of freedom about how they want to use that northwestern quadrant of this map.
I mean, it's specifically focusing on teams like Team Insane now, knowing the fact that how important this game is going to be for Team Insane. You asked me for my prediction. I'm going to go with Team Insane. I really do think so. This game of Sanhok will be a table turner if Team Insane, once again, they make that leap in the top 8.
Okay, we're going to come back to that, but what is happening with Entity now? You look at that 3-1 split, Troy and Kamla Boy all the way towards that eastern edge of the map. You have Somraj quite close, in fact, sandwiched between Hyderabad Hydras and Evil from the side of Team Insane. It will be very difficult for these guys to recover if they lose out on those bodies early.
Actually, it's difficult for Evil to try and make it out, considering there's going to be that sandwich situation.
Oh yeah, 2v1.
It is going to be a 2-on-1 against Evil. So for Team Insane, it's a bad start. Evil just needs to keep his position anonymous, but considering the fact that he's gliding his way towards that spot, he will be spotted with ease. Moving towards Entity, they like to drop in towards that cave area, so Insane, they are very off their boundaries.
I mean, let's see. Things can go wrong at any time. I assume even Hyderabad Hydras on the other side of the shoreline would have watched and seen those parachutes. There he is, Evil. So what he did was, as you mentioned, he was getting too close to the players of Entity, and he glided back ever so slightly towards these small factories, so at least when Entity come charging towards him, he will have some weapons to buy himself time to call for backup from his teammates. And of course, it's just going to be an extremely basic start for Evil in this matchup.
You gotta love the map of Sanhok. The game just started and the man's already stacked up on loot. The only thing he's missing are the meds, which he can get with ease.
I mean, level 3 armor, level 3 helmet, a better scope.
Yeah.
A lot is missing, Necro.
I mean, still though, he can go for the early game fights. It just feels like when you are inside of that drop collision, Sanhok have much more of those better odds of you surviving.
We have seen drop collisions being fought with machetes, man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the players just trying to shank each other at that point in time. I mean, just trying to get their hands on anything. Oh! Look at this drop collision. Lifecraft, they do pounce on top of the opportunity, but right now, Lifecraft themselves are getting destroyed as it's all down Ryzen, and this man single-handedly shuts down 2 players in the front. LOC! They might just start to face that brunt. Ryzen is taken down way too low, but all it takes is one single shot from this DBS. But he does not connect that. He will be taken down. Lifecraft, what a big blunder this was, and LOC back in full force.
Yeah, LOC, they're going to recover with all 4 players, but how chaotic was that fight? I mean, you instantly go in with Lifecraft losing 3 players. The 2 men who charged indoors instantly drop to the floor, and then Ryzen shows up, takes down 2, but unfortunately he did get sandwiched in the end. But hey, Necro, look at this. Now, this is bad, and it's about to get worse for Lifecraft, because They do not get any time to celebrate. Well, they've had a few seconds to themselves, and RTGI and already looking for a third party. But there's another team across the hill. It's Magnet Esports who chime in first.
In my opinion, it's not getting worse for LOC. It's fine. LOC's doing okay in that compound. They could just stay pinned down. They're doing it in a really decent spot inside of the zone too, right? Yeah, maybe the loot's going to be lacking, but considering the fact that they just wiped out an entire squad, so that's going to be filling up the pockets a little bit more. Magnet Esports, still on the horizon. And knowing the fact that Magnet Esports, they like to play things a little bit more hunkered down, I don't think so they will be challenging this fight. RTGXI and D lacking that confidence, so even for them to execute this fight, it's a little bit too much of a tall ask. And knowing the fact that there was Magnet Esports on either side, it's better to just back away.
Yeah, I think those shots being fired by Magnet definitely did change the decision for RTG. So now we just see Lobster focused in on the hill across the road. He's trying to see if he can spot out anyone on the other side, but Magnet Esports, they backed off. They were playing with a 2-2 split, and now the players have regrouped. All four together. In the meanwhile, Venom just keeping an eye on Prime Esports. This is happening on Camp Bravo, by the way. So
yeah,
Venom, they have them surrounded. You see Phantom along with one of his teammates present towards the southern side. You have Venom and Altu up north, and Prime Esports. Do they realize that they are pinned in Camp Bravo right now?
They should. And luckily enough for the side of Prime Esports, they've got the escape route already. But the split from the side of Chemex Venom is also brilliant. They've got 2 players on the opposite side, 2 players on this side. So they've got both the exits covered. The only one exit that's left over is the right in the front. And it feels like Prime is also going to be choosing that exit. So yeah, all the 4 players, they will be on the safety shoes. But I don't like this! All the 4 players in that one single vehicle. Here comes the mowdown. 2 knockouts. Make that 3. Some death blows being handed out right here by the side of Chemex Venom. And this is why I hate all the 4 players in one single vehicle.
It's not just you, man. Throughout this entire BGIS, we have seen this happen multiple times, and that last man broke from the side of Prime Esports. The question is, why are you running? You know what fate awaits you. Venom, they have them surrounded, and there it is. Altu ends up securing 3 frags from that entire fight. And of course, a brilliant move, a brilliant execution of Prime Esports at the hands of Chemex Venom.
Easy free points, that's all I can say. 3 of them easily accumulated. What exactly happened to the 4th?
Yeah, I have no idea as well.
Where is it? Did
Where'd he
someone
go?
steal it? Seems like it. Who's around the players of EG? There's one more man just moving around that area, I guess. I'm not even sure what exactly just happened. They should be the one to come out on top with all the 4 elimination points. Unless Prime just started things off with a 3-man squad.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, Prime, things are really not working out for this team at all. Not just today or yesterday. I mean, throughout the semi-finals, man, it's such a drop in performance.
It indeed is.
And it's heartbreaking, to be honest.
It is, man. Prime was supposed to be the powerhouse, right?
Yeah.
And now look at them. The power's just not there.
What we saw from Limra and Inferno squad yesterday, that is what I wanted to see from Prime in the semifinals, to be honest.
Limra, you can't say a little bit more tactical team, but Prime Esports is definitely a little bit more similar, you can say, towards Inferno squad, because Inferno squad as well, they have definitely amped up that pace.
Yeah.
And
true.
looking at Prime Esports' performance in the past, they were also really aggressive.
Yeah, extremely frag heavy in all of the previous rounds of the tournament, and as you mentioned earlier as well, when we saw them on broadcast on the big screen, that is what we witnessed. I mean, just confidence running into fights, charging towards fight. But I think at this point, they weren't even allowed an opportunity. Chemex Venom somehow just laid out a perfect trap. You decide to take which way you exit from that Camp Bravo, you are getting taken down. And as you mentioned, the biggest mistake that Prime made at that point was all 4 players, all of their players, inside that one Jeep. Made things extremely easy for Altu.
Way too easy. One single spray down. All the points collected. He's now a happy man. And looking at this entire game so far, HYDERABAD Hydra is in a really good spot. Team Insane. All the 4 players grouping on up. You've got 8-Bit as well now, slowly and steadily cracking in towards that main island. but getting a good position in the hand's definitely going to be a little bit more tougher. RTGXI and D holding on towards those hills, but I'm not sure how well that position's going to pan out. Team Hyderabad Hydras eyeing out the players of Team Insane. It's not going to be a good fight to take.
Yeah, I mean, all of this commotion is going to attract more attention towards them. In the meanwhile, 8-bit, they finally crossed the Binance Bridge. Move towards the eastern island. Insane in the meanwhile. You saw on that finish feed, as you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras, they were making sure they were keeping track of the players of Team Insane. And Team Insane on the other side have just gone ahead and picked a fight against Galaxy Esports. Or at least they've secured a knock. Unable to secure the finish, the player recovers.
Eight-bit. Looking at them, once again, they found themselves a spot they can just chill. That's how they like to play. And moving in towards the replay of this entire vibe that we saw, LOC, in the previous game too, they were the first one to kickstart the action against Inferno Squad. And now over here as well, first one to wipe out the entirety of LC.
But I hope they don't follow the same trend as the previous game, win a fight and... Alright, there it is. 3 knocked out. And Brooks in the end as well. Just goes down trying to escape.
So there were all the 4 players.
Alright, I realized what happened. One man got dropped, or well, at least got knocked out because he was extremely low and might have just exited that jeep a little bit quicker, instead resulting in him getting knocked out by himself for that fall damage. And since that last player, Brook, was finished off by Altu early, maybe because of that, they just missed out on that one finish point.
If that is true, then stinger.
I mean, it's just unlucky at that point. You empty out a clip and the man just exits that jeep a second quicker.
Just blows. Should have went for all the confirmations in time, but it's still something that you can't really notice in that heat of the moment.
Yeah, very true, very true.
So you can't really blame the players for that.
Plus, I think they might have also assumed that maybe we just have gotten that knockout and now all we have to do is just finish off that last individual. Because heat of the moment, as you mentioned, during mid-fight, it becomes very difficult to communicate properly with all your teammates. So I think since 3 of them from the side of Kemenex Venom were taking those shots, might have just thought about securing those knocks. But what just happened? Mogo versus Magnet Esports?
Yeah, and Mogo just dropped down on a player. That's not a great news.
No.
Mogo Esports still looking to find that silver footing, but unfortunately for them, nothing's going their way. Reckoning Esports taking some heavy fire upon themselves as entities taking shots against them. But then on the opposite side of things, Mogo, they've taken already too much damage.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is exactly happening in the game, Mogo Esports, they need to do something because they have been playing on the passive footing so far. And in my opinion, Mogo Esports, they need to start experimenting with the tempo a little bit more, man. Start going aggressive in the lobby because you've got some of the best assaulters in the country. You've got Delta, you've got Justin. What else do you want?
I mean, in the previous game, they did do that exactly. And it kind of worked out. They had the top 3 finish with 7 eliminations on the board. And that is actually
Really
a very
good
good performance. Yeah, that was one of the best games that Mogo Esports have had in this week of the semifinals. So, again, a little bit more of that. I do agree with you on that. I mean, but as you mentioned, I mean, all 4 players need to come together. You can't just have Destro, Justin, or Delta and Justin, just 2 individuals firing on all cylinders and everyone else just taking a backseat or just playing the role of protectors. Of course, Kemenex Venom as well. Missed out on the chicken in the previous match. This time they have those 3 early frags all on Altu. This man is on a mission. He's on a hunt. And his target, everyone else.
Kemenex Venom, they have realized the fact that it's better to play aggressive.
Yeah.
If you're trying to play too safe, you're not going to be getting anything. And there's a high chance you will be eliminated early in the game too. It's all the confidence game, man, at the end of the day. If you've got the confidence to take the fight, you will be the one to come out on top. If you do not really have the confidence, you will start losing the fights. And that's what happens with Team Insane. Slowly and steadily, they tend to lose that confidence in the lobby. Look at the way Team Insane is playing. This is not Team Insane.
Yeah.
All the 4 players in that one single house just stacked up. It's not the Team Insane that I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the team that we remember. I mean, there was a time when we would just see them dominate any fight they were presented. And this time around, just playing in the back lines, trying to avoid conflict, at least in the early stages of this match. And Necro, what is Team Limra doing?
Chilling. Maybe going for that mid strat.
This early, it's stage 3, man.
Yeah. I mean, still accumulating those first states. They're going for that late game rotation. They started things off all the way from Camp Alpha. Now they're rotating all the way from that southern side. They took their time. They probably do have a lot of those meds. It's just going to be the same thing that happened yesterday, right?
All right.
I think it was Kiminix Venom. Altu was going for that med strat.
Yes.
All
He
the
got
4
knocked out.
players, yeah, he got knocked outside of the zone. So that's like the secondary strategy that you try to pan out if things are not working out in the firefights.
That is true, but also a follow-up question. Why?
Because
Limra is doing quite decent.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, right? They do not really want to go for that extra bit of risk when you can easily squeeze those points away with the placement. Limra realizes the fact that they just need 7 to 8 points per game to be consistent.
And I mean, at this point, I feel like that is them putting too much pressure on themselves just for survival. And Limra, they've definitely displayed like good firepower in the past as well. Oh, look at that shift of the circle.
Oh my god.
This game has just been handed to the players of Mogo Esports on a silver platter if they have the courage to seize the fights.
Hold on, not yet. The zone is still pretty massive. There's going to be a lot of those teams around Mogo Esports, and considering they do not have all the 4 players up and alive, it's just going to make things even worse. With a 3-man squad, they would need to try and defend such a massive compound, and Mogo, they're definitely going to be inflicting a lot of those pains on the opponent, but at the same time, there's going to be a lot of that intake.
Yeah, definitely, and earlier on we saw them as well, all 3 players, each of them in a different shack. And even though the crossfire was perfectly laid out for the road down the middle, I mean, from the flanks, it can be weakened off if one of the isolated players does get picked off. Although, Red Magnet Esports, they lose out on one of their men. All thanks to Inferno Squad.
Inferno Squad, Oven, able to get one of those. Team Limbra, oh no. All that safe approach for what? As Reckoning Esports, they do manage to run over one of the players. And even Reckoning utilizing the same strategy, all the 4 players in that one single vehicle. It's Team Limra who was not able to capitalize. But at least they can be back upon the feet, right? Considering it is still the early phase of the game, they can tank up that damage with these.
As you said, early stages, damage can be tanked, but Poco, his helmet is completely gone. Gokul still has that armor helmet, well, somewhat remaining. And alright, so checking up on first aid, Gokul does not have any. Assume it's going to be either Dragon or Hesperos who's going to be given the responsibility of going for a heal battle. Team Insane, look at that. They're put under pressure by Inferno Squad and Magnet Esports. Their hiding spot, their safe haven compromised, but Galaxy Esports over here just keeping LOC in check. And this is going to be an awkward fight. Look at the formation from the side of LOC.
Yeah, it is quite spread out, right? All the 4 players holding different compounds. Team Limbra, they walk inside of the fray. It's the trap that activates. And Galaxy Esports, they welcome the players of Team Limbra. Easy points converted. We thought the secondary strategy is going to be that med strat. And it is still that as well. Hesperus is all the way back in the blue. Is going for that med strat. 6 to 7 points is all you need per game to be consistent.
Yeah, but while he heals Hesperos, he's going to be forced to move towards the circle itself. This is still too early to go for a heal battle, but as we were talking about it, Insane, they were put under pressure a few seconds ago, but they have recovered, and now they show up with fire in their eyes, and they're looking to take down the players of Galaxy Esports, but Afu in the distance spotted out, and Noah 21, that was an impressive spray.
Afu just backed away from that cover. Should have ran in towards that spot. Team Insane out of nowhere. After looking good, looking pretty bad. Evil is trying his best to do something for the team, but Team Insane, they're taking too much damage in return. Galaxy Esports really being a massive thorn in the way for the entire Team Insane.
It's not just Galaxy on the flank, Inferno Squad as well. We see them on top of that hill. Again, the line of fire goes both ways, so even Inferno Squad, they are going to be putting pressure on the players of Team Insane, but Owen knocked out. And Insane just making things easy for Magnet Esports as they're looking to charge up this hill.
Magnet Esports, 3 of the players right next to each other. Utilities being exchanged for now. Nothing being found though. Magnet Esports, a lot of that damage is being chipped against them. Inferno Squad is not a team you would want to mess up with, considering they've been doing pretty good in the overall standing so far. But even 8-Bit's taking shots against them. Inferno Squad down a man, but then you've got a man like Zin who takes down 2 players single-handedly. One more man to go on the front lines to hand out that death blow, but then Zen is taking a lot of that damage from somewhere else. The back line's not secured. Cheminix Venom as well starting to knock on the doors. Magnet Esports, they might just be given a death penalty.
Well, let's see. I mean, for the next few seconds at least, some of the pressure on their heads has been relieved by Inferno Squad falling back, and they readjust themselves. Inferno Squad now choosing to take down the players of Galaxy Esports. And look at that spy from Insane. He's still alive, still kicking in this game. LOC making that push along with the blue zone. What is this? Look at that, LOC, Galaxy. You have Cheminix Venom in the backlines, Inferno Squad, all 4 teams moving into tandem, moving together. And not all of them will be able to break it through inside of the circle. And while all of this chaos, it's building up at the center of the zone, still sitting and chilling, as you say, Necro, is Mogo Esports.
It is Mogo Esports' game now. They're a game to lose. Down to a 3-man squad, but still things can be even more better. But look at RTGX Sci&D. That's such a massive step up.
Yeah.
All the 4 players alive, 7 points accumulated so far, just on the basis of eliminations. And look at Spy. Position known. Stretch is right there. Position uncompromised. And Stretch is just waiting for the right moment to strike, but at the same time, if Stretch strikes, his position will be compromised by the rest of the lobby. So he cannot afford to do so. He wants his team to survive for a little bit more longer, and Spy's now taking too much damage upon himself as he gets eliminated from the game, and Team Insane, they take an exit too. Not in that good of a spot, but LOC, they keep on trying to move inside of the zone. As Mogo Esports, they've got some more contenders. 8-Bit, this time they want to be the one to be on the aggressive bunch as Delta gets capitalized. But then Justin and Shogun still in the back, trying to keep up with that pace of 8-Bit. Aditya doing that constant damage with the shotgun, and he's still not been taken down. Now that's a major sign of concern. And both the players from the side of Mogo Esports, there's a massive hesitation. Eventually, they do shut him down, but then it's all down to Juicy, and even he gets decapitated.
Yeah, all the entirety of 8-Bit taken out. Mogo Esports now 5 finishes secured, and all of a sudden it's down to a 2v3. Mogo Esports against the players of Cheminix Venom. A few seconds ago we had 5 teams, 6 teams still alive and kicking, and all of a sudden, I mean, you blink it and you miss all of them. Where did they go? I think in the hands of Cheminix Venom, because look at that, 13 eliminations secured already.
Cheminix
if you win
Venom,
this chicken, it's going to be big.
I mean, the firepower stepping up when it matters the most, right?
Yeah.
Cheminix Venom just accumulating all those points, looking so phenomenal. The wall of death is right there, backs against the wall as they need to move out in the open. Mogo Esports, this is their chance to capitalize.
This is revenge for Cheminix Venom, because Mogo was the one who stole, well, kind of denied the chicken on Miramar.
Oh, the rivalry arc.
Yeah, it's
happening
building up.
For VG. The players still indecisive, not knowing exactly how they want to enter inside of those compounds, but it's going to be a slam and dunk.
Yeah.
The players straight up will be slamming in towards those houses, and Mogo Esports not being proactive is a massive problem. They should have tried and push up towards the opposite side. They would have known the fact that Cheminix Venom are playing together on the opposite side, but they still did not try to capitalize. And now the floor is going to be lava. Utilities tossed in the front. VG having the man advantage, while Mogo Esports taken down to a 2-man squad. And look at the amount of utils that's being tossed in the front. What did Mogo Esports expect? This is something they should have saw coming. Yeah. But then Shogun, even he's starting to hit back. As Phantom gets knocked out, Fury with this util, he might just find something. But I guess did not really have enough energy to try and throw it properly. And then Phantom closes on up with the shotgun.
Oh, no damage dished out to the players of Cheminix Venom, and both of the individuals are very low. Shogun has an HP advantage to work with, and if he denies the heals to these individuals, he can win it all, but a brilliant jump shot through the window, and Venom, he strikes perfectly. Cheminix Venom, finally, the chicken dinner in their hands. And apart from that, what a brilliant, consistent performance. Top 2 in the map of Miramar. And of course, the chicken dinner, the big chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok.
All he can say is just better. That's all he can say, right? Mogo Esports, it was their game to lose. They still end up losing that entire game, considering they lose that one crucial man to the entirety of Team 8-Bit. Now, my real question is, did you guys not see this slam coming in?
Exactly. That is what I was about to come towards as well. That towards the end as well, as you pointed out, like, you know for a fact these three individuals just wiped out like 2 or 4 different teams on the other side of the ridge. They're going to have so many crates to loot up from, and they showed up with so much utility. Even after taking down one individual, you saw the pressure the players of Mogo Esports were under. They knew that nades were going to be thrown towards them and just like too much for them to deal with. And at that point, I think you just have one option. You are the ones who are supposed to be the aggressors and take the fight, because either you drop one player, gain the advantage, or even out the fight to a 2v2, and then maybe you come out on top, or those 3 players are just going to finish you off and they take the chicken dinner anyway.
I mean, for Team 8-Bit as well, the push that they made, Mogo Esports should not have been surprised. They should have seen it coming. They know the fact that Team 8-Bit, they're right there, they're quite desperate. Losing out on that one crucial man, Delta PG, was a bad move.
But, I mean, 8-Bit sort of got desperate in the end as well. I mean, they made a very awkward play. I mean, we saw Juicy, I think that Hail Mary nade as well. He was hoping that he could find one more, but that did not happen. And, again, I mean, I have to give props to Aditya as well. He wasted so much time from Mogo Esports, by the way, just tucked away in that corner with the DBS. They were also afraid to face him off like that. But do agree with you. Had they not lost that player, had 3 players still stayed alive from the side of Mogo Esports, they could have won this game. Or, I mean, had they not lost a player very early inside the game, all 4 were there, then this was guaranteed their win with how the circle was going.
I mean, just moments ago, you had 7 teams alive in the game, and as soon as you blink it, it was taken down to a 2-team. Now, that's my real question. What exactly just happened to the lobby?
Instead of talking about Mogo, let's talk about KMNX Venom, because it all goes back to that first Cam Bravo fight against Prime Esports. That is where it all began.
Unfortunately, that 1 point missed out, but then KMNX Venom, they were just really pissed. They're like, how did that point slipped out?
I mean, see, they had 13 finishes when we saw them, so they got that one extra point.
They could have gotten a little bit more, maybe, you
14,
know, after eliminating the entire team of Mogo Esports and then a little bit more at the top. So KMNX Venom, definitely quite a decent outing, but that one single elimination point could have added the cherry on top of the cake, right?
I mean, at this point, I think you guys need to understand, we're never going to be happy.
We're just messing around. It's just some fun banter going on at the desk. Considering KMNX Venom, we already know they've made the cut at this
25 points.
Yeah, they've got a lot of those points from that game. And now the fact that they're also going to be somewhere in that top 2 or maybe on the first spot, probably.
I think so. I think they've taken the first position away. Because the leap that we saw after that previous match, it was quite nice. Maybe if not the first, it's a comfortable top 5 very easily, because as I mentioned, 25 points just from this game, and that is going to give them such a big advantage. I don't think there was a 25-point difference between the first and the 7th, 8th position as well. So I think this is definitely going to be a very big leap for the side of KMNX Venom. For Mogo Esports as well, by the way, this does bring them quite close to the top 8, maybe even inside of the top 8. So there is still a little bit of heavy lifting that needs to be done, but they have a few more matches left to do that.
And also, we cannot miss out on that big up from the side of RTGX IND. The last time we saw them, they had 7 points.
Yes.
Now, moving on forward, they also got themselves secured somewhere in that top 5, right? So, decent placement points, too, to add on. So, you can't say RTGX IND. This game was quite good for them. It's a great way to start things off, but it's a little bit too late to wake up, considering now Group C is going to be on that break.
Yeah. But let's see, I mean, as you mentioned, this was the turnaround that RTG IND needed, and they made it happen one way or the other. All they have to do is just be somewhat consistent. You really can't expect to have the 7 elimination points, 8 elimination points every single game, but you can at least go for 4 or 5.
Well, I mean, they've only got one more game to go in the upcoming one, and if RTGX IND does not have a nuclear performance, then maybe you can say, considering it was the day 2, you're supposed to have the comebacks, it'll be too late to make that comeback on the day 3, right?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, we still have day 4 as well after day 3.
Yeah.
So there is 8 more matches remaining. If I include one game from today, there's 9 more matches left for this team. And in 9 games, they can definitely put their comeback journey into execution. So it should not be too difficult. But then again, this needs to be the minimum barrier for what we see next from them. Not the minimum, but this is what they need to replicate every 2 games or every game. That would be the best.
Exactly. Let's move on towards that MVP of the game. Of course, it's going to be someone from the side of KMNX Venom, considering it was a nuke being dropped on the map. A nuclear performance with so many elimination points followed up. They were looking really good. But then, one more question towards you, man. What exactly just happened to Entity? We did not even see them inside of the game.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is definitely going to be a big question. I mean, we did see them for a few seconds.
Yeah, we did.
Around here and there, and then they just vanished like poof.
And then Team Limera, too. I mean, they went for such a longer approach. They were going for that med strat. We did see Hesperos all the way back in the blue, just going for that constant patch-up, but it just did not work out for Team Limera at all.
True. I mean, I think for me that would have been a bigger question. Like, what happened to Limra? Where did they take an exit in this game?
Oh, yeah.
But anyways, we have the stats on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. MVP of the match right here, and it is Fury from the side of Kemenex Venom, securing 6 eliminations with 717 damage dished out.
A lot of the good stats from the side of Fury with 274 healing done. Of course, the match MVP. This man deserves to be there on the board. But Kemenex Venom, what a big step up that was.
Yeah.
Looking at the day when I did not really think this is going to be a nuclear day for this team. But the fact that they're making it so good, now it just keeps me craving for a little bit more. But as we know, Group C is going to be on that break in the upcoming game where we're going to be having Group B back in the action. Things are going to be even more spicy. Let's move on towards that top 5 performers. And this is where things will be interesting, considering VG, they will be there all across the board. All the 4 players are there in the top 5 performers.
I mean, this is what was needed from the side of Kemenex Venom for them to bounce back and be a part of that qualification bracket once again. And as we said, they finally made it happen. And of course, Lobster from RTGIND as well is going to be there on the list of top performers. He has 3 eliminations to his name, but 500 damage dished out. An amazing run from this team. And if you remember, we saw them in that awkward moment early in the game when they had the players of LSC. They got information about the team inside of the compound. Then their focus shifted towards the players of Magnet, who took a few shots. And RTGIND, I mean, I think they took their sweet time before engaging into any fights, and that was one of the big reasons why we saw them do well in this game. But match summary on our screens now, and Necro, I want to know your thoughts on this.
340 longest finish, that too on the map of Sanhok. Interesting. You don't really see that big numbers, right?
Yeah.
Moving in towards grenade finishes, that's going to be 5. You have also got 52 finishes wrapped up. Even the rescues is going to be 23. Vehicle finishes is just 1 from that game. You've also got 54 knockouts, 7,620. I guess not a lot of that healing was done from Hesperos.
Yeah, he got taken out very early in this game, apparently. Otherwise, this number usually on Sanhok hits double digits. Not double digits, 5 digits. My apologies, healing done. And of course, I think next we will have the rankings of the teams for this particular match. Here is the point standings for the game of Sanhok. And Kemenex Venom, 25 points. Mogo as well, 11 points secured. So not a bad game overall.
Mogo Esports, a solid performance with this 11 points, considering they just needed to be consistent in the lobby. LOC2 with 10. You've got RTGXIND with 10 as well. You've also got Team 8-Bit with 9. Team Limra Esports with only 4. Now, you can't say the top 5 being really consistent, but then from 6th to 8th, the performance is not there. Inferno Squad, what a big mess up this is on the day when it was a complete opposite team.
And it's not just them. Look at Team Insane as well. Just 3 points on the board. And Insane's average has been brought down to like 3-4 points per match.
Exactly.
That's not going to cut it.
The same thing can be said for Entity, man. Entity's not able to find that groove as well.
True.
And the funny part is, at the start of the day, I thought Entity and Insane will be doing good.
Why do you have to say that? Like, why do you say it like that, Necro? But I think I do agree with you. I mean, it is a little bit heartbreaking for us as well. I mean, especially after what happened yesterday. And, of course, Entity as well, the consistency they put on display, hitting #1 on that overall leaderboard when the day came to an end. Insane. Always having a wonderful time on day 1. And every single time we see them in a position like this, we just hope that they retain the position inside of the top 3 at the end of day 2 as well. But look at this. The game comes to an end, and Kemenex Venom, they are on that first position. Wow.
With also a big cushioning right there.
68
points accumulated. Hyderabad Hydra's on the 54, but then Hyderabad Hydra's not that far away, right? Considering in the few upcoming games, they will be back inside of the fray to try and make that bounce back once again on the spot.
Yeah, but the problem is that every single time they do that, Kemenex Venom is also going to be there with them. The only team inside of the top 5 that I feel still has that hope that, all right, we can take the first position away is Entity. Because 54 points, 14 points shy from the leaderboard leaders, and there is a possibility that they might actually take that first spot away. But let's move forward to the last page of the rankings, because this is where things get interesting. In the next match, we have Seven Shaw, we have THW, Godlike, and Inspiration Esports returning to the party. Godlike off to a decent start, as we were calling it, but still a long way to go, because now the team that sits on the 9th position, well, they have more than 40 points. So now for Godlike THW to recover, I think a chicken dinner with at least 15 eliminations.
The bars are raised now. For Godlike, they would need to do some Herculean task.
Yeah.
Once again, they need those double digits on the board every single time. One single
Exactly.
game mishap, Godlike is done for. And at this point in time, Godlike knows how many eyes are on top of them. They're of course going to be having those performance anxiety moments, but considering you are one of the most paid players as well, you're one of the most experienced players as well, you cannot really afford to have those type of moments.
I mean, I would say it's more about that experience, because this
Yeah.
is the one thing that experience teaches you, right? Once you get on that stage, once you play at that level again and again, and especially for years, you learn. The first thing you learn is how to handle the pressure and keep your nerves in check. And as you mentioned, for a team like Godlike, I understand there is definitely immense amount of pressure on these players. But if these lads can't deal with this pressure, trust me, I don't think there's going to be any set of 4 players that will be able to deal with this amount of pressure in a situation like this, especially considering, like, at this point, every single fan supporting the team is just hoping with their fingers crossed that they make it through.
And there's also a lot of the pressure on the viewers too, right? Considering the elite passes are now being booked on a rapid pace. So what are you waiting? Move in towards Paytm Insider and book the elite pass. Let's speak of some of the perks that you get, right? Meals and snacks for free. Moving in, of course, premium sitting will be there for you. You will also be getting some special merchandise of BGIS 2024, an opportunity to meet and greet with the famous content creators. What else do you want?
I don't know, man. I mean, what are you waiting for? Just go ahead to Paytm Insider. There's the link in the chat as well. Do go ahead and check it out and grab yourself that premium elite pass. And of course, as we like to say, drop by and say hi. Although, question, why do you and Fixers always get happy whenever the snacks and meals are mentioned?
I mean, come on, man. Looking at us, anyone can tell we're the foodie guys. And we're, of course, going to be there in that court a lot of the times in the LAN as well. So we're probably going to be meeting a lot of the people, yeah.
So now you know where you can find Necro and Fixers, ladies and gentlemen. But I think we have to prep up now for the next game as well. And while we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I know even you guys need to start praying for your favorite teams and their recovery in these next few matches, because now again halfway point will be reached for semifinals week 2 when our day today comes to an end. But before we continue our journey, let's have a look at this quick promo.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
Well, if you have a little bit of time, play a few games of BGMI and TDM, of course. We have already mentioned it's our favorite mode to enjoy. Have you beaten Fixes yet?
Of course I have, man. Fixes is too much of a passive player.
Yeah,
I'm on
true.
the aggressive side of things, so you can't say mechanically I'm a little bit more skilled.
Yeah, I mean, I think Necro is going to have a extremely different conversation in a few minutes with someone else. But, I mean, let's bring ourselves back to the games and the matches. It is going to be interesting. I mean, as we keep talking about it, Godlike is going to enter the party again. And, of course, they are looking to recover along them. TSW, Necro, I want to know your thoughts on TSW. We keep talking about what's going wrong with the big names. TSW is one of those big names.
How can you speak about THW when they're just not getting any type of screen time, right? We just do not know what's going on wrong with them because they get eliminated just out of nowhere, out of the blue. They just get poofed into thin air. So there's just not enough data to speak about THW because the fact that THW is not able to perform is a big shocker in itself. Speaking about the round 2, this team was able to set up some insane records. And now look at this big dip in the performance all the way at the last page in the overall standings. It's not something I saw coming from the side of THW. I expected a little bit more better. Moving in towards Voltix, they've managed to kickstart things on a really fantastic note. They started things off with the chicken dinners. They're looking really good. Mogul Esports still looking to find that groove a little bit more. You've also got Entity on the fray. Looking forward for that redemption.
Of course. And now when you talk about Group B finally making an entry once again, the first game they played, they were silent for the next 2. And goes on to ask questions, have they kind of lost their warm-up, or have they been still practicing couple of TDMs here and there just to make sure they're in pace? Because right now, Venom, I mean, they have to be making the headlines from the 11th spot right onto the first, and they've created such a nice gap also.
And we always knew they're capable of this, right? Considering Kemenix, when I'm looking at them from the past as well, not just this year, even in 2023, they were playing under a different banner. This team has always been able to make those nice waves. And looking at this entire team perform once again quite well really gives you that assurity that, yes, we might just have a champions on the making.
We certainly can, especially after that big fall what that happened to them during the first week of the semi-finals, and it was sort of inevitable from them to make that comeback. And we know these players are better than this because they've had a similar storyline, a similar run like what Team X Park had, and they had those players. In fact, at a certain point, they did manage to better Team X Park. Also, if you remember that game of Erangel, Fury was all guns blazing. Chem and esports were just wiping the floor with bodies. So yeah, I think finally them finding that groove back in, Reckoning a huge bounce back also, and now we are finally witnessing all the big names finally making their way in as the underdogs are slowly starting to fall apart.
Now let's speak about the real facts over here, right? This upcoming game is going to be all about Godlike, CG, Rivalry. These three names still on the latter half of the board, not able to do that great. Maybe you can't say Rivalry is comparatively doing a little bit more better to CG and Godlike. CG doing a little bit more better compared to Godlike, and Godlike being all the way on the last page. Yes, they did start things off on a great note, but looking at the overall standings now, look at the big difference. The task is now once again way too massive. Godlike, they need at least 2 big games to be back in that race.
And let's not take anything away from Godlike. They've just played one match, and it was quite decent, right? We could see them finally engaging in those fights. So work done in the right direction. But, you know, barring all these teams could also be very important for the likes of Mogo. Because even if you look at Mogo, they've been having a really great day today so far. I mean, in Miramar, they were quite decent. Even in the previous game, getting a second position finish. I think with a couple of finishes. I think Mogo Esports, they're also staging that comeback. But Entity, big question mark on them. Can they redeem themselves? That's the big ask.
I think so. They definitely can. Entity, knowing the fact that there's somewhere there in the first half of the board, they're being a little bit more complacent, and all it takes is that one wake-up call to Samraj, right? And then we know what exactly happens on the board. You see the pieces being placed to perfection. And for now, Entity, the main goal for them is to just be consistent on the board. They're not getting a lot of those points, but they're consistently getting some of these 3 or 4 points on the board. That's definitely keeping them in the top 8, but not assured of that spot just yet. And moving in towards Mogo Esports' conversation, and there's a high chance in this upcoming game if Mogo Esports, they do keep up that consistency, even they crack in that top 8 with ease.
Yes, they certainly can. And for Mogo Esports, they have to ensure that this game of Erangel, even if they do not get a chicken dinner, that's pretty much not their forte. They need to ensure they get a big one, at least with decent amount of finishes, around 8-9 should make the cut. And that is what something like teams like Godlike have been doing. They've been keeping themselves into the mix, and that is all we're looking forward to, for all that mystery to get unraveled, folks, as this is going to be quite a tricky flight path trajectory all the way from Quarry towards Novoripnoi. And imagine the fate of all these teams heading up top, Necro. That already has me sweating.
Oh, it's going to be a drop collision. Those pit stop collisions, that's what I like to see. Teams dropping on top of the vehicles at the same time. Some of the vehicle runovers as well, off the rip. Some unfortunate endings too. Mogo Esports, they will have an easy rotate towards System of military base, considering the plant flat path is right above it. But then teams like CG who like to move in towards Gatka, there's a high chance they will be blessed up with some of the points to kickstart things, considering there will be a little bit of more teams dropping around them. And looking at Team Limra moving down south, even they're going to have to easy rotate towards that. It's way too close.
Team Limra has been having quite a tough time in the office. The way they've started their journey in day number 2 hasn't really been up to their mark, especially after yesterday's stellar performance. They also need to find a biggie to get themselves in some good, decent positions, build that little bit of that cushion, because that is something that Team Limra at this point is starting to lack. And the same can be said for the likes of Rivalry also. And look at this, Mogo Esports taking the southern areas, as we've got Voltex Gaming heading towards Novoripnoi. And we know Voltex Gaming, this is one of those teams, Necro, can't really take them lightly.
Voltex definitely one of these silent assassins in the lobby. Stone cold murderers, you might as well call them. Considering Voltex like to be quite the quiet ones till the late game, and then later on they start striking down the foes with quite a lot of that power. Preserving themselves for that late game. That's what they like to do. And looking at towards Inferno Squad, so far even this team has been having a rough day. Started things off with pretty much next to none points. And now moving it forward towards the previous game as well. Inferno Squad, the same storyline hit them. I'm not even sure what exactly is going on. But yeah, all they need to do is just looking forward for a better ending.
At least for now. I think they might be eyeing out for a good start. Because look at them, they're kind of surrounded with so many enemies. You've got Insane around them, you've got NIY, you've got Voltex Gaming. And for Inferno Squad, what do they do?
Oh my god, THW and Inspiration. This could have been way too tricky. Luckily enough, Inspiration, they do make that rotate, but they were so close to the players of THW. THW had the advantage in that fight. And knowing the fact that you've only got 60 players in the lobby, it also eases off a couple of more things. Inspiration, they start to kick things off against the players of NIY, as Zen is able to find the opener. He also gets the confirmation instantly, and NTD, this time looking to challenge a fight against LOC. It's not a good fight in my opinion, considering LOC, they've always been the one to come out on top in these early game fights. And I guess there's a reason why such a weird thing is also happening on the map, right? Maybe there's a rehost on the horizon too?
Indeed, it is. There were, I think, our head is kind of transmitting all those signals. We've got that feeling, and there you have it. Enough camera time for us, because I think for the teams, this would be a huge sigh of relief, considering that flight path was absurd. That would have thrown so many teams up for a toss. I think that's something you and I and the ones watching this broadcast might enjoy. But
yeah,
to talk about players, I think that was nothing short of a nightmare, barring the ones dropping down south. So when you talk about Team Limra and even THW, I think one of the big names that hasn't really stepped up, especially if you consider from yesterday and the transition to today's matches, I think THW, they're lacking.
THW, they did not even step up yesterday. They were still on the last page, right? So in general, for THW, I'm not even sure what exactly is going on. They're just not really getting a lot of that screen time because they're not engaging themselves in a lot of those fights. The only time we saw today them in the screen time was a fight against CG that they took, and they got wiped out by CG. So you can't say for THW, they're choking up those fights. They're taking that late game rotation. And THW, they should realize one thing, that if you're going to try to rotate late inside of the zone, all the good spots are going to be taken away. You need to be the assertive ones. You cannot try and disengage from a fight like that.
Quite contrary to what you just said, there was a recent podcast which is on Crafton India Esports official channel. Also, you might want to check it out. Spiro was interviewing Kyo Lamau, and he had a different opinion. He feels like they're much better if they kind of play around the edges of the circle rather than playing from the circle center. And these were his words. Now, every single time they had the circle center, they kind of lost confidence. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, looking at the centric spot when THW is right there, they had the best performances.
Exactly.
THW is doing so good, but when the circle is not on top of them, they end up choking. And if Kyo Lamau is saying that thing, well, if the players are confused themselves about the play style, then it makes a lot of sense why THW is struggling, right? Because they do not even know what their main play style is. So Kyo Lamau should realize one fact, and looking at the stats as well in the past, their good stands have been in the center spot. They need to be a little bit more proactive, try and get their hands on the better spot inside of the zone, and then maybe things can be a little bit more better, because clearly what you're trying to pull off is not working out, so you might as well try and tweak things up a little bit when you've got the time.
I really feel like the players are quite stubborn, quite adamant, really not open to changes, because we've seen on the go, a lot of teams have switched it up, and I think they've reaped rewards. Biggest example, Team Entity, you talk about Carnival Gaming also, they realized that the old ways aren't really making the cut, and they decided to go frag heavy, and suddenly we see them progressing. Entity right almost at the tippity top, even Carnival Gaming yesterday also good couple of games. Today, a little unfortunate in terms of how the circle went against them. But that was still just that one game, right? You never know, they might recover themselves in this one. So for THW, I think from my perspective, I really feel like they should engage in a little bit more fights, show that faith in those players. The IGL should be guiding them right, and couple of good games here and there, a good fight, something like Keminx Venom have been doing.
I guess they just need to be a little bit more confident in their approach. At the end of the day, it is the game of confidence, right? If you're confident with every single move that you're making, who's going to be stopping you from winning the game? You just need to be confident. And the only time when you can get that confidence is when you've got the enough research on the lobby. And THW right now, it seems like they're lacking. I'm not saying that they're not doing any research. It seems like they're definitely lacking on that research. But all it takes is a little bit more time, right? The players, they still need to set on up towards these type of bigger lobbies, knowing the fact that it is their first time performing in here. Kyo Lamau, yes, an experienced player. We know what he's pulled off in the past, but still, it's all about playing as a bunch, right? And THW, they're definitely struggling in a massive margin. But for now, let's move on towards the short promo, as things will be resuming on the other side.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skills. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
As the game now resumes, soon enough we are going to be heading in towards that Erangel.
Yeah.
But still the question lies, right? Maybe Kyolamau set that on purpose because he wanted to keep those game strats a little bit anonymous to the other players?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Maybe.
I mean, it's still open for speculations. But yeah, I think their actions have proven otherwise. But for THW, they are pretty much a sinking ship right now. And only a miracle can save them. And yeah, you would want them to see grace the land stages once again. This is a team is loved by a lot, has its own niche of that fan base coming up. But again, when you look at the grand scheme of things, another discussion has to be those underdogs finally starting to look fragile. They're not getting those points, and now we can see all the experienced bunch. They're starting to recover.
As the days keep on passing on, the teams are accumulating a lot of that pressure on top of their heads. Insane is a prime example of that on the day when they do really good because there's no pressure. And now moving on forward, as the days keep on passing by, you know you need to be consistent in the lobby because if you're not, you will be kicked out of that top 8. And when you see that pressure accumulating, things just get even worse. Now we've got THW Esports' stats in front of us for this entire Erangel, and these stats are till the semifinals week 1. And if you look at THW Esports' performance, it's quite decent. It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, getting around 5 finishes average around per game isn't too shabby, right? And they've been quite decent before this. And even THW, I think it was round 3 or round 4, they had around 5 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches they played. So they had some really good stats backing them up, and feels like they've had a similar run to like RTG IND, because even RTG IND, if not such great stats, they really had some good numbers on the board and they were looking quite sharp. But eventually they're also on quite a little bit of a dip there, and same fate for THW as
But
well.
you can say for Sanhok, RTGX IND did quite decent. You can
Just
say a
one
little
game.
bit of that wake-up call from the side of RTGX IND to try and make things a little bit more better, but considering they've already played 3 games in the fray, so that wake-up call is a little bit too late. We expected that wake-up call to come on the early side of things.
Very interesting conversation you got brought up over here, because if you look at RTG IND, haven't they always staged a comeback even during the wildcard? If you remember those final 2 days, they out of nowhere they managed to squeeze inside. And even if you talk about that, there was this one day around in the round 3, or I think it was round 3, right, where it was a fight against WBG. So many other big names were also there, and RTG IND, they got the final chicken dinner. They also ensured qualification. So this is a team known for those late comebacks, and I think with this game of Sanhok, I think there is that beacon of hope still alive for them. All they need to do is just latch onto it, somehow understand that there's no going back after this. It is either do or basically go home, wait for the next official event to begin. And RTG IND, they really thrive under pressure.
They do, but once again, you need to understand one fact is that the lesser the game, the easier the comeback. All it takes is one solid game, considering knowing the fact that the overall standings are going to be way too fragile. You've got 16 games to play over here, and if in those 16 games you only play good in the 4 games, all the other games, the teams are constantly building up the overall standings. So just one good game is not going to cut the deal. Points are stacking up on the overall standings, and RTGX IND, the time's running away.
Time's definitely slipping out, but you know, again, if you're making the work in the right direction, I'm pretty sure, or rather we can just be hopeful that they stage this comeback, because it has all been a journey about making waves, and this is definitely one of those teams that has really impressed us with every passing day. And being resilient, that is where the perseverance also comes into play. If they do not want to give up, or have they lost that mental battle, because you know that is one of those battles that you really need to win as a team, as an IGL. You need to constantly keep you know, boosting your teammates' morale, while. They've made it together so far. I'm pretty sure there might be those moments where you might not be meeting faces with each other over a topic. Maybe a rotation could have been done better. Maybe that could have been done that way, this way. A lot of those possibilities do come up. And that is where, teammates do sometimes get into those heated arguments. But you need to understand, this is the moment that you've all been preparing for. And at this moment, you cannot let all these thoughts subside together. So at this point, I really would urge all the players, all the underdogs to let everything aside, focus on the match, that one game, and you never know.
Well, you never know. Things can definitely be way too predictable inside of the Battlegrounds and even in the overall standings. Right now, the overall standings haven't built up way too much in the top 8, so that's why it's looking way too fragile. But as soon as today's day ends, you will start noticing that difference between the 8th spot and the 9th spot. And that's a difference that's going to be way too tough to overcome because every single point counts at that time. And moving on forward towards this game of Erangel, once again the plain flat path is going to be similar, but just on the opposite side.
Alright, this literally changes nothing. Really hope for a better circle at least, if that could be the case. I think something going up north would really make me happy. But the way the flight path trajectory is inclined at seems like it would be a southern circle. Mogo Esports, again, they would have that smile on their face. Same goes for Voltex Gaming. But we did see a couple of teams, especially NIY, getting another lifeline considering one of their players was already taken down by Inferno Squad. It's going to be really interesting as to what happens next.
Looking at the plain flat path once again for Mogo Esports, it's going to be an easy glide. Even Team Limra, easy glide. NIY, the plain flat path was right on top of their home ground. Rivalry Esports 2, easy pass on towards that farms area. No issues. Entity as well. Pachinki's going to be in reach. Lifecraft, a tough stretch. Still it's possible. For Godlike as well, it's going to be a tough stretch. Considering they like to move in towards Yasna Poliana or sometimes school as well. LOC, they've always found themselves in tough battle situations. Is the same thing going to be repeating itself? That's my question. Because if you try to recall the past 2 games, LOC, they were the only team who are engaging in the early game battles.
Yeah, and in fact, in the previous game, they managed to get a lot of those early finishes to themselves. And even LOC, not having the best of starts, they've also realized, yeah, it is now or never. And hence, stepping up, this is much needed from their side. And LOC is definitely one of those teams that you do not want to engage in early with. Because now Lifecraft in real close proximities. And whilst you talked about Team Godlike, they've constantly kept on switching their drops. This time heading towards Yasnaya. Previously in the previous matchup, they headed towards the Rozok School apartment areas. And this is what we wanted. Just if things weren't getting spicy, a circle directly up north.
30% of the circle in the water lines. Now that's interesting. Entity Gaming, the glide is quite smooth towards Pachinki, no issues. CG as well, moving in towards that Gatka area, no issues over there too. THW, Inspiration, and Team Limra, way too up close and personal against each other, and things will be a little bit more dicey. Inspiration, they're on the move. THW on the move too. Team Limra, they found themselves in that home ground towards Primorx, as we do see Godlike on the screen, and Godlike still on that move towards Yasna Poliana. Now the real concern really do stack up for the entirety of Lifecraft, considering they're in the middle of nowhere and there's no vehicles to move out.
Yeah, for Lifecraft, it's all about, like you said, getting the vehicles. Because they don't have any business at Yasnaya Poliana. They tend to head towards those northwestern side, around those Georgie areas. And I think Severny could be up for grabs. It's out in the open, and this is one of those circles. If Global Esports were there inside the lobby, they would be feeling quite happy about. And for Godlike, this could be a really good game. Could be a nice rotation inside the circle. But seems like every time I have the name Godlike popping up, you've got your fingers raised.
If Global Esports was in the lobby, things would have been way too aggressive off the rip. Because the plain flat path was way too far away from their home ground. So Global Esports would drop on a checkpoint, get their hands on the basic loot, vehicles, and instantly go on the prowl. That's what they like to do. Collect those 4 points and then move in towards their drop location. That's what the game strat is for Global Esports if the plain flat path is extremely down south. Usually a normal, sane team would say that no, let's play on the safer side, get our hands on vehicles, and then rotate directly towards that spot. But Global Esports, they set the benchmark a little bit too high.
Yeah, and all because of that unwavering faith towards Mavi. He makes a call, the players just follow.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's the best way. It's all about that teamwork. It's all about that trust on your IGL. A perfect mix that Global Esports have finally come up with. I think that could be their secret sauce.
And the funny part is, when everyone saw this lineup come through, no one expected this lineup to do this good. That's the funny part, right? Mavi, the only experienced players. The rest players quite newer to the picture, you can't say. Not exactly newer, but you can say the younger foes, right? And considering the fact that they're doing so good together, no one expected this combination to work.
Yeah, everybody felt like, you know, Mavi's glory days were over. A lot of them did ask if he's washed out already or he should retire and make a comeback like that. We would love to see Mavi keep on playing for years and years to come. And let's be honest, he's still pretty young. I'm pretty sure he's even as young as you are. Around 22, I guess. He still has a lot of years to play. But again, you know, this is what, right? When the world wishes you that you just fell off, this is the perfect script that Mavi is writing. And again, with him, he's got those players who've also been part of some major big orgs, but weren't really producing those results. Now again, coming in together as a team, look at them right at the tippity top.
Mavi realizing one thing, and that is the younger guys, they definitely do have a lot of that firepower. So you might as well use it to your benefit. That's why he straight up charges on forward for a lot of those fights, and it's working out to perfection. And yeah, going back towards that conversation, right? He's still quite young. If he's 22, he's really young.
Of course.
Why should he retire? It does not make any sense. He's way too young.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, carrying forward this conversation, definitely one of the other pointers that I wanted to ask, or in fact add, is the fact that his teammates are barely, I think, below 20s. Now, that's a very young age, an age where you can really mold the players the way you really want, and they don't ask a lot of questions. Mavi gives a call, everybody just follows, and things work out. And let's be also real, and let's be honest over here. Every single time that hasn't worked out, I would still say majority of the times, I think Global Esports have excelled.
I mean, the funny part is the teams that did advance from the earlier stage directly to an advanced stage, none of us expected them to do good because there was a curse going on, right?
Yeah.
And then Global Esports and Team X-Park, they came into fruition, and they just broke that curse with ease.
And it has taken quite some time for them to really do. Because when you're also talking about Team X-Park, so many questions were raised at. If you talk about them performing during grind, you could see, you know, Shadow was barely could, you know, get those replacements done, barely could have, you know, good possessions for himself. And now look at Team X-Park. But yeah, a little bit of that replay of the first game of Erangel. We were all wondering what happened to Godlike in that fight, and this was what happened.
I mean, Godlike, they did take that fight. The conversion was quite nice, but not exactly flawless, considering Simp, he tossed a util on his own teammate, and then Jonathan gets confirmed. Now, if you're Jonathan over here, Jonathan's definitely going to be pissed knowing the fact that his own teammate knocked him out. But hey, considering the fact that it was quite a decent game for Godlike, you can't let that loose. Moving in towards Voltex, they started things off with a chicken dinner, so you can't say the wind is in their sail in a really strong fashion. Voltex, they can mold themselves a little bit more better in this day itself.
Yeah, for Voltex Gaming, sure. Because it's one of those teams that is again always low-key under the radar impressing us. And we do not see them coming. They're those sneaky assassins, even inside of the lobby, those nice little spreads. And they're in front of you, but still have their stealthy mode on. So, goes on to, for me to really start, you know, wondering, what could they do next? Because this is one of those teams quite unpredictable. There are those times you've got Vishu out of nowhere, even Aryan. These two players start racking up a lot of those elims. And there are those times they make those silly mistakes, fall flat on their faces.
And speak of falling flat on the face, looking at the center part of the zone, CG already proactive. They've moved in. You've got Lifecraft as well towards Severny. And IY moving in closer towards Lifecraft. A lot of the fights now going to start to initiate. Teams way too up close and personal against each other. Entity's still on that southern side. They need to cross on over, but then CG's going to be that bigger thorn. Even LOC can be that bigger thorn. Rivalry even, they start to move in. Voltex is right in the front. But Voltex, they found themselves in the smack center. But are they stable? I don't think so.
I mean, at this point, the circle does look quite volatile. We do not know where it's going to be headed at. Just having the mayor center does not give you any assurance. It could go either ways. Even we've seen circles like this, I think primarily heading towards shooting range or those areas just beneath the shooting range, those hills. But there are still those avenues, or there have still been those iterations where the circle has taken a sharp turn down the southern lines.
Interesting. Circle shifting towards shooting range. And now the zone's looking a little bit more fragile. Just never know where it's going to be shifting towards. If it is going to be shooting range ending, then the teams need to be a little bit more proactive and start capitalizing before CG. A dream spot in the smack center, looking really good. A little bit exposed, yes, but it's fine. They can still work upon it if they do know how to isolate the angles. THW still towards those apartments area of Georgia Pool. Inspiration right there. Just bridge camping that area. So THW right now is trapped.
Did you see Fasha? He had his vehicle stuck over there. It started burning. He had no shots coming at his direction, and yes, that has happened to me also on certain occasions. But moving on ahead, taking a look at shooting range, you've got Entity taking good control over it. For Carnival Gaming, though, right on the southern side. And for Carnival Gaming, it's all been about now holding on to that center. A quick rotation, have a really good spot to themselves. And who knows, they might end up getting a chicken.
Might though, still a big might. Entity still looking to find that solid footing, right? Today's day hasn't been too good, averaging 3 to 4 points per game. It's not the classic Entity that we know. We expect them to be a little bit more better, more dominant. And looking at how things are right now for Rivalry, they're in a decent spot. Moving in from edge to edge, Rivalry soon enough can meet the players of Godlike if they keep on following this trail. Godlike is there on the front, even Seven Shores is right there around the edge. This will be an interesting fight to witness.
Yeah, Godlike again in a decent spot, but really would have loved them
oh my god,
forcing a couple of fights. But look at this. Rivalry spots, too close to comfort. Got the players of Seven Shaw, Toxic and Tiger. Two players got a really good split going on. And we look at the high ground over there. Seven Shaw showing no intentions of really picking a fight there.
I mean, it was a trap being set up. If Rivalry kept on moving towards that same direction, if they do execute this fight, then Seven Shores would have been the one to sort of put a nail in the coffin. They've got all sort of advantage in the fight, right? They were the one defending, of course. That's going to be the advantage in the first place. They've got two of the players at the top, so you can't say the drone view and the information that's going to be added on the top. And then you've got Team Insane for now over here on the screens. Voltix, they make a run towards that area. Aryan tossing that nade towards his own teammate, chips him up a little bit more, but Team Insane, this can be a chance for recovery. Voltix, they're taking too much damage upon themselves as they've lost out on one of the players, and now Evil from the back is constantly tossing in those utils. Shadow still knocked out. Team Insane, this is not a great news, but look at Evil. Another nade being tossed in the front. Team Insane, they can start to feel the pressure.
They're really feeling the heat of it, but Aryan is slowly but surely starting to lose out on his patience, getting really up close and personal. Spy from the backlines providing that cover fire, but Shadow, he's a man left behind.
Oh my
and
god!
There you have it. Snuffed out right in the open as Cyrex this time does not make an error. Gets that instant finish right off the rip. As Spy, his position is also quite compromised, and Cyrex knows where this nade is going towards next.
Team Insane, they wanted to be a little bit more sneaky. They wanted to use that 200 IQ, making the opponents think that they've backed away from that compound, leaving one player closer, but they did just mess up completely, considering another man from Voltix, he had an off angle around the ridge. So everything just comes tumbling down. Team Insane choking this entire fight, and this is supposed to be the most crucial one too. Afu repositioning himself inside of that entire house, and then getting knocked out, considering he overextends. And now it's all down to Evil. And Evil should not be the one to overextend. It's a 1v3 in the makings. Can he make this happen? Vishu in the front. Evil has no clue that there's Cyrex in the back. And for Voltix, they've got all the advantage they can ask for.
Insane. Gonna feel quite gutted, especially considering what a fall it has been. Again, living up to that script, and Aryan, the Grim Reaper, takes a leap of faith there. And Evil all by his lonesome. He's got that S12K to work around with. We've seen in a similar compound. Tiger pull off an inevitable, and it is a 1v3 situation. Yes, the first couple of shots connected, but instantly there you have it. Vishu already on a collapse, almost about to get deleted, as now panic has really struck on the doors. Now Vortex Gaming, another player coming in. This time Cyrax does not miss his mark, and Team Insane say bye-bye to the lobby.
Oh my god. Still that 1v3 could have come back to life.
Yeah.
The man was trying to jiggle around. Unfortunately for him, too many angles to cover at the same time. The players are not funneling in, instead using all the openings. And now looking at NIY. All the 4 players inside of Severny looking comfy for now, but they've got a stalemate situation against IS. And for Inferno Squad, even for them, the day hasn't been too good. After that day 1 performance, everything has came tumbling down.
Hey, hold on. Weren't these two teams engaging against each other in Melta? And now they're here also. Alright. This little love story keeps on continuing as look at this circle shift. Godlike, 7 Shock, quite happy about it. Even the players of Rivalry. I think it's all having that King of the Hill situation. That little bit of that higher ground if they can accumulate for themselves. One of those eastern compounds still up for grabs, quite isolated. None of the teams have really headed on towards it. But look at that migration coming in from that western side, Necro. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
It's a day with destiny for Godlike fans. Considering Godlike is right in the smack center, in the power position, in the prime spot. Can the conversion be there? That's the question. 7 Shorts right in the back lines, and Godlike do not want to challenge a fight against them because they will always get those flashbacks on what exactly happened yesterday. So Godlike will try to avoid that. Looking at Entity, even they're starting to make some massive moves on the board, knowing the fact that they need to be the one to move inside. And considering for Entity, they're quite out in the open, they're exposed. Even the back lines are not cleared, it's THW moving in.
But you know what? Godlike cannot really fight at this point. They engage in a 4v4, they instantly get third party for someone. So that is something that Godlike needs to watch out for. Yes, however, they can be the ones stealing a couple of finishes away. For Team Entity, like you said, it is going to be a really tough entry inside the circle with so many teams keeping a close watch. And especially with THW also coming in from the back lines. You've got INS right beside you. And Godlike take control. Oh, this warehouse, a decent spot to hold at. It's not easy for the others to really push at them with blinders on. So, yeah, Godlike really need to convert this.
Godlike with the high ground 2 to play with. It's a really good positioning. But it's quite an old one too. Teams know how to counter it. It's been happening a lot of the times in the past. So Godlike, the defense has to be flawless. Losing out on any sort of players this early inside of the game, they cannot afford it. At least try and be somewhere in the top 5. And Godlike, once again, that consistent note will be held on. If that does not happen, the bounce back will be unexpected.
But still, even if a single player gets knocked out, it's going to take for the other team to really come out in the open, expose themselves. And considering Godlike still have all their men alive, should not be a huge issue, to be honest. But for now, it's all about waiting for that next circle shift. And a lot of those teams are really taking those certain spots up. A lot of the IGLs banking on the fact that there is going to be yet another hard shift. And it's going to go away from them. And look at this, Team Limra finally intending to enter inside the circle. And Mogo Esports, they're waiting for them. It's Carnival Gaming. They've got a decent spot to hold on to. A little bit of that dip. That always has that fear that somebody from the higher grounds might have spotted them. The moment they go out in the open, they could be dead men walking.
Carnival Gaming in a decent spot. And yeah, this compound is quite exposed, man. As you mentioned, it can be fired at from so many different angles. It's not too safe to play with. CG, 4 players tucked in that same spot. You've got Team Limra eyeing out the players of Mogo Esports, and I'm sure Team Limra is not going to go for the fight. This is not their playstyle. If they do go for the fight, It'll be a little bit weird, unorthodox in my opinion, for Team Limera's books. And even for Mogo Esports' books, because Mogo Esports will try and avoid this fight as much as possible. Next zone's going to be popping up on the screens. Godlike still in that circle, CG barely making it 2 in the edge. Before Entity, it's a decent position, but now they need to be the Guardian Angels and claim and funnel all those points.
A chance at revenge for Team Godlike this time, because 7 Shaw, they have to get inside the circle. And in order to do so, they have to face Godlike. Either ways, if Godlike decide to come out a little bit in the open also, they could be susceptible to fire. But for Team Limera, like you said, they love avoiding those early fights till the very end. But now, they're really close to comfort. You've got the players of Team Voltex, and they do have 3 of the players alive already. 4 finishes accumulated, and certainly eyeing out for more, but I do not like this positioning. One good grenade, and the entire squad gets wiped out.
Yeah, but the problem is we're not seeing those good grenades, right? Undershoots from the side of Team Limera. Nades being shot at in dark. Or maybe you can't say inside of the white smoke. For Team Limera, the only thing that's keeping themselves alive are the smokes. For how long they can keep smoking themselves, considering they're running out of the smoke slowly and steadily. But Dragon OP's got 9 smokes still in his hands. The man is ready for an entire fog battle, but as we've got NIY charging on forward towards Inferno Squad, finally the silence breaks out, and still Inferno Squad is able to hit down the players of NIY left, right, and center. The elimination points, high time, it might just be stolen away by someone else, and that's what happens. 7 Shores, they steal that elimination away.
And NIY, look at them, still quite underconfident, but finally, this one grenade coming in and gives them that little bit of that morale boost. Look at Blade. He's trying to gauge out the players. He's trying to draw somebody out as the nade goes sailing in. Still no damage done there. Another Molotov to act along with it. But NIY losing out on Dagger Devil from that backline spot. This has to hurt.
Too many teams now starting to accumulate around you. You can't really do a lot. NIY, they need to be a little bit more watchful. While Inferno Squad, they've dropped down 1 player. For NIY, they're down to just a 2-man squad. Not looking too fluid, considering the fact that Inferno Squad as well now will be taken down to a 2-man. Things just keep on getting worse and worse inside of this compound. Both these teams are busy fighting against each other, and the other teams are taking advantage of that.
Oh my god, Inferno Squad. One day still in the race for the top 8. Suddenly get wiped off by a team who's at the very bottom. Literally in the depths of Tartarus. This had to be hurting, this had to be bleeding them. And it is going to be an internal one at that. For NIY to come out of that alive, that is the big news. But for now, 7 Shaw, Toxic gets that beautiful knock, gets it secured. But look at this, Mogo Esports getting too close. The players of Rivalry, Arthur already down and out. But Bijlu from the back lines, he's trying to cook up a grenade. And this sails in, but does not miss its mark. But look at Beast, somehow still in the middle of nowhere. He still got Justin under his crutches.
Beast still in that smoke. He exposes himself and is taking too much damage. Rivalry on the verge of being eliminated. And Mogo Esports just looking pretty strong with this approach for now. They've got 2 of the players knocked out. Destro on the verge of being eliminated. 2 from the game, and why is he not going for that revival? Oh, it is coming through. There's the other player going for it. So luckily enough for Mogo Esports, okay for now. But Justin, he gets confirmed.
Yeah, he was a corner there. There was no chance on earth they could have got him back to life, but this is what I was talking about. Golden chance for Godlike to get their sweet revenge, and this time they're dishing out some massive amount of damage. It's all about just bursting that vehicle up, and there's that little bit of a cover from the backlines. It is also going to be Aru who's going to take those shots, but this is it. Godlike, they have been waiting for such an opportunity. As Jonathan, he oversteps a little bit, maybe trying to get that grenade connected.
Not a good move in my opinion. Godlike's moving out in the open. Where's the vehicles? They need to utilize those. Utilities being tossed to perfection. Yes, it is doing that chip damage, but it's not enough to get the knockout. And Godlike, they're definitely facing that brunt too. But even for the foes, even they're taking a lot of that damage upon themselves. LOC, realizing the fact that Godlike is a little bit more busy fighting the opponents, they do start to make a move as well.
Yeah, and Admino, he's got all that information relayed. And this is where Godlike need to get back to hiding. They need to get back to covers, because at this point, they cannot afford even a single player getting knocked out. that really opens up the floodgates as Carnival Gaming from the backlines. They come in out of nowhere, and LOC, they are just getting obliterated with all that grenade barrage going in. And now Akshat, he goes pushing in through the doors of that little shack, eventually for LOC Esports to get eliminated at the 11th spot.
He gets that beautiful confirmation. CG, the Prowlers, they do follow that blood trail. Straight up shut down the team in the front. And now looking forward for CG. With how things are looking like inside of the game, CG, they can definitely keep on moving up with that same pace. He dodges the vehicle. It's such the right timing. And Mogo Esports, what a big misstep this was. Shogun all by himself, steps inside of that shack. What was he even thinking?
Got a little too over-eager there. Had no other option. Felt like he could maybe take down a player. But a jump at the last moment, and that did make the job done. But for Godlike Esports, they've got the players of Carnival Gaming dead to rights. No means of escape from there. And this is where they get to unleash their fury. They've been waiting for this. Moments of revenge, and Godlike still just that one finish into their tally. But this is where they need to really start racking up those numbers.
Yeah, Godlike's in the zone with only one finish wrapped up. They're not really challenging a lot of these fights. They're just trying to be the third partiers. They've got the zone to play with. They've also got the best compound to play with. They've also got the high ground to play with. Godlike, all the stars are aligned. They can accumulate so many points if used properly. But look at this nade. Tossed into perfection. Team Limra, as they step inside of the fray, even they want to get a couple of more points on the board. Team Limra in the front lines as Pukar's taking that constant shots. This time he does not find any connect. Instead, it's Team Limra hitting them back hard.
Look at this Troy, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. As now Coco, he initiates that push, leading the charge. Troy still fighting back, gets a knock, needs to convert into a finish, but Gokul, he also wants to initiate that push, and from the backlines, Team Entity get wiped out as Team Limra live to fight another day.
Team Limra barely on the edge, backs against the wall, not looking too safe as Godlike, they start to shut down CG. They've taken too many shots against them, and CG, they collapse. Jonathan all by himself in the open. He's now feeling confident, and this is the confidence you want to see from a team like this. In the top 5, Godlike looking really consistent. They've got a really good place to play with. This is the exact Godlike all the fans were searching for, and finally you're seeing them with some good rotates. Being proactive in the lobby, taking the fights before now Lifecraft, as they challenge a fight against THW. They don't stand a chance. 3 of the players are knocked out. A couple of utils, they start to sail in. For Godlike, they're in the top 4. I don't think anyone can stop them from claiming this game.
Yeah, there's no stopping them. The Demons back again, but still, you've got Lifecraft. They're also down, pinned to that one area. But look at the circle shift. It's gone out in the open.
Fixes. Look at Mogo in the top 3. Early on, they took some heavy damage upon themselves, but still over here in the top 3. All thanks to Delta PG. Mogo's day has been really good, really consistent. Do not even need to rely on that firepower to convert these points. Just play it as safe as possible. Get one squad wipe, and it's all good in the hood. 4 points so far when it comes to the elimination side. And looking at Lifecraft, they do get that flawless recovery back in the game. Viper's going to be back up on the feed too. Godlike, they need to be a little bit more proactive. Push on up against the foes in the front. But instead, they're not doing so.
Yeah, they're focusing on the circle. And they've got a really good position at that. This is what Godlike wanted. This is what Jelly wanted. A good circle, all their players alive, 6 finishes secured. And certainly could get quite a lot more. In fact, could increase this tally up to 9. And Jelly, he plays the sacrificial role. He knows that the players of Lifecraft, they will have to squeeze their way inside. But look at this Delta. Again, trying to be the hero. He's done that in the past also in the game of Miramar. One off and suddenly this game could come alive.
Oh, he can be the surprising effect, but look at Lifecraft. They make that push happen against Godlike, and straight up they start to hit back as Ryzen, he finds the first knockout. The confirmation instantly follows up. Godlike taken down with 3-man squad. Delta still in the back lines. He can be the table turner, but now it's a 1-on-3. Can Delta make the clutch happen? That's my question. Spots out another player. The confirmation follows up too. Delta pinned behind this rock. He needs to move out in the open. Simp is right there with the ankle, and he will seal the deal too. Godlike finally getting a chicken dinner. A big sigh of relief for the fans and the players themselves.
Finally redeeming themselves. Team Godlike, right from the ashes, they arise again. Day number 2 has been coveted as the day of comebacks, and for Godlike, I think they were on the right track. The first game, yeah, things were still looking quite dandy. Still a lot of work needed to be done. But this time, getting the circle and godlike, when the entire world was banking on the fact that the circle goes towards the west or maybe towards the southern side, godlike making that quick rotation to the warehouses and the circles, sticking to those areas. And this time, you did not see them making those errors. Not a lot of those overcommitments. They were holding on to their horses. This was perfectly executed.
And this is what we wanted. This is exactly what we wanted from the side of godlike. Finally getting that good position inside of the zone. Once again, Jelly being that zone magnet. And this is the exact thing that we saw inside of the wild card too, right? The zone's just forming right on top of you over and over again. Godlike having the high ground to play with. Instant capitalization coming through as well inside of the zone. Godlike definitely could have racked up a little bit more elimination points, but it's fine. Still aiming for that bigger picture. Want to be inside of that top 8. Want to be consistent.
I think they did manage to get around, what, 9 to 10 finishes? Which brings the tally up to 20 points or 19 points in this game. The first game, they had around 11 points, and in just 2 games, they've made quite a comeback.
Yes.
To be honest, because after this, they still have 2 more to go, and I really feel like the track they're on, by the end, I'm kind of assuming they kind of squeeze in maybe inside the top 12 or the top 8 also.
Perfect stuff from the side of Godlike. That's all I can say, right? Because now the fact that even Godlike is back in the race, a lot of the teams in the top 8 will start to sweat. Another formidable opponent, once again making that comeback, and it feels like the downfall that we're seeing for this entire team, it might just be ended right here, right now. But it still depends on the upcoming 2 game. You never know, things can be much worse for the side of Godlike, because all it takes is one single mishap and the momentum instantly shatters away.
Hey, we've been talking a lot about the underdogs taking a fall. Haven't you low-key noticed Team Entity hasn't been playing quite well either?
Yeah, I mean, we had to talk about this, right? Getting the average points of 2 to 3 points per game. Entity in this game as well, I think so they had somewhere around those points. So they're getting the average of 3 to 4 points, but it's still not going to matter, man. You're Entity at the end of the day. You need to be in that top 8. You started things off in the top 8 on the first spot, and now look at you. You've already dwindled down, maybe pretty much kicked out of that top 8 as well.
Not really kicked out of the top 8, but I really feel like they had this little head start to begin the day with, and that seems to have gone away. So many teams, I think a lot of them have also crossed them over. You've got Cheminx Venom right at the top, and now Mogo Esports, they're also staging a comeback. Again, a very consistent game. I think 3 games, even in the game of Miramar, they had a top 2. In fact, a top 3 in the game of Sanhok, they had a top 2. This time also a top 2. Chicken Dinner, I think that's not in their destiny, but still, as long as you keep accumulating those points. And Mogo Esports, they're making their facts straight, right? They do not care if they get a chicken dinner or not. They want to ensure they have a couple of those finishes, and even 6 to 7 position points, that's fine. They'll take it with open arms.
Another team we need to speak of is Team Insane. Completely deactivated once again. The script just repeating itself. They're not even getting those constant points. That's the main problem. Team Insane in this previous game, they got melted.
They were pretty much absent, especially that fight against Vortex Gaming. And this is where you could really see that fear creeping in through your veins. Every single time you're looking at them being quite reactive, quite defensive, always trying to search for means of escape instead of fighting back. That's not going to make the cut. Yes, you had a good day one, and you need to learn from your mistakes. And this has exactly happened to Insane even in the first week of semifinals.
But you know what? Let's move on and look at this winning moment, because this is definitely going to be quite glorious for the side of Godlike fans. Finally getting that chicken dinner they were looking out for. THW, they could have been a big problem for them, but considering they make that push happen against Lifecraft, things just got way too easier for Godlike as well. And then Lifecraft straight up ramming their vehicles in towards the Godlike side, and Godlike wiping out the entirety of Lifecraft. In the end, it was just Delta PG left out to deal with, and Delta PG almost could have squeezed in that one single point, but unfortunately that gets denied.
Yeah, kind of is going to be really hurtful if you are Delta PG. Really was hoping to get that extra one finish stolen there. But, you know, talking about even Lifecraft, this was also a really nice game for them, considering that they literally had nowhere to run. They had to commit in for the push. It was a really nice start. They step out of the vehicle, get Johnny down. But this is where Admino and I think it was Simp who worked it out together and got those couple of finishes. Lifecraft was dealt with, and Jelly, it was a master stroke. Him having a different angle, a different perspective really helped Godlike in getting the chicken.
Now let's speak about the storyline over here, right? In the day one, all the teams that performed really well are not able to perform on the day two. Inferno Squad, Entity fall off. Even Team Insane is now falling off. Hyderabad Hydras as well not doing way too good for themselves. Yeah, one game was really good considering they started things off with quite a shebang, but then even Limra now fell off. So you can't say for Hyderabad Hydras as well, there's definitely that dip in the performance that they need to try and recover from, because we know one single bad game, that position will be compromised.
Yeah, and for Hyderabad Hydras, they really need to start waking up, because if it could happen to Entity, it could happen to them as well. But you talk about the match MVP, finally Simp redeeming himself, because so many questions were pointed at him, and this has to be one of the best answers. And for Godlike, I think it has come down to a point where being the MVP does not matter. Right now, qualification is on the line. That's where they've got their eyes at. So would really love to see how many points have they accumulated from this game, and where do they stand at in terms of the overall standings.
They just need to look at the grander scheme of things. They need to eye out the trophy and just know the fact that they belong in the grand finals. They do not really care about being in the top 3 or the top 4 over here. It's all about being in that top 8 at this time, because qualification is what matters. For Team Limra, a decent game, but not too good, considering you do see Poco, WNL, right there with 3 finishes. You also see Drigger right there with 3, and then you've also got Goblin with 3 elimination points confirmed. Now, for CG, a decent game, considering they were getting those elimination points, but not too good.
I think for Carnival Gaming, they were pretty much pinned down.
Yeah.
And can't really help it. The position they were really banking upon, the circle went away from them, and they were on the lookout of those next fights to happen. That did not. And they had to climb that little plateau there. They know that Godlike was waiting for them, and it was all about just making peace with the fate. Really would love to see how much have Carnival Gaming got from that previous game, but taking a look at the match summary, what are these numbers, Necro? 385 meters finish?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the player was quite softened up, and then all it took was one single bullet to try and get that confirmation. Maybe something around that. But yeah, longest finish is definitely way too long. Then you've also got the grenade finishes in front of us, which is going to be 4. You've also got the vehicle finishes, 5, which is quite nice. 39 rescues, 10,436 healing done.
All right, I think a majority of which could be courtesy to Delta PG. Surviving till the end, had a lot of first aids to work around with, and considering had the bodies of Carnival Gaming, made it quite easier. And there you have it. So Godlike getting that final finish, 20 points in the bag, and throughout the entire day, from just 2 games, they've already secured 31 points. So averaging at around 15.5, I think that's the way to go.
That's really good. Godlike definitely quite a big performance on the day 2. You expect the day 2 to be the day of comebacks, and that's what exactly is happening with the players. Mogo Esports as well on that same track of comeback. THW Esports getting 8 points, maybe a wake-up call. A little bit too late, though.
Yeah, I think for THW, this has to be the silver lining. This is the kind of a hope that they were latching onto. This is what I wanted to talk about. Rivalry, look at them. Even for the likes of Insane, Inferno Squad, Team Entity, they're all starting to lose out on those points. And that is going to be such a huge denture in the grand scheme of things. Once the overall standings do come up, we will look at them slipping those spots, because now there have been so many of those teams that have started redeeming themselves, and that vacuum, again, that is out of the window.
As I mentioned, Entity's getting 3 to 4 points per game, and it's not something you expect from a banner like Entity. Moving in towards the overall standings, Kemne Swenham still unshakable in that spot. Entity on that second spot as well, towards 57. So Entity's doing okay. With that cushioning, they're right there. Hyderabad Hydras, that cushioning, though, is now starting to get capitalized. Team Limra not that far away. You're not really seeing any type of big changes in the top 8, but then if you move on towards the latter half of the board, there you go. Godlike in the top 16.
And one more good game could really put them in maybe a top 4 or top 5 also. And this is how close the competition is. Even Carnival Gaming not really far behind. Lifecraft have managed to redeem themselves. So this is what I was talking about, right? Entity still might be at the 2nd position. But at this point, we can't really say for a matter of fact that they're going to qualify. Because so many teams from the bottom have really stepped it up. Magnet Esports, they've also been pretty much invisible. Insane, there again on that downward spiral. Vortex Gaming just a little out of that top 8. And this is where even you can see THW, they're starting to rack up on those points. RTG, in the previous game of Sanhok, they were quite stellar. But for now, I think 7 Show, this is starting to hurt them.
Inspiration 2 still at the bottom. NIY Prime, 3 under Gods, not able to do anything. 7 Shores, though, on 20th spot, doing really good. RTGXI and D, looking at them on the 19th spot, doing really good too. THW on the 18th spot. Of course, the struggles just keep on continuing, but LOC, still you got to give it up to the lads. They have changed the tempo a little bit. They're going for the fights. Unfortunately for them, it's not working out too massively, considering they're taking those blows.
Listen, they've got nothing to lose, and they
Yeah.
know that it's their forte to take those fights. And what could potentially go wrong? They might just get eliminated. You know, they have been getting eliminated either ways. They might as well go down fighting. So that's the idea. And when it comes down to survival skills, I think they need to understand they need to fight. And like Charles Darwin said, it's the survival of the fittest.
Exactly. But what are they surviving for, Fixes? For the grand finals, that's going to be happening in Hyderabad. And trust me when I say this, all the elite passes are being booked away with a rapid pace. So you need to move on forward towards Paytm Insider and book yourself that elite pass right now. And speak of some of the perks that you get, Fixes, would you like to let them know?
Of course, you get that meet and greet exclusive
Ooh.
session with your favorite creators, free snack and meals that, I mean, you might get it if we do not gulp it up together. So, you know, we are big foodies. We've got that big appetite. We're still ensuring that we're going to keep some saved up for you guys. But jokes apart, also that exclusive merch. And the best part to top it all, you get the best viewing experience. And if you think that that is where it ends, imagine all the proceeds are going to be going to a charity. So you're going to be enjoying all of that action whilst you're knowing it's for a good cause.
And also meet and greet session with the famous content creators and the stars inside of BGMI. So that's even better. So yeah, let's move on with the conversation now. Fix's upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi. Icy Lands. The teams once again the pressure on the head, knowing the fact that this game will be way too slow. At the start, no fights happening, but then later on, it's going to be all hell breaking loose.
And this is one of those very important junction that we've arrived in. Vikendi at such a crucial moments, who gets to be on the top, who misses out, because right now it's still so volatile. The top 8 is out in the open for a toss. Anybody could really squeeze in. We've seen teams down to the 16th or 17th position. Everybody being in good contention. One chicken dinner and they are through.
And Vikendi's always bringing in that variety, right? Just like the map of Sanhok. You never know who's going to be the one to come out on top. Last time on the game of Sanhok, it was Keminix Venom. Moving in forward towards Vikendi, still a big question mark. But you know what? Maybe that question will be answered on the other side of this promo.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
Fixes, knowing the fact that Vikendi is right there around the corner, which teams do you think will be sweating a lot still in the icy lands?
At this point, I really want Reckoning to again make it there, because in the previous game of Sanhok, they lost their tempo. They lost their groove, that early elimination, because they were riding hot. And even for Hyderabad, Hydras. And this is one of those topics that we've been discussing about. The top 8, quite risky, quite vulnerable. And in order to ensure the qualification, they need to start building up that lead.
I mean, for Hyderabad Hydras, yes, the lead needs to be there. For Reckoning Esports, they've got that groove, man, and I really feel like they can keep on moving with that. Elimination points is something they like to focus on. They've also got a chicken dinner today itself, so Reckoning Esports is really looking like a formidable force. And moving on forward against this Group B itself, where Godlike, even they've got that group, man, it's just going to be even better considering the fact that so many teams, they're starting to feel themselves. These top teams really starting to dominate the lobby once again, while the teams in the top 8, they start to crumble down slowly and steadily.
Yeah, again, like you said, right, it's kind of in a stark contrast to how Reckoning really like to play this one. They like to go aggressive, and we all know how Vikendi really pans out. You know, really not one of their home grounds, but they have to make it theirs, because now, folks, one quick look at the matchup before Vikendi really comes in front of us, and there you have it, right? This time we will have Group C coming into the picture, and this would be their last game of the evening. They've played their matches, 3 of them already done and dusted, and we're also going to have a little bit of that switcheroo. Group B, they'll be playing this one and even the match after this. So for Godlike, this is a golden chance to capitalize, for Rivalry, for THW to kind of stage that comeback and to enjoy all of that experience in Vikendi. And to get back the podcast hours, we've got our host back once again, Hello, I Super Johnny.
Oh, thank you so much for that warm welcome, Fixers. And of course, I mean, we are headed towards weekendy, so things are going to be slowed down for a bit, at least in the early stages of the match. But as you said, I think a wonderful opportunity for all of these teams, Godlike, TSW, Carnival Gaming, Rivalry, Voltex are doing quite decent, so I think it wouldn't be a recovery, it's just the build-up of momentum that they need to carry forward with. Other than that, I think Godlike, they definitely need to capitalize, because that first game, it was decent. This one was just amazing. The chicken dinner that they wanted, they finally do have it seized, and now moving into the next one, if they can just have that one more big game, I think this pretty much, as you said in the morning, right, they need to consolidate themselves on the overall leaderboard. I think this will help them succeed in that journey of theirs.
Yeah, they've already laid down the foundation blocks.
Laid,
So they're in the right direction, but you know what, we're going to do a little bit of that role play. Close your eyes.
All right.
Imagine you are an ardent Godlike fan.
All right.
Yesterday, you were quite upset. It was quite disappointing. And today, how do you feel?
I mean, I feel happy, actually. Yeah, today is just filled with a lot of happiness. Yes, the team is playing well. The players are playing well. We are seeing them be a part of the action, at least somewhat towards the end. And as long as the trajectory of their journey on that overall leaderboard, it's just headed upwards. I think that is all that the fans can hope for and pray for, that more of this. Please, more of this.
Exactly, more of this.
Yeah.
More of whatever you just did,
Yeah.
do more of that. And we'll be happy. We have nothing to complain. We finally will get to see the players of Godlike attending a LAN as athletes, competing for that grand prize, something that has been missing in their trophy cabinet for years, that official trophy. But again, I think like we discussed, very important game also for Carnival Gaming, because this is one of those teams that yesterday gave us those hopes. But today, is it always us trying to blame that they did not have the circle, or really them not doing anything about it?
I don't think we can blame the circle anymore, because just with the caliber of players that they have, I think there are moments where they should be able to brute force their way inside of any zone and brute force their way inside of any compound against any team. This is, at one point, this was hailed as one of the best lineups you could have in BGMI. And it's not that long ago, by the way. It's just a few months ago, right? Now there's a lot more competition ever since the grind began a few months ago in April. And then the journey that we have been on through the main event of BGIS headed towards the grand finals right now. And we've seen the competition rise. But before all of this, Carnival Gaming, this squad was one of the biggest threats you could run into in competitive BGMI. And again, right now, that's not the feeling that you get. I mean, it's the same thing with Godlike, right? Once you see them in the lobby, it's a different aura you experience. As of now, it just feels like another team.
You know, at this point, I completely agree with you, because when you talk about Carnival Gaming, being one of the Carnival Gaming fans, if I need to do a role play, it has been a roller coaster, their journey. We have seen them get the first hat-trick of the BGIS on broadcast. We have seen them get so many of those big games. We have seen them perform extremely well during the wildcards, but we've also seen them collapse in that first week of the semis. In fact, even yesterday, not having the best of starts. So it's kind of traumatizing. It's a little bit of that dip. Still hoping they make the recovery, and it could be the perfect time to do so in the icy tundras itself, in the map of Weekendy, because right now, folks, it is one of those games, the penultimate game of the evening, the final game for the teams from Group C to come in and showcase their mettle in front of the entire world. As the flight path trajectory all the way from port heads towards Miramar.
Yeah, it's leaning towards the western half of the map, but it is weekendy, so not a lot of trouble for majority of these teams. The eastern side, I mean, the drop locations that are utilized, those big cities, Trevno, you can definitely take that northern highway. Peshkova, you can drop towards Kresnik or Podvosto, easily glide across the river and then move to Peshkova. Cement Factory, Castle is always open. And then Hot Springs, Hot Springs is going to be a challenge, to be honest. You have Volnova, and Volnova gets pretty cluttered up in the early stages. But then again, considering looking at what we see in front of us right now, cluster of teams towards the west itself.
At this point, finally, a breath of fresh air. Finally, we don't get to see those boring Goroka circles or something about around Mount Kresnich or maybe Podvosto. Finally, the circle comes a little down south. And at this point, you know, us collectively, and in fact, for you to be watching us on the broadcast, please let's pray together that we get to see something happening around Dino Park. There's so much to play around that entire spot. So many of those hiding spots. You've got that little high ground. You've got those little dips. And it could be a wholesome game, to be honest.
I was just about to say that. Like, there's a very high probability this zone will end between Villa and Tovar. But if it goes towards Dino Park, oh man, this is going to be an exciting game for sure. But Let's focus on this now. We were talking about Volnova and Volnova getting cluttered up with a lot of bodies very early in the game. And exactly what is happening. We see a crowd building up. You have the players of Inspiration Esports and Galaxy Esports in a little bit of a drop clash situation, but no engagement between the two teams yet, no conflict.
For Galaxy Esports, it's been such a rough day in the office.
Yeah.
They've always been the punching bags right off the bat. They've always have had to take those fights. But the good part is that they still somehow have managed to keep their numbers tight. Still somehow make it into the final circles, get a couple of points here and there. Are still in the race though. But who knows if they can get Inspiration out of the picture, if they can wipe them out. Maybe again find a little bit of that consolidation there. But you know, something I really wanted to talk about is an ongoing rivalry. And this is something not a lot of people know about. But Carnival Gaming and KMNX Venom, they tend to get rough and dirty in this map.
Well, I think I would love to see that again, but let's see how that turns out. I think KMNX Venom, they do not really have that much to lose if they end up taking a fight against Carnival Gaming, considering they have done quite well for themselves today itself. On the other side, Carnival Gaming, that might be a risky approach if they end up committing to a fight and losing out on players early. They definitely need those big numbers on the board.
You know, a few more tidbits is that majority of the times, KMNX Venom have come out winning. And most of the times, in fact, all of the times, they were the ones who initiate those fights.
Oh, but I think while we have a look at the players of Voltex on our screens, we also do see on the map, we have, look on the radar, it appears, the players of Hyderabad Hydras nearby. There for a split second, but then they continue to move up north. And as you were talking about Carnival Gaming and their rivalry going on with KMNX Venom, just now, a few seconds ago, the players of Inspiration Esports kind of just ran through the players of Carnival Gaming, and Carnival not even bothered by that. They just stayed inside their covers, looked to protect their position. And there it is, 8-bit all spotted out by the players of RTG IND.
Yeah, 8-bit. So far, we've seen the spell of success in this particular map of Vikendi, but this time the circle going a little away from them and has certainly caused some trouble. But for Inspiration, I was kind of taken aback a little bit. I really thought they might want to fight it out around Volnova, because either ways they aren't doing well. Taking those early fights, what do they have to lose? Could have maybe gotten a few finishes to themselves, but Voltex Gaming, so much out in the open, I do not like the feeling.
Well, I mean, I think this is a call made out of desperation. I think they might have also felt the presence of the players of Hyderabad Hydras behind them. They see Cyrax having taken like a big chunk of damage on his HP bar, but finally they're trying to move towards the edge of the circle, trying to breach in from the northern side. And of course, I mean, it is Vacandy, so you do expect the teams to rush for the center within the first stage itself. That is exactly what is happening right now. There will be a few outliers to this rule. It's not even a rule, it's just a strategy employed by a lot of these teams, the meta of Vacandy, if you will. But then again, as I said, there are exceptions to this. There will be those teams that do like to still, to this day, play slow on this map.
I would really not be surprised if I get to see some, healing battles happening. We're already witnessing a lot of that, even in the maps like Miramar, the Erangels, even Sanhok has been a case so far. But for Magnet Esports, again, one of those teams did play quite well yesterday, but today they've been suffering. But this time, I think they have their head set. They know they've got that knock on Prime Esports, but Magnet suddenly changed their focus on the players of Rivalry. And this could go otherwise for them, because if the players of Prime find the players of Magnet Esports' attention divided elsewhere, I think this is also a team that knows how to strike back.
Oh, of course, and it's not going to be easy for them to retaliate like that, but Prime Esports now in a very awkward position. They've lost Crocodile, Luffy and Rampage, all that remain, and even their position is compromised since Rampage just took a few shots on the players of Magnet Esports. Now, as you mentioned, the backline pressure on the players of Magnet Esports right now is the only thing that is saving Prime from this early demise. And today has not been their day at all. The semi-finals have not gone as Prime thought they would.
Yeah, I'm not going to be even trying to sugarcoat this. Been telling this time and again, they have been really missing out. But Just to make matters worse, this time they've decided to just come up with
Look
three
at what's
players.
happening though. They're checking every single room. They still expect the players to be there.
It's all right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's better that they do their due diligence, right?
True.
So, but again, you know, at this point, I think Johnny, it's safe to say that Prime Esports has really given up because they're just playing this game with 3 men, and this is in stark contrast to how good Prime were when we saw them come into round 4, and suddenly they have vanished.
Well, I mean, again, this is what me and Necro were also talking about a few moments ago. It was unexpected, heartbreaking for us as well, because we are always looking out for those new teams, new faces who show up, take a fight against the veterans, and of course make waves in BGIS 2024. And Prime was definitely up there on the list, along with the likes of Limra, along with NIY as well. NIY is also another team that has broken a lot of hearts because it's the same situation, it's the same story. Amazing performances up until now, and in the face of true pressure, this is where we saw them crumble. But then again, this is what I think is expected, or this is what the usual situation is with teams with a little less experience than compared to teams that have been around for years. That when the pressure kicks in, it becomes very difficult to realize, like, all right, what do we change to make things work?
And this is where the bigger names, they get that advantage. They have that
Yeah.
extra edge. Because they've always been under such heavy situations, not just inside the game. They know how to handle things. They know how to get that reset done. And what beautiful way to picture this in fact, of what we've got to see today. But Aryan, out in the open, I don't know. Was he looking to make those snowballs? Or was he looking to take a fight? Because he was caught napping there.
I think he might be adjusting his loadout or something over there, just standing out in the open, and Mox just whacks him slightly on the back of his head and just asks him politely, like, bro, that's not what you're supposed to do. And Aryan also, in kind, just runs behind the wall, behind some cover. Bandage is being utilized, but that armor and helmet, they've been damaged now.
Oh my god, he had no idea.
Yeah.
Imagine him getting knocked over there, and then his teammates go back and check the wall. What were you doing? And Hyderabad Hydras is definitely one of those teams who knows to strike back. We've seen them do that yesterday also. Team getting decent performance in the map of Vikendi. Had a really good one at that. But Voltex Gaming, they've been sneaky, man.
True.
They've always been on the prowl. They've always been in the contestation for the top 8. And even the previous game did not really go that well for them. But if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, they're still at a decent spot.
Yeah, they definitely did. And Voltex as well, I mean, it has been kind of an interesting topsy-turvy journey, but we're going to come back to that conversation. In the meanwhile, we see Neo from Carnival Gaming get into some trouble as Galaxy Esports stages charge forward. One frag already found, looking for another one. Akshat does manage to escape, but barely, with a pixel of HP on his HP bar. Still, things could have gone much worse for the side of Carnival Gaming. Galaxy Esports, though, this is kind of a decent start for them. 1 point secured quite early.
Again, those old problems knocking at the doors of Carnival Gaming. They could have had a better circle than this.
Yeah, true.
And they lost their best performing player so far. Alarm bells definitely tolling in for Carnival Gaming, because at this point, it's just not the players of Galaxy Esports they should be worried about. Because Chem and X Venom, they've been having the best day so far. And this is a team that knows that if you are crippled, they're going to smack you at your leg. Not just once, but multiple times. They're going to ensure that it's completely broken. There's no way of fixing it. And the airdrop in front of us, the P90, I'm loving this particular weapon.
Yeah, I mean, you did just say broken, right? Just like the P90.
Yeah.
And the rate of fire is absolutely incredible.
This beats the DBS, I'm telling you.
That is a very controversial statement, Fixes.
You know, for
it's a
somebody
debate.
like me. No, I mean, of course, like even I would agree that DBS on this close range is down there. But for P90, for boomers like me who do not have those instant flick reactions, for us P90 is a god of a weapon. You get that insane fire rate. You've got that laser spray,
Yeah.
and you know, the best thing to top it off is you can instantly switch the scopes. You can turn it into a 2 times, and then you get that little extra bit of range also.
Yeah.
And that 50 bullets in the mag.
I mean, that is very true. I mean, all of them amazing arguments for the P90, but
For players like me.
yeah, my personal belief is it's all situational.
But what's your jam?
Oh, I mean, there was a moment where I was just like a barrel boy, basically.
I mean, I get it. I love the barrel.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if somebody in the Indian circuit really gets barrel into the scene, because when you compare it with similar different titles also, you get to see a lot of those barrel 4 times, 6 times, has that insane fire rate. It's quite understandable why people aren't really using it, because in terms of it being a 7.62 chambered weapon, it takes a lot of space, and then again that hip fire is really not there. But again, a little bit of a reminiscence of the previous fight. Team Insane did have a nice opener, but instantly backing off made no sense.
Well, and Voltex, they've been doing quite phenomenal today, haven't they? I mean, this is an amazing compilation of, as you mentioned, the previous game, the fight against the players of Team Insane. And look at that, a little bit of a flashy move as well. Evil, of course, I mean, the name says evil, right? He is never going to have good intention in his heart, but Insane. While Voltex, we have been praising them quite a lot, what has happened to Team Insane? Now, that should also be a question.
Yeah, you know, Necro and I, we've been over this, and there's nothing good to say about, to be honest, Johnny. They're kind of living up to the script. Every single time they come up, they start off really well. But the tenders kind of get doused off for this team. And there has been this, you know, tell-to-tell story. Because now this is not one of those teams that's new into the scene, right? We've seen them under such big banners. These players were playing for Obey. We've seen them play for Blind. We've seen them play for Team Kemin. They've had their journey. They've been in the block for quite some time. And the best part to top it off is that they've been together. It's not like they've got any major changes. It's still sort of repeating those same old mistakes and really not adapting to the change. I think that is the cause for their downfall.
Alrighty, I mean, there's a lot that's been said, right? But none of it makes sense considering we've seen them at the best as well, and this drop in performance is definitely going to make things extremely awkward for them going forward. But talk about things getting awkward, godlike esports, they've gone extremely wide this time with their rotation. At a certain point, I mean, they started a journey from the northeastern edge of the map, just outside of Cosmodrome, and from there somehow managing to avoid any confrontation against the players of NIY. They have moved all the way towards Walnova, just now breaching the southeastern edge of the circle.
This is good stuff. Because for Godlike, I think they know they've got their backlines clear.
Yeah.
And they know that a lot of these teams are in front of them. They're going to be staying aloof from all those fights. Let all these teams duke it out against each other and take the spoils of war. But for THW, it was a little bit of that recovery in the previous game of Erangel. But now they're under heavy fire. And to make things worse, it is going to be the players of Kemin X Venom. I do not like it if I'm a THW fan.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, this is about to get tough, but how much do they want to commit? 7 Shaw, though, now up against MNX Venom, and they found the first opening. Devil knocked and finished off. 3 players left in the back lines. It's going to be interesting to see how 7 Shaw react to this as well, because as you were talking about it, MNX Venom, they have 7 Shaw on one side, THW on the other, and all of this commotion would have definitely given information about the threat lurking on top of their heads to the players of THW. But what do they choose? Do they choose to third-party this fight and take on the players of Kemin X Venom, who have an high ground advantage over here? Or do they choose to just stay safe, stay in the backlines and protect their position?
It's not about what they choose. It's about what Kemin X Venom decide to do to them. Because they've pretty much been pulling the strings today. They've been dictating, and I love that alpha behavior being showcased out of Kemin X Venom. This is what was missing, but for Carnival Gaming, things are looking really rough. Losing out on Neo, I do not like this, man. And now they have such a good position inside the circle. And a part of me says that even after that hard shift occurs, Carnival Gaming might still be inside the zone. And they've got 8-bit right beside them. They're kind of surrounded from multiple sides.
Yeah.
Big question, Johnny, is if the circle shifts away from them, how do they get in?
That was a nice tap shot from Goblin on towards Aditya. Just takes away half his HP bar with that one hit. And again, as you were asking, like, if the circle zone moves away, if the zone moves away from the players of CG, I think it's going to be a big challenge. And if it takes a northeastern hard shift, that's the only scenario which gives them the most trouble. Other than that, a northwestern shift, Carnival Gaming, I don't think they're going to be too far away from the edge of the circle, so it should not be a challenge. A southwestern shift is a best case scenario for them because that keeps them in the zone. A southeastern shift, I think southeastern shift at this point, it just forces them to be a part of the be a part of the action and forces them to take those fights, because then there will be that cluster towards the southwestern edge that is right now, and that is the cluster where Carnival Gaming will look to secure a few extra points. But let's see, I mean, we do have the circle ever so slightly moving into that southeastern quadrant. Where do we go from here now?
I really feel like this could be a godlike game once again. This could be a back-to-back because they're heading in, knocking on the doors of Team Prime. And look at that. They've not moved a muscle. Admino has no clue, and finally he's heard that clip. He knows that somebody is cooking up a grenade, and finally, suddenly, the alarm bells really tingling for godlike. And Admino, he's a smart player. He does not want to push in all by his lonesome.
He's going to wait for his teammates to first provide utility for the push on towards the first floor and then follow up. And finally, it happens. Rampage takes down 2 players down from the side of Godlike. One man still standing, and he's going to be dropped as well. Luffy and Rampage on a rampage, and Godlike, what was that? A big blunder being made. Just one last man left in this game alive, and this is not how a lot of people were hoping things were going to go for Godlike.
Johnny, close your eyes again.
I'm not closing my eyes anymore, man.
Let's do the role play once again. Maybe you might have different thoughts on your mind, because I have nothing to say about that. But look at this. Kevin X Venom getting back to their old ways once again. Voltex, they have been eradicated from the lobby, and this is where it does not stop. THW, they were trying to get a little sneaky over there. They were trying to capitalize on that situation, but Kevin X Venom again prepared for anything. This is what I love to see. Look at Ninze.
Well, Kevin X Venom, as you mentioned, they are prepared for anything and everything, but THW, I don't think they were prepared for that flank. And Kevin X Venom, now they're taking 2 fights at the same time. They've just lost 1 player, but still they are extremely confident to take on the players of THW and 7 Shaw both at the same time. But I think they might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, because Altu, one of the best performing players, he's just been dropped, and now it's down to Fury and Phantom to help them recover. One more knock, almost secure, takes a lot of damage, and finally Fury does find that knock, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Still 2 players left standing from the side of THW.
Yeah, too much for them to really chew, and now suddenly Kevin X Venom, too much on their plate. Phantom having had to deal with the players of 7 Shaw. They got the better of him. And sometimes a little too much of that aggression. And THW, we know this is one of those teams that you really cannot count them out, as THW finally would be looking forward to make their way inside the circle. But hold on, they're still not out of the woods yet, because the moment you decide to get inside of the zone, you've got another force to be reckoned with. In fact, none other than Reckoning itself.
And the threat is not just from up ahead inside the circle, right? Even in the backlines, 7 Shaw is still surviving, so they can ruin their day right now, and 8-bit as well, still present in the action. So anything can happen. A lot of wild cards present into this one fight. And look at that in the backlines. You see the players of Carnival Gaming moving in, and 8-bit have been put under threat, under fire. A lot of damage taken by Aditya. His teammate Mac knocked out. He's the last man left standing. Goes for the spray on towards Goblin. Does connect a few shots, but not enough for a significant play over here. And I think this is it. The end of 8-bit in this game of Vacandi.
Carnival Gaming with Venom really out of picture can start to dream once again. But still, task not done. Akshat, he's got Sam right in front of him. And Akshat is dead to rights at this point. Sam does have that high ground to work around with. Carnival Gaming need to provide some assistance, and there you have it. And Sam would let them pass because he also knows that he does not really have the numbers to back it along with. Instead has a lot of those bodies fallen down, so could get those first aids and maybe head on for a healing battle.
Oh, risky, risky. Goblin extremely low. Akshat gets knocked out. Goblin makes it through. One more loss, one more hit taken by the players of Carnival Gaming. They've secured those 4 finishes. Their aim all over it, but still a long way to go. 12 teams, 34 players still alive, but that might change. Goblin, he sees the players of Inspiration Esports all huddled up behind that rock, and if this nade connects perfectly, it might help them swing this fight. It was a 2v4, but it's been turned into a 2v3, and now, for a few seconds, a 2v2 in fact.
Well, now Goblin, he knows he's just playing with his prey, and in your dreams, barely surviving the onslaught, but from the backlines, come charging in the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Out there to get that knock, but the finish again stolen in by Carnival Gaming as they continue with this onslaught as the tables have been flipped. Chico barely somehow survives, but Starboy not that lucky. And Goblin, he's going to take another dig at it as the smokes have been already falling down. Reckoning, they're also on the sidelines. They also want a piece of the pie.
And Reckoning, I mean, of course, with the high ground advantage, can definitely pummel down on the teams below. But it's not going to be easy. As soon as you pull the trigger, you draw the attention of Galaxy Esports towards you. Draw the attention of Hyderabad Hydras up ahead as well. Goblin, in the meanwhile, from Carnival Gaming, they want that extra point. Starboy again. That's the 3rd time he's been knocked out by Goblin. And I think Chico, he might be getting tired of those revives. Well, doesn't matter. Goes to the flank to try and avoid any more nade damage and gets taken out by the players of Hyderabad Hydras. That is just unfortunate, man.
He's had enough. He's like, I'm not going to give you the res once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to fend for yourself. But Prime, this time not quite lucky though. And this time, Magnet being the clever ones. Something that Godlike failed in doing. Something that did not do in the past. No Molotovs, nothing. They pushed in, blinded. And Magnet making sure they had their corners checked. Prime Esports, they bite the dust. But Godlike still alive though. Jelly, the last player surviving. This could have been a chicken dinner game. And suddenly they're fighting for those position points.
Yeah, not really a position. As you mentioned, we thought we were going to see Godlike in. But hey, as long as they recover something from this match, it is... well, it's not A-okay, but it is something, right? It's not a complete loss of points from this particular game. And I think that is what Godlike have just accomplished, because they get 1 placement point now. They are in the top 8, but they can get a few more. I think Jelly, from now on, as long as he is inside of that zone and he finds an opportunity to secure a few extra finish points, I think that is what he might intend to go for. In the meanwhile, again, the players of Carnival Gaming under threat, this time from Rivalry.
Alright, so Rivalry, they're starting to redeem themselves. And this is a nice knock on towards Omega, and there you have it. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Carnival Gaming had nowhere to run and hide, really. With Rivalry kind of flushing them out, and Hyderabad Hydras with open arms say thank you.
Well, Hyderabad Hydras, they put so much pressure on the teams down below, but unfortunately they haven't really been able to secure that many finish points, just 3 to their name as of now. And again, this is another one of those teams that's fighting for the top spot qualification into the grand finals itself. Rivalry, oh no, this sandwich, it's about to get burned. Lucifer knocked out, R2 hiding behind the tree, and Bijlu, he's running out in the open, but I think the wall of smokes does deny the players of Hyderabad Hydras the vision to take him down.
Yeah, and amidst all this commotion, look at Reckoning. They've kept their forces tight. They have so much going on. 3 finishes already. Yeah, Jelly is bit in the dust. He's down and out. But Magnet Esports, this could also be one of their games as well. Galaxy find themselves in prime position. Walks out in the open. Sarwar, he usually does not miss those sprays, but this time the pressure speaking in volumes as Mox eventually gets knocked down. Courtesy to the players of Team Rivalry. Bijlu and Artho working it out together, and Mox is finished, almost about to get stolen. And there you have it. Sarwar has the last laugh.
Oh, and Magnet Esports though. I think before Sarwar decides to laugh, he needs to take care of the flanks. Finds one more, gets traded out by Rivalry. Brilliant job done by R2. But Bijlu, he's still there up on that high ground. He's going to look for a revive on his fallen comrades. And of course, Magnet Esports, this can be the turning point of their journey inside of the semifinals week 2. Oh, but that nade, it's too close. Does he get the knock? No.
Not yet, not yet. Now it's a race inside the circle for Magnet Esports around that northern side. for Reckoning and Galaxy. That is one of those fights I would love to witness, because Evil,
All
he's
of
been
them.
getting those finishes there. Shikari shot already being dealt with. But Magnet, look at Chandan. He's getting oh so brave. Arthu with so low HP, and it has all come down to Lucifer. The last man surviving. Already his wings clipped off. Trying to get revenge on Zeus, but now he has to deal with these mere mortals who've set their eyes. They want to make this redemption story happen. And for Magnet Esports, they're fighting till the end.
Yeah, I mean, Magnet Esports, they've just been attracting the wrong kind of attention in this game this whole time. But luckily for them, they've handled it perfectly. And even with Rivalry, I don't know who it was who was lobbing those nades from the side of Rivalry, but that was horrendous accuracy. All of them just thrown in the same spot when you know the first one didn't even connect.
Yeah, that's just, you know, just throwing for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you really need to know how to manage your util. Really comes handy towards the end, especially in situations like this. But look at this. Magnet, boy oh boy, they've get their numbers together. And I'm pretty sure Madrek, he's been snuffed out. His position compromised, especially that smoke, giving it all away. And suddenly Chandan, or is he not? Do Magnet have any idea? Yeah, they do. Those grenades sailing in. No damage done.
Well, Mandrik does manage to survive for a few extra seconds. And in the meanwhile, Dagger Devil from NIY Esports, they've just been outside the zone this whole game. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. They were never part of anything.
Yeah, it's alright.
Dropped in the game, just stayed away from everything.
Look at this. Matrix barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there. And has no first hits also to work it along with. As Lucifer, he's also been dealt. Sent back again to the depths of hell. For now, Magnet Esports though. 9 finishes, a really good comeback from this team. And considering, you know, given any day, Magnet Esports, they're the late bloomers.
Yeah. And it's not just Magnet, Galaxy Esports as well. They've done quite decent in this matchup. 4 eliminations secured, and they are in the top 3. Even Reckoning all of a sudden today just became extremely consistent, and I am loving this new form of theirs. But in the meanwhile, Nova, he does see the vehicle move out into the open. He's prepared for the fight, and Saurav as well. He's trying to block the flanks off, deny entry to Magnet Esports into the safe haven of theirs. It's not going to be that easy. Servar is extremely low. Maybe if they blow up that vehicle, they secure that opening knock. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just the nades that work for the side of Galaxy.
You know, this is the point where Reckoning need to start making their move, because Galaxy, they're out in the open. DP, look at that. Little bit of that overextension gets punished in by Sarwar from the backlines. You've got BGIS providing that cover fire as Saurav takes one away for his team. Gets that knock on the danger man, as now Magnet Esports already down to their final 2. And now Galaxy, they're also injured.
Well, Galaxy, they've just taken one knock. The nades from the side of Reckoning finally start to fly. But they do not have enough information to engage into this fight. The building blocks their line of sight. Magnet Esports, though, Vijoy, he can be the game changer. Chandan's been brought back, but with that one nade, Evil succeeds in securing those finish points for his team. Now we are down to the top 2 teams of this matchup. Galaxy Esports up against Reckoning in a 4 versus 3.
Reckoning really lost out on that golden window. They could have done 76 different other things, and yet they chose to remain silent. Those nades not really going the way they wanted to, not even close. As now Galaxy Esports, a perfect time to kind of recuperate into this particular situation. It all comes down to how the circle really pans out. It all comes down to how much healing one has, and Saurav, he's making some nice movements, but that grenade really came close to him.
Yeah, it was very close to him. Maybe this one will connect. No! Just slides off the roof, falls on the other side, and Saurav, he does manage to survive. Reckoning they need to be extremely careful with how much utility they use. Look at that, this rooftop coverage that Galaxy Esports have. I think this is the thing that wins them this match. This vacant chicken dinner. They can smell it cooking for them. Evil takes a lot of damage from that nade. DP as well, dropped down to half his HP, but finally there's the knock. There's the opening Reckoning we're hoping for. Sort of knocked out, but Viper is extremely low, and then as soon as the fight breaks out, it does not even come to fruition. Reckoning wiped out in a blink, and Galaxy Esports, well, they secure their well-deserved chicken dinner on the map of Vacandy.
That's some really good composure out
Yeah.
there. Especially when they were stuck in the middle of nowhere. Yes, they had those concrete compounds, but they had to make some tough choices, especially the ones against the players of Magnet Esports. They had to step out of cover. They took that fight. They won it. An instant reset even after that. And for Reckoning Esports, like I said, they had that golden window. The moment I think they were engaging against Magnet Esports, Reckoning has what it takes within them. They could have gone in for the push, but they held back, and that really caused them not getting the chicken dinner, because in any different world, in any different dimension, this was supposed to be Reckoning's game, but Galaxy Esports had this in the bag somehow.
Yeah, Magnet was such a big distraction. I do agree with you on that. That Magnet Esports versus Galaxy fight that happened, it was such a big distraction for the side of Galaxy Esports that Reckoning definitely could have capitalized. But I think it was the fact that they did not have their fourth man present at that time. It was just 3 players, and they were too maybe they could have been afraid, like, all right, what if we charge forward and we lose out on all our players? Instead of finishing on the second or maybe hoping for a chicken, we just end up getting eliminated on the 3rd position overall in this game, and they just wanted those extra points. So if you look at the bigger picture, I think they just went for a safer play. But yes, I mean, risk it to get the biscuit, right? And this time they did not risk it.
This is what I'm trying to make a point here, right? Because if you look at that situation, that particular fight, Galaxy had 2 of their players knocked out.
Yeah.
I think that was the time where Reckoning could have really struck from behind, and then eventually could have taken that spot that Galaxy were holding on to, because you still get those covers of those compounds.
Yeah.
And it was a sticky situation. You could see the players of Magnet being out in the open. Galaxy really committing. You saw, right? DP went ahead and suddenly he gets knocked out. And Reckoning were trying. They were throwing those grenades, but nothing was really sailing through.
No information. They were throwing those nades blind. They had no information
Somebody
about
had to
where the
take a
players
chance.
could be. Yes, I mean, you could spread out utility, try and clear up as much position as possible, but then again, I mean, it's done, right? It's already over. They could have done a lot of different things, but they tried nothing. They tried that simple plan, the tried and tested true 3v3 fight. Let's go for it. But by then, the players were extremely low. Look at this DP from the flank. Wow. Helped from the blue zone, helped from his former teammates as well, who were there on the rooftop. Things made extremely easy for the side of Galaxy Esports in the end.
You know, still, I don't know if I'm just being too picky, or I still have
You
so
are being
much
too picky.
expectations from this squad, because this is one of those forces that have always given us those moments. They never really think twice before heading on forth inside of a fight, and this time they take on a complete different approach. Yeah, Reckoning Esports, I've been let down. Thank you.
Don't listen to him. It was a good game, top 2 finish, decent number of eliminations. It was a decent match for Reckoning. And I think, look at their overall journey today, right? It's been nice. Good recovery.
Yeah, of course, it has been. If you look at the grand scheme of things. And in fact, in terms of the overall standings, couple of points here and there could have been in the top 3, would still be in the top 3, I think, the way they played in this particular game. But for Reckoning, eyes on the prize, because this is exactly how this started off in the first week of the semis. They were in the top 3, and suddenly they started dipping down to the point where they were clueless.
Yeah, and at this point, I think that is that one thing that needs to happen, that Reckoning needs to build a safety cushion for themselves. Stay away from that 8th, 7th, 6th position. Stay away from the bottom 3 of the qualification. As long as you are in the top 3, you still have that leeway of messing up in a game or 2 and still surviving in that qualification bracket. And I think that is what a lot of these teams are hoping for right now, especially the ones that are already inside of the top 8.
Yeah, especially, I mean, at this point, looking at how the points have been really being accumulated, because now the teams that were really performing bad, they've started delivering. Even for Galaxy Esports, Magnet, they were having such a rough day in the office, and now they've suddenly started redeeming those points. Now, they are also going to be back into the top 8, but a couple few might have gone out. Hyderabad Hydras, this was such a tough game also for them. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, again, kind of goes on to thwart this possibility of who the MVP could be. Somebody from Galaxy?
Well, I think so. I
or
think
maybe
it is
from Magnet also.
Yeah, Magnet also got a lot of eliminations early. Let's find out who the MVP, the match MVP is. Well, it is from Magnet Esports, Sarwar OG. 5 finishes secured, 1288 damage dished out by an individual. In almost every game, you're going to have like 12 teams. In total, they dish out less damage than this one man did in this match.
Yeah, I think Sarwar, he's been quite impressive.
Yeah, very.
If not the entire team, this one player has been under my radar. Have been seeing him from round number 4, and he's been quite stellar. But when you look at the players of Galaxy, of course, DP, Evil, there have been those usual suspects. But for Carnival Gaming, man, really, for Goblin, you gotta feel bad because this could have been such a good game up until the point they took some early casualties, and towards the end, they were kind of helpless.
Yeah, I mean, I think even the first casualty, Neo getting picked off, that could have been much worse for the side of Carnival Gaming. I mean, we saw Akshat barely escape as well. Yeah.
You know, one important thing, I'm sorry to really cut you off there. Neo, the compound he was pushed at, that is exactly where the circle ended.
Oh, yeah.
And Galaxy were the ones
Galaxy were the ones who took him down, yes.
Oh my god.
So,
Has to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you at the start of the game said, all right, this is going to be godlike chicken dinner. We saw them lose players. Then you started rooting for Carnival Gaming and they lost players. Fixes, I blame you. I think you are the common link, man.
I don't know. I really need to get myself checked and my stars aligned. But yeah, taking a look at the match summary, 7 granite finishes, just 1 vehicle finish. Yeah, we're disappointed, but that has been always the case with Vikendi, right? It's all been about those knocks, getting those revives. They're all there. 13,000 points of healing. Now, that has to be one of the highest we have so far.
Yeah. But let's see, I mean, let's have a look at the rankings now. Let's see the numbers that we are waiting for, the point rankings of this match. We have Galaxy Esports, 20 points secured from this game. Magnet Esports, 14. So even they had a pretty nice matchup for themselves, all thanks to those finishes that they were able to accumulate. Reckoning Esports, 9 points. Another decent day for Reckoning. Hyderabad Hydras. Carnival Gaming, 8 points. I think this does push them up the leaderboard, but not as much as they were hoping for.
Yeah, for Carnival Gaming, I think the top 8 will be a distant dream, at least for now. And for Godlike Esports also, because when we came into picture, especially that one push against Prime Esports, I do not know how could they just go in charging like that.
I'm getting used to this now.
Did you close your eyes? I'm in the roleplay mode right now.
No, I'm getting used to seeing them on the second page.
At this point, you know, no matter whatever you try, that was not supposed to be the ideal push.
Yeah.
And that will cost Godlike. 38 points, still in the race though, but look at this. Galaxy back to that second spot. Kevin X Venom still did not get a chicken dinner, but had a lot of finishes to their names. Will be holding on to that first with 72 points. Hyderabad, the Hydras with 62 and Reckoning inside of the top 4. But let's ensure the fact that Team Entity still have that one extra game to play.
Yes.
So if they get a chicken dinner, that first spot could be up for grabs.
And I can just imagine Somraj looking at this leaderboard and just with every single intention just eyeing out for the players of VG. He's just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Limra as well. I think Limra, they have survived all thanks to the safety cushion they built for themselves yesterday. And today, just being in the middle pack every now and then, popping off in one game, they've managed to keep themselves in check. But now, the safety cushion, it has completely vanished. 53 for Limra. You have 8-bit with 50 points on that 8th position. And luckily for them, 8-bit, their matches are done. But Mogo Esports are going to start chasing now, just 1 point away. Rivalry as well. So it is going to get extremely exciting with how the next few matches are going to turn out.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, Johnny, I think the three of us never really brought the cutoff really into the picture. Because last time it crossed 80. And this time also, I'm assuming it goes past 80 also. And Kevin X Venom are real close. 72 points is where they're sitting at, and it's just a number 2. So the halfway mark, they've I think ended all their 8 matches. So I think this is where we can start speculating that they might have already booked their tickets for the grand finals.
That is true, but I think while they might have booked the cutoff or might have booked the ticket for the grand finals already, where do we expect the cutoff to go?
I think somewhere around 80 or 82, 83, because this time we do not have a team like Global Esports or Team X Power, which could be also the case because they still have 8 more games to go. And in fact, let's not also forget the fact that we've got 4 extra
matches.
Games.
That is what I was.
That is also going to come into the picture. So we're, I think, crossing 100.
Yes.
90 plus at the bare minimum.
Bare minimum, I think 90, 95 or maybe 100, but I expect it to be around 100, 110, somewhere between that bracket. So it will get a little higher, as you mentioned, I mean, because of those extra matches and because the competition has just gotten, or in fact, it's been taken to a whole another level, especially by the teams at the top right now. Everyone's chasing, but the teams at the top also just keep gaining that distance between them and the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where things get really interesting or kind of us thrown off because what happens next, we really have no clue.
Exactly. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have one clue. That is the grand finals. And we keep telling you guys about those tickets, the premium passes that are available for all of you on Paytm Insider. The link is there in the chat section. It's been pinned, so do go ahead and check it out. And, of course, I'm going to let Fixes describe all that awaits for you at the finals.
Yeah, there might be some snacks because might is definitely a question because Necro and I, we might gulp it all down. You do not know our appetite, but we're gonna save something for you guys for sure. But more about that, we also have that special meet and greet exclusive for you guys, and then the best seating experience and all the proceeds head on for a noble cause to a charity. And then again, you also get that exclusive BGIS 2024 merch.
Yes.
Nothing really tops that.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of excitement for the people who grab that premium pass. And of course, as we keep saying, if you guys are there at the grand finals, do drop by and say hi. And it is going to be an exciting grand finale as well, because we've seen those 8 names that have already pushed through. We're still waiting for the next 8.
Yes, we are all waiting for the next 8, and maybe we're kind of closing in on finding a couple more, maybe in the next few matches. In fact, one more game still remains, but we will have that on the other side of this promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं सीरियसली
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yeah, instead of watching those reels, you waste your time at. Might as well play a couple of games of TDM, might sharpen your skills, and who knows, in the next officials, we might be casting you. Because Necro and I, we've been loving our time in Erangel. We've been enjoying that new mecha fusion, and I'm pretty sure majority of you must be enjoying that jetpack.
Yeah, and if you have not as much time as these guys, I mean, TDM.
Yeah.
That is what I do. I mean, that is my arena. And Necro was telling me he has beaten you multiple times today.
That's a joke. I mean, I need to laugh it off because honestly, yeah, he's been getting better, but still, you know, he needs some of this to win
Game
against
sense,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got that raw power. Is definitely there. Of course, he's young, but you know, he's quite dumb at the same time. Always out in the open. All you need to do is just take cover, and this kid starts crying.
I'm going to want to hear what Necro has to say about this now.
We can do this on live. I mean, I'm up for an open TDM battle.
Open 1v1 between
Oh
you two.
yes.
I think
Why
we're gonna
not?
see. We're gonna see. I mean, who wins
In the LAN,
between,
maybe.
the Panda
Showdown.
Bros. Yeah,
Yes.
that was your name, right? The Panda
Yeah.
Bros.
And we're gonna have Manchurian for grabs. Whoever wins gets a free
Alright.
play.
We're gonna see how this goes down between Fixes and Necro. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more match remaining for the day. It is going to be the last map, the map of Erangel once again in front of us. And of course, the groups that will be competing will be Group A versus Group B. So we have Mogo Esports, Entity Limra, Insane LOC, Inferno Squad, and Lifecraft returning to the party. And of course, Godlike, TSW Carnival Gaming, Rivalry, Voltex, 7 Show, Inspiration, and NIY. They get to continue their journey. And as I look at the names, I mean, teams from Group B, they were struggling. All of them were struggling in the previous game. But considering that Necro is back along with me on the panel, Necro, what do you have to say about what Fixes was saying a few moments ago?
He just called me dumb.
Yeah.
What? Fixes, listen to me, man. I understand you might be a little bit good when it comes to that passive gameplay. You like to go for the chicken dinners.
Yeah.
But I get those eliminations all the time. I'm the one to open up the fray.
I was just saying that was very true.
Yeah, exactly. Facts. But yeah, let's move on forward towards some other facts, right?
Yeah.
Godlike as well struggling inside of the games. Unfortunately for them, the momentum was not there. But in general, they've already done a really good job so far.
I mean, they've done a decent job. I wouldn't say good job. It would have been a good job had they just continued the momentum in Vacandy as well. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And that's the only thing I was hoping for, that already you have 4 matches. Be consistent in all 4. Because I think at this point, everyone at the end of day 2 was hoping for that leap inside of the top 8. Yes, it was a big ask and it was difficult to execute. But if, as I said earlier on in the day, right, if any team can make it happen. If there is a set of 4 players that you can expect that, alright, this team can jump all the way from that last page into the top 8 in a single lane, 4 matches, it is Team Godlike.
Of course, and they've pretty much almost made that happen too. They've got one more game to go, and they can definitely make it happen in this last game, but it all depends on the circle too.
Yeah.
If the circle's going to be forming atop of Godlike, that's the only time they do tend to perform. And the previous game of Erangel was a prime example of that, knowing the fact that the circle exactly formed right on top of Jelly and the boys.
And I mean, it's all about getting those 20 points, right? 20 points at the end of the day, and it's all yours. Then you can at least relax till you show up for the matches tomorrow. But let's see how this last game is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. And for one last time, the big bird is about to take to the sky, and we're about to jump into the map of Erangel.
The plane flat pat's now going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Lipovka towards Quarry. This plane flat pat's looking pretty decent, considering the fact that, yes, the Sanhok military base is a little bit ruled out, but it's fine. You can still easily traverse on forward towards that spot. Even farm's going to be on the way, no Ropnoi. It's not going to be that big of a deal. For Mogo Esports, though, definitely a little bit of a tough stretch, but I don't think so anyone's going to be contesting them.
Yeah, I mean, no one really does. People like to, when anyone decides to take on Mogo Esports in a situation like this, they either drop to the village that is close to the military bridge, or they're going to try and block the bridge itself, not letting them cross. Other than that, if you try and take a fight against Mogo Esports in the military base, then it's basically you signing your own death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much Mogo Esports, they do have some of the formidable players on their squad.
Yeah.
You've got Justin, Delta, Destro. You've also got Shogun, all the 4 players. Definitely, they do pack a lot of that punch. But recently, Mogo Esports, they've been playing a little bit on that safer side of things. And it's also been working out for them, considering they're getting that constant point flow.
I mean, consistency has been maintained today. That's the only thing we can celebrate from them. And this is what we wanted as well. And I mean, the most amazing part is that Destro was the player who sort of brought it into action in that game of Miramar, match number 2 of the day, and played a phenomenal individual performance. It was difficult, but he made it happen. And from there, Mogo Esports have tried their level best to recover at least a few points every now and then. And even in this game, I mean, look at them. They are gliding towards that military base. But initial things that we usually like to spot out, drop clashes. This time, I think there's only a few teams quite close to each other. One of them is going to be Inferno Squad, who are quite close to Inspiration Esports up north.
Yeah. Jelly getting his hands on the vehicle too, so it's all good.
Yeah.
For Godlike as well, ready for that rotation. Just waiting for the circle to pop up now, reveal its intentions. And I think so it's going to be down south. And it is. A little bit tilted on that left side, so you can't say Primorx now is going to be in contention. Team Limra, this can be a great start for them, considering all this entire day, Team Limra was not able to pop off.
Yeah. And Team Limra, again, I think even though the pop-off that we wanted hasn't really been there, we still are seeing some decent performances from them. They are playing along with those survival instincts, managing to stay alive till the late game stage of the game. And, well, that is what we wanted to see. Can they stay alive inside of the top 8 at the end of day 2? They have maintained their performance, maintained their standing so far. This last game, I think if they bring in like 10 to 12 points, it propels them again inside the top 5, gives them a little bit safety cushion to work with tomorrow.
It indeed does. For Team Limra, they're quite close as well, right? Considering they started things off inside of the top 8. Later on, yes, the slip-up is there. But knowing the fact that Team Limra definitely can make it happen, they've got a really great balance. They like to have that methodical approach.
And the method, I mean, there's a little bit of a method to the madness that we see from them inside of the matches as well. Sometimes, I mean, extremely late to the party in terms of rotations, but still, they make it work. So, can't really complain. And, well, this is an early exit from Yasnaya for Godlike, though. What's happening over here?
Godlike on a move. I realized this as soon as I saw Godlike wanting to get their hands on the vehicle. All the 4 players, they moved on up. And I guess the main priority over here for Godlike was to get their hands on the vehicles in the first place.
They went to Yasnaya. They came out of Yasnaya, picked up a few vehicles, and now they're headed back up again towards the northern side. But, hey, that's for another time. In the meanwhile, NIY against Voltex. And NIY, they mess up before the fight even begins.
NIY, classic team. They do end up messing up a lot of those things. And look at the man just pre-firing around the corner. Aryan's got his hands on the shotgun as well. S12K, it's not something you would want to mess around with like that. And Voltex, they've got the better positioning inside of the fight. One of the man's in the outskirts. Aryan definitely pinned, understandable, but still the rescue can be there. Voltex Vishu can be the main playmaker here, but unfortunately for Aryan, the man's pinned down. But the only thing that's going to be saving grace is that is 12K.
I was just about to say that even though he's outnumbered, he still has that shotgun to work with. And considering this is a very early fight inside of the game, and why they might be lacking on those utilities, so that can also work out in the favor of Aryan. He secures one knock, but that is it. He runs into the pre-fire of 3 players from the side of NIY. And Voltex, they've lost 1 man already, but that opening knock maybe, just maybe, allows the opportunity for the remaining players to close in. But yeah, they just fall back.
I mean, Voltex, if they want, they can definitely capitalize. In my opinion, they should.
Agreed.
Because even NIY, they're quite hurt. Voltex, knowing the fact that NIY, they're pretty much being treated as the free points in the lobby. Voltex definitely can have a shot at this entire elimination structure. But they still give up on it, and now they move on forward with their future stance, which is probably going to be loot up, be a little bit more good inside of the zone. And looking at the zone too, CG in the best spot, considering the zone is just lingering right on top of Gatka.
Well, I mean, it is a Gatka zone, and Carnival Gaming, we have known, or in fact seen them in the past as well, just doing extremely well in any circle that is towards the western half of Erangel. This time as well, looking for early cover. But today, this has been the struggle. Mid-game, whenever the zone moves away, Carnival Gaming not really able to readjust their position. That is when they struggle, start losing players one by one. And then it's just all about getting those desperate finishes during the late game stages, which doesn't really always work out for them. This time as well, they have moved quite close to the center, but are still a little bit split apart from each other.
Now, looking at the zone, it can definitely be a really good grace for Limbra, CG, and THW. If CG, they do perform exceptionally well, they're directly going to crack inside of that top 8.
True.
And looking at CG's performance in the week 1, this will be a stark statement to the lobby. Knowing the fact that CG was struggling on the last page in the week 1 itself, and now look at them cracking inside of that top 8 at the end of the day, would definitely be a massive sigh of relief for the fans.
Yeah, but the question is, are we actually going to see it happen? Because they've been under immense pressure from the last few matches, and they've been looking decent. Not the usual CG that we see.
I think so. They're still on 13th or the 14th spot, which is not bad. So they can easily make that bounce.
I think 12 to 15 points.
Yeah. The circle would really grant you that as well.
Yeah.
So you can definitely make it in. Now the team that can be really screwed is Godlike. But as soon as I say so, it's Bakar getting knocked out. What just happened?
Fell. I think... So, yeah, he got knocked out close to Pachinki. Where did he fall from? All right.
Oh, from the vehicle.
Yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense. Maybe exited the buggy a little too quickly. Pachinki does not have that high of an altitude anywhere that does enough fall damage for you to get knocked out.
I wish we had a listen in on the comms, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if this happens, your teammates make a lot of fun of you for the next few seconds.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Probably Somraj is like, what the hell are you doing, man? How can you just get knocked out like that?
No, Somraj, I mean, I assume he'd be like extremely serious. We've seen his interviews, always just ice cold expression.
You gotta be like that, right? Sometimes being an IGL, knowing the fact that there's so many things going on in the back of your head, and then coming up with the right option every single time. It is quite tough. Team Insane, so far, they've been choosing a lot of those wrong options. They've been getting eliminated quite early inside of the lobby. And Team Insane, they need to come up with something better. Day 1 was flawless. Day 2, looking dicey.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just realized the corporate squad has been changed to the green Lamborghini squad now.
Still, it is a corporate squad, but a different one.
That's
Last time, it was the black one. This time, it's the green one.
This corporate gives out Lamborghinis.
Yeah.
That is nice.
I mean, usually corporate companies are supposed to be rich, right? So, makes sense.
I mean, with how Insane have been playing today, at least, I think, well-deserved.
I guess. Insane, the performance dip is definitely there. And to recover from that, one good game is needed. This game right here, Insane, they need to go massive, berserk. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks for the teams that did secure good spots in the first half of the board. They dwindled down massively. Entity not been able to perform, getting 3 to 4 points per game. It's not an average you expect them to have. Inferno Squad completely missed out on that top 8.
Yeah.
Moving on forward towards Team Insane, the same thing has happened to them as well.
And as you were talking about Entity, I think it would be right to say that they've utilized almost all of the safety cushion they built for themselves yesterday. Now it's just like completely gone. You mess up this game of Erangel, and you never know. Maybe you could be sitting outside of the top 8 at the end of the day.
Ooh, the zone shift towards the edges. I'm loving this formation.
Oh, by the way, Mogo Esports, they needed 1 point to surpass, or actually equalize 8-bit. They needed 1 point. They needed 2 points to surpass 8-bit and breach inside the top 8.
Mogo Esports, they're going to do it, man. They just know how to perform a little bit more better these days and how to survive a little bit longer in the lobbies.
I mean, they've always known that. They used to play late rotations, and I think that was their forte, but...
Well, I mean, I guess in the week one they forgot.
Maybe. Or maybe, I mean, as, you know, we always hear from the players, it was experiment.
Let's hope they're not going to be doing the same thing over here. So far, they're not. They've got the poker faces on. Team Insane on the move as well, looking pretty unsettled, knowing the fact that now the foes are starting to stack up around them, and Team Insane moving in like a unit with all the vehicles. That too, driving in urban areas. I'm not a big fan of this, considering you do not even have the clearance on the ground.
I think they just want a safety cushion in case they get shot at from any of the buildings. They just want to exit quickly and just hide behind cover, and, well, Inferno Squad up against... yeah, this is an awkward moment. In your dreams, he can just dream that they don't see him.
Owen.
But also, he's the man who could change the fight completely, swing it in the favor of Inspiration Esports.
They've got no clue. In your dream is right there. On the opposite side of this wall, Inspiration, they can definitely hit back harder. For Inferno Squad, just waiting for that man in the front to make any sort of noise, and so far not doing so. Inferno Squad is up for a surprise. Just hope that he's not going to be doing something that messes up this entire moment. Godlike, even they start to make some moves on the board as they're looking for a breach inside of that circle. They've already found that breach from the southern side. They're towards Primorx. But I'm not sure how well this position's going to look like for them. They're still aiming for the extremities.
Well, and just taking things extremely slow. Being ever so cautious, right? And this is what was needed as well. They are delivering quite nicely. Moving along the southern shorelines, not too far away from the players of Team Limra. You see shots being fired on the players of Godlike now as well. Although the distance does protect them, and they do manage to escape and evade any fiasco. But Team Limra now, after Godlike in front of them, Insane actually just run through them. Hespero's forced out of position.
I mean, Team Insane, they're quite the insane ones, that's for sure. Team Limra, they unfortunately do collide inside of this fight. And the knockout is going to be on the face too. Team Insane, they drop down to 3 bodies. What just happened? One single man in the front from the side of Limra. He kept up a fight against the 3 players of Team Insane. And now another player starting to close on up. Look at Esperos, quite a heroic entry, and he ejects outside of the car, and just like that, the nail's going to be in the coffin. Team Insane, they're choking these fights.
Yeah, that was definitely a choke, because they started off with a man advantage, and then out of nowhere, Dragon just shows up, rams into them, stops their vehicles, exits out, and takes down 3 individuals. He almost took down the 4th man itself, but Hesperos showing up and finishing the job. What a brilliant move from Team Limra over here. Really did not expect them to come out on top when the fight began, to be honest.
This is not the Team Insane we know.
Yeah.
How are they choking such an easy fight? They opened the fray. They got the initial knockout. Everything was looking so good. But then, you talk about the conversion in the future. Worse, 3 players get knocked out by the 1 single man. The cover fire as well from the side of Limra was perfect.
Yeah.
The man in the far fray was able to dish out so much more damage. And look at Shadow. He was able to get the first knockout. Backs away. Then later on, Dragon OP comes into play. And just look at this shock and play.
Takes down 3 of them. And the players also just ran into his crosshair over there. Afu, this was a brilliant rescue. Oh my God. But then this. Hesperos way too quick on the trigger. And by the way, the players of Team Limra Esports over there. 3 of them were just in their vehicles the entire time. Hespero showed up when I think probably the call out went out. All right, I knocked out 3. Just one last man, and it's a 1v2 situation. We can definitely win the fight. That is when Hesperos turned his car around and came back to be a part of the action. But overall, I mean, man, oh man, what a blunder.
Team Insane disappointing. That's all I can say. Starboy finds the opener. Inferno squad now. They're getting blown up. You've got the beams versus the naders. And Inspiration. They've got a couple of more utils to back themselves up.
These 2 teams have been here for, I think, a good 7-8 minutes at this point.
Yeah, way too long. They're burning through a lot of that time.
Yeah.
And the crucial utils. It's not going to pan out that well. The util being tossed quite well. Inferno squad, they've got the better of the util, knowing the fact that they've got so many more to spare. But still, the stalemate is burning through that crucial time in the meds. The players are taking that constant damage from the blue as well. I'm not even sure what the game plan is going to be in the future, considering the circle just keeps on centering on up. And now, for teams like Inspiration Esports and Inferno Squad, they cannot afford to stay outside of it any longer because all the good spots are being taken away by the teams.
Yeah, and after this point, they are just going to have to forcefully play for survival. But look at this, the cover fire from across the building, and one player from the side of Inferno Squad hits the floor. One more can be knocked out, but they barely managed to survive. Numbers have been equalized. Necroid's down to a 3v3.
Aryan Blip breaks the silence. This man was inside of that house for such a long time, and now it finally breaks the silence. He gets the one knocker. He also gets the confirmation followed up. Aryan definitely having the evil smirk on the face, knowing the fact that Inferno Squad now on the receiving end of things. And 3 players, they should push on up. They've got the advantage. One single man's isolated in the front. They should know the fact that there's only one man in the front lines, and they can definitely make the push happen. This hesitation is something that's really making the players of Inferno Squad struggle. And even that damage from the zone, it's a little bit too much to try and handle. And the man jumps down from the top. He gets the knockout in midair, and it seems like they're looking unstoppable for now. Inspiration, so good inside of this fight.
What was I watching? Was this a game of BGMI, or am I watching the Suicide Squad in action? They played like superheroes, man. You saw that move. They forced the players down the stairs just so Aryan could have a line of fire and he could dish out a little bit of extra damage. And then Starboy, that leap of faith, jump outside the window, takes down one more mid-air, allowing so much freedom to the players of Inspiration Esports. I mean, definitely living up to that name. Inspirational execution of Inferno Squad.
Limra in a bad spot. Getting caught. One man's knocked out. Gokul. The revival is definitely going to be there. Limra on the move. Gokul will be back upon his feet. Godlike. On the trail is going to be Seven Shores. And Seven Shores, they're not going to be shy of taking this fight. We know what this team's capable of. Quite the aggressive bunch. Godlike. Even they have been choking up some of the firefights. I'm not going to lie, especially the previous one, right?
Yeah.
Getting 2v3'd like that, quite rough.
It was rough indeed, but when we've seen that happen yesterday as well.
1v4.
Yeah. It was against Seven Shore, so maybe we're going to see an epic showdown and revenge for yesterday. Or maybe a repeat.
So far, the script's been repeating itself. Team Insane, day 1 as usual, they perform really good. Day 2, they come tumbling down. Godlike, for them, things are just not clear yet. Looking pretty unstable. You see the players just stacking around towards that compound. Then you've got TSW as well, just playing on the edge lines. You've got Rivalry 2 right there on the road. Seven Shores, this time they have changed the pathway.
Yeah.
As they move in towards the players of Voltix Gaming.
Seems like they're trying to inch closer to the center of the circle this time. And I think luckily for them, they were able to spot out the players of Godlike, gather some information, but Voltex, can Seven Shore gather information over here? Because Voltex, they aren't moving. Just hiding in corner, except Cyrax, who's just sitting in the middle of that room.
Still, you've got 13 foes in the lobby. Or 13 teams, you can't say.
Oh, wow.
The circle's going to form right on top of CG. Godlike screwed. You've also got Team Limra being screwed up massively. Mogo Esports, easy breach. For them, they're all good. Before THW as well, to make that rotate will be a little bit complicated.
It's definitely going to get more complicated with that wave of teams moving in from the west. Meanwhile, Team Limra trying to line up their spray, trying to stop the players of 7 Show. But it's not going to be that easy. The quick escape coming in from the side of 7 Shore Esports as they try to find an entry inside the circle. And in fact, they will as well for a few seconds. As soon as they run into NIY, the first knock is secured by the players of NIY. Toxic as well, he's running towards Blade with the shotgun. The S12K finds the first, goes down instantly. But here comes the backup, and NIY, how do they react to this?
Oh man, NIY just being shattered all across the 4. And looking at the fact that NIY have been struggling recent days, and just like that, within a blink, the entire team just comes tumbling down. Devil was the only casualty in that fight, but it's completely fine. 7 Shores, they still back away with 4 eliminations.
It was quite lucky as well that the buggy flipped up on its rear tire, and it made sure that the players of NIY, when they took an exit, it was going to be awkward. But Godlike against Carnival Gaming. Necro, this is the prize fight.
Knowing the difference between the good fights and the bad fights, and in my opinion, this is definitely quite a bad fight for Godlike. Utils being tossed on the upper floor. Goblin comes out on top in that duel as well against Jonathan, but then an instant trade is there on the fray. Godlike, they're definitely taking a lot of that damage upon themselves, considering now it's going to be a 3-on-2, and for Godlike to try and recover, they cannot afford to lose out on any more man number. Utils being tossed in the front from both the sides, and CG, the connections are not there. Before Godlike, the same thing can be said as well in return. Neo's there up close and personal, and Neo, he shuts down Admino.
And I think this is it. This would be the end of Godlike Esports in this game. It's a 1v3 for Jelly, the IGL. Can he pull this off? The nade lobbed out close to the staircase, but the damage it will dish out definitely wouldn't be enough. One after next, all the players fall, and there it is, the nade by Goblin finishing off Team Godlike Esports in this matchup.
As I mentioned, knowing the difference between the good fights and the bad fights, and that was one of the worst fights Godlike could have picked.
Plus, the weight was engaged upon as well. I mean, when we saw Jonathan splitting off with his team, he was pushing up, trying to line up a nade for that isolated player in the 3-story building. Had no idea that there was Goblin right behind him. And it was that one crucial piece of information that allowed Carnival to just control everything. That one extra free knock that they got.
I mean, that 1v1 was really crucial, right? Goblin coming out on top, shutting down Jonathan like that. Definitely super impressive. And looking at the utils that are being tossed. THW looking like the Hawks at the top. Definitely the Spartans. Not giving up just yet. Cyrex found as well through the smoke, and this P90 is going to shred through.
Yeah, I mean, impressive weapon, impressive team. Good combination. TSW, though, the story of redemption continues, still on the 3rd page of that leaderboard. Still looking to climb, but look at this. Team Limra against Entity. And both the teams are not too far away from each other on that overall leaderboard. So, I mean, there is definitely a soft rivalry developing between these two.
Team Limra in a really bad spot. Quad exposed. The nade's really close. Luckily enough, it was not cooked to perfection. A little bit undercooked.
Oh, look at the radar, though. There is a potential for a 3rd party from Carnival Gaming on that fight.
There is. But still, CG's way too back, and there's a hill separating them.
What is this?
There's a bit of that semblance of cover for now. Rivalry Esports, too many nades being tossed on top of them. THW, they outnumber the foes. Might just be overwhelming to deal with all those utilities being tossed up from the side of THW, but then this time it's going to be Rivalry against all the odds, connecting that nade on top of Keo Lamau. And THW in a big state of discomfort, knowing the fact that the utils being tossed on top of them, the vehicle being forced outside of the zone as well. That just dished out that extra bit of damage on Arto. And what a nade that was. Luckily enough for the side of THW, the players just straight up walk into it.
Yeah, I mean, they drive into it with a car and they get blown up. Bijlu has to deal with all of this pressure all alone. Artu in the back lines has recovered, but Bijlu so lucky to survive getting run over, but finally gets knocked out. This is such an awkward moment for all of these players. My goodness, no one sees anything. It just jumps in the smokes and dodges. Again, getting run over. And they're running in circles now.
I mean, the man was just spinning and spamming randomly in the smoke. He was spamming on all directions. He was spinning around, spamming on all directions, hoping to find something.
I mean, you know what they say, right?
What?
Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip.
I don't know. But yeah,
Did
THW.
you never see that show?
No, I didn't. THW on the move. They've got too many enemies around them. LOC, this vehicle might just blow up. I don't think so it's going to stand a chance, but then he runs out of bullets. So I guess another chance will be given to the Mogo Esports. Not that good of a fight in my opinion, knowing that difference between the good fights and the bad fights. And Team Limbra, they still get eliminated, but then there's a third party around the corner.
I think the question we should be asking is, where did Mogo show up from? We just saw this entire situation just a few minutes ago, and Mogo was nowhere near here. Now, out of nowhere, they show up, and they take out the players of Limbra. They themselves get taken out by the players of Entity and Carnival Gaming. Yeah, they're gone, Gamla boy. There's no one there anymore.
Still, man. The man's fighting the demons, overthinking a lot of that scenario. Mogo Esports is being eliminated finally. The elimination feed's now starting to showcase that.
Oh, I know why he was lobbing all of those nades. Look at how many finishes Entity has. There were 8 bodies in there. They just have 1 point.
Definitely going to be disappointed with that, considering they just handed out the last finishing blow, right?
But
and this is why I said, Mogo Esports, that was not that good of a fight, because there was a third party around the corner. Now for CG, though, the stars are aligned. I understand the zone is right on top of the players of LOC, but still, this is CG's game to be grabbed.
Yeah, and LOC, I think their position is already compromised, since we do see Lifecraft constantly putting the players of LOC under fire. So as long as these two teams end up causing damage to each other, or in fact just take out 1 or 2 players from either sides, Carnival Gaming again regains the advantage that you were talking about. So I do agree with you on that. The only problem is they are forced out into the open. That's the only bad thing they have going for them.
Every single team at this point in time is out in the open. There's no cover to play with, so you can't say the only cover that they can try and use are the ridges around them, or maybe the vehicles.
And
so
the ridge, the only big ridge that can be played for a game-winning fight is with LOC.
LOC right now, you can't say the smokes are the only thing that's keeping their lifeline going. And look at Lifecraft. Oh my god, that's a gutsy move right there. 4 players separating out. 2 of the players, they just straight up ram their vehicles in, and they still somehow win against all the odds. They shut down those players, but then unfortunately for them, Grind's able to put that stop. He puts that nail in the coffin towards that push, but then still LOC's getting rammed through. Lifecraft against all the odds, they do come out on top, and as I mentioned, the only thing that's keeping their lifeline going were those smokes.
One small mistake of going to check on the players of Carnival Gaming from Fagger, and well, his entire team gets destroyed in the backlines, and by the time he turns around, it's a little too late. Grind, he tried his level best to handle the pressure, but it did not work out. But look at this, Carnival Gaming trying to make a push upon the players of Entity. That nade is too close. Takes away half the HP bar from Troy. Maybe the next one is going to do the trick. Not close enough this time.
Oh, Pokar, he strikes back. Lifecraft taken down to a 3-man squad. Why's the man playing all by himself, getting overeager in that fight? Pokar having the high ground advantage, spots the player first, and he strikes him down.
Oh,
strike
perfect.
first, strike hard. But then Lifecraft, they're not going to be far away from that. The Util's going to find the perfect opener. Ryzen or Viper, he wants to get the run over. But even for CG, they've lost out on 2 players. Entity, what a good comeback in the fight.
But Entity's down to their last man. This is not going to be their game now. Out of nowhere, Lifecraft is the team that sits there with a big man advantage. Well, not big man advantage. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. But they have the opportunity to secure all of those points for themselves.
Yeah, but as long as Lifecraft, they keep on players off Entity Gaming on the bay, Carnival, they get a chance to recover. Entity already eliminated from the game, considering Lifecraft, they have entertained them enough. Now they need to move on forward against CG. Lifecraft, they're going to be fighting a lot of those demons in their heads too, considering knowing the fact that they do not have any solidified information against CG.
Yeah, and to make things worse, Carnival Gaming, they have recovered their fallen players. So now all of a sudden, Carnival Gaming, they have the upper hand in this fight. 1-man advantage, a body to sacrifice that gathers you the info, and everyone else, all the other 3 players, they just charge forward.
Util's being tossed, CG slowly and steadily marching in towards that success. Goblin catches that hurt, instantly backs away towards his vehicles, realizes, oh no, I might have just messed up a little bit more.
Backs away all the way to the edge.
The next circle, it pans out in the court of Lifecraft. All they need to do is just back away towards that spot, but then look at CG! looking unstoppable. The man runs over two of the players. It's done for. Lifecraft, I don't think so they can fight back anymore. CG, what an easy piece of cake in their bag.
I mean, we all know when the circle is towards the west. We spoke about this at the start of the game. When the circle is towards the west on Erangel, it's Carnival Gaming who will have a ball, and this time as well. A lot of eliminations on the board. Perfectly execution in that last fight, and of course, that final play after the players recovered. We knew what was going to happen. As soon as you have that man advantage in the final fight and the vehicles as well, you will make sure one player goes out, tries to take out at least one man from the opposing side, or just gathers the information, and Neo took down two.
And considering it was also the last game of the day, Entity needed to perform because throughout the entire day, they were not doing too good, and now they're in the top 3.
But hey, they have beaten their day average of 3 to 4 points per match. In this match, they have a lot more points.
Getting the double digits on the board, finally Entity doing something. But I guess this performance is also going to keep their spot pinned down in the top 8, and this is exactly what they needed. Knowing the fact that it's so fragile in the top 8, this performance from Entity once again propels them somewhere in the top 3.
And this is what we wanted, right? I mean, Entity... It was surprising to see their performance drop the way it did in the previous rounds, and in the semifinals we were hoping to see the Entity that everyone was hyping up, like, all right, this is going to be the team of the year, this is going to be the team that dominates every single tournament throughout the year. I wasn't really seeing any of that, to be honest, but now I think we are seeing glimpses of that, because the way you dominate is not by just having those big moments every time. It is by being consistent. And Entity, I mean, today, yes, the first few matches did not go their way, but I think in this game they have pretty much made up and maintained the average for the overall 8 matches they've played in the semifinals week 2.
Maybe 5 points per game is something that they were looking out for, and still, once again, they got that. And these double digits is definitely going to be propelling them quite higher in the overall standings. But let's talk about the teams that desperately needed to perform that were not able to perform, right? Godlike is going to be over there on that list. Of course, Team Limra is over there too on that list. Moving on forward, even Inferno Squad is there on that list.
Mogo needed 2 points again, a reminder.
They've done it. They've done it.
I mean, I just saw them run into that one fight. They were there for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got those 2 points. They got 2 points, but is that enough to keep them in the top 8, or are they still going to stick around that 9th position?
I don't think so. For Mogo Esports, they're definitely going to be still on that latter half of the board, but it's fine though, man. Knowing the fact that it's Destro and the boys, on the day 3, the comeback's definitely going to be quite easily done.
You know, we thought that about a lot of the teams in the previous rounds. A lot of the big names have already been eliminated, Necro.
We know, but it's the week 2, man. The teams know the elimination bracket's lingering on top of the head. In the week 1, teams knew that, even if you do sort of miss out, you can then later on start taking a look at things in quite the experimental way, and that's what the team started to do.
I'm being honest with you right now. I can't handle any more heartbreaks, man.
You do not want to see the known names being kicked out, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely, heartbreaking when you see that happen, and especially considering a lot of changes did happen before the BGIS began itself. A lot of these rosters just completely swapped here and there, and after roster swaps, you usually expect the team's performance to go up, but recap of the winning moments of the previous game, and of course, the moment that changed it all was... Well, it's going to come back now. The revives that happened, and of course, Neo going for a little bit of a drive.
I mean, this drive-by was insane. Just running over 2 of the players and then CG swinging back to life. Let's look at the positive side of things, right? CG, with this entire game, they propelled themselves in the top 8 with ease. And then moving on forward towards Lifecraft's performance as well. This is a wake-up call they've gotten.
Lifecraft has done actually quite decent today.
Really
I mean, we have seen them pop off in more than just one game. And I think I'm actually impressed, and I would love to see this team continue to play like this until the end of the semifinals, and hopefully they make it to the finals as well, because this is again one of those teams that you can always see in their gameplay, you can always see in their individual performances from the individual players. Like, there is so much potential, and I think at this point they've not even tapped into like 70% of what they're capable of.
That is true, man. I mean, definitely they do pack a lot of that punch. Unfortunately, for some of the reason, it feels like the players are cracking under that pressure, which makes a lot of sense, but sometimes even Lifecraft, they have came out on top from all of that pressure too. They do tend to perform really good under pressure as well.
I think the only time they perform well under pressure is when they have their backs against the wall and they know, like, alright, nothing to lose, exactly. Either we make it into the top 8 right now, or we just sit and watch everyone else do it, right?
Yeah.
And when that moment arrives, Lifecraft, they play like champions at that point. Like in this game as well, they loved the aggression that they were putting on display. Love the way they are trying to time their fights and position themselves in the team fights as well. You see that final moment, the top 3 fight between Entity, Carnival, and Lifecraft. They knew the ridge is what protects us from the other 2 teams. So let's just take on the players of LOC, because this will be like a 4v4 between us and them, right? If we charge up forward, there's a higher possibility of us getting third-partied. So small things like target prioritization as well do come into account at this level. And it's, again, when they're not really overthinking or second-guessing themselves, they perform well.
Yeah, I mean, it's also knowing the difference in the good fights and the bad fights, right? And Godlike taking one of those fights against the players of CG was definitely quite bad. But for the side of Lifecraft, the fact that they did not really need to choose between the good fights and the bad fights, them getting the zone right in their court was definitely one of the best part. But for teams like Godlike, they definitely needed to make a lot of that hustle. Moving in towards the match MVP, right? You've also got Akshat from CG with 5 finishes. You've got the damage dished out. That's going to be 664. 0 headshots this time, but the survival time is going to be 27-24.
Hey, but look at that. Top performers on our screens, and Neo also there with 5 eliminations to his name. And of course, Goblin joins in from Carnival Gaming as well on the 4th position with 3 eliminations to his name. We have Pasha on the 3rd from Lifecraft Esports with 5 eliminations to his name, and Dragon OP from Team Limra Esports on the 3rd. Now, Team Limra, again, I mean, the more we talk about them, the less it is going to sound. I don't think we can praise these players enough.
I mean, all those 3 eliminations are from Team Insane.
Yeah.
Dragon OP, he just straight up planned those players up in that S12K play that he pulled off. And then in the end, it was Hesperus to put that final nail in the coffin, right? You've also got the match summary of that previous game. 56 finishes converted, 9 nade finishes on top of that, 48 rescues, 6 vehicle finishes.
Yeah, 6 vehicle finishes, 283, longest distance in this game. And of course, this match of Erangel was quite chaotic. Only 8,790 healing done, which is still quite a lot. But, I mean, as we have realized in the recent days, whenever there's the healing meta going on, we expect those 5-digit numbers on the screen. But look at this. Point standings on our screen. Carnival Gaming, 24 points. We were asking for like 12, Necro. They doubled it.
A big catapult in the overall standings. I think so, maybe somewhere in the top 5 with this.
Yeah, maybe.
CG. For the lobby, this is a massive stark statement. For Mogo Esports, you said they needed 2 points. They've got 7 so far. So they're doing really good. They've cracked in that top 8 as well.
Well, there was one more team behind Mogo Esports, and I think it was Inferno Squad already. Inferno Squad just got 1, so they're not going to catch up anytime soon. But yeah, Mogo does propel themselves. I think they're going to be on the 7th position right now, 7th or the 8th position. But Godlike Esports, as you mentioned, that fight against the players of Carnival Gaming, not really how we thought it was going to go. Same goes for Team Insane, but Team Insane still has a big safety cushion to work with. But Necro, I think we can't really speculate where the teams are. Are you ready to make the big reveal, my friend?
Well, I am really ready. Let's move in towards the overall standings. You're going to see Mogo Esports barely squeezing themselves in on that 8th spot. You've got the players of Magnet Esports right on the trail too, not that far away, 52 and 56. Then you move on forward towards the top 3. CG directly, they catapult themselves on that 3rd spot. But Entity, they keep that top 5 spot pinned down.
Yeah, Entity, I think not really that drastic of a shift if you look at the points in particular, because now that is just an 8-point difference between Entity and the team sitting up top. That is going to be the squad of VG, and it is not difficult to cover up those 8 points once they show up tomorrow. I think the turnaround that we saw from Reckoning, from Hyderabad Hydras, from Carnival Gaming today, and Mogo Esports as well, this is what deserves appreciation. These teams played extremely well. Galaxy Esports, definitely a surprising entry into the top 8, and I would love to see them continue to perform this way. Magnet 8-bit, as you mentioned, not really present in this game. Lifecraft, they have also taken a big leap. They find themselves on the 11th position with 50 points, just 6 points shy of the top 8 bracket.
That's what Lifecraft known for, right? Even inside of the wildcard, all it took was one single big game to propel themselves towards that race. And wildcard, once again, slowly and steadily starting to showcase those semblance of life that might just bring them in the top 8. Latter half of the board in front of us, this is going to be the last page of the entire overall standings. You see THW with 33 points, LOC with 37, LOC as well. Tomorrow, they have a chance to make that bounce back.
I mean, opportunity is still there, but I mean, they mess up one match now, and it just slips away even further. But looking at this last page of the ranking, is there any name that you did not think was going to be this far deep inside of the leaderboard?
Seven Shores, hands down. Looking at
I
the
agree.
performance in the week 1, looking at the performance in the wildcard 2, Seven Shores was looking so confident with their approach.
Exactly.
And now look at Seven Shores on the last page of the overall standings.
And considering how they began their journey in this semifinals week 2 as well, with Tiger securing that clutch, that should have hyped up the entire team to start performing and pressing, moving into the future matches, but that also did not happen. And of course, I think along with them, NIY and Prime, I want to see them just keep playing the way they were before, but unfortunately, I think again, the pressure from semifinals week 1, in fact from wildcard till now, semifinals week 1 and semifinals week 2, it has gotten too much. And I believe, as we keep saying, like, newer players, they struggle when playing under immense pressure.
And speaking of a couple of more teams that really did do good, right? Reckoning Esports, phenomenal comeback that we saw today.
Yes.
They were doing so good. They also got that chicken dinner to do back themselves up.
True.
And how can you forget that consistency they showcased?
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance coming from the side of Reckoning Esports. I do agree to that. And I think we just have to wait and see what else they can deliver, because there's 2 more days remaining.
All the teams in the top 8, definitely you saw them struggle, but then we also saw the comebacks.
Yeah.
Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. You saw those comebacks as well over there on the board. Mogo Esports now inside of the top 8. You also do see CG back in the fray too, all the way in the top 3. Entity pinning their spot down. Reckoning Esports, a massive wave being made. And then you've also got HYDERABAD. Hydra's doing really good.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras again very impressive from the start of the day till now, and it was very, very interesting to see how they made it happen. Along with them, I think Limra, as we just spoke about them, we might not have seen them be a part of a lot of those fights, but at least they were consistent throughout the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're not the flashy ones, but they still do make a lot of those points count. Limra, we have known them to be a lot of those methodical inside of the lobby, and they actually do come out on top in quite a great fashion. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the day 2 comes to an end. Day 3, it might just unfold in quite a miraculous manner as well, knowing the fact that so many teams are way too close to crack inside of that top 8. But for now, that's going to be it from Necro and Johnny. We're signing off.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तो मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।